Good evening, everyone. I am Alexandra Oliver Davila and the Vice Chair of the Boston School Committee. Due to the resignation of Chairman Michael Lecanto and in accordance with our bylaws, I am assuming the duties of temporary chair. As part of tonight's agenda, the school committee will hold elections to vote in a new chair and vice chair if necessary. The committee just returned from an executive session where we conducted a strategy session in preparation for negotiations with the Boston Association of School Administrators, also known as BASIS. The committee also addressed an open meeting law complaint brought against the school committee on October 22nd by Lauren Trimble regarding an allegation that sending text messages during an open meeting law on 10/21/2020 may have been a violation of the open meeting law. Tonight's meeting is being shared live on Zoom, and it will be broadcast on Boston City TV and posted on the school committee's webpage and on YouTube. For those of you joining us on Zoom or at a later date, you can find tonight's meeting documents posted on the committee's webpage, bostonpublicschools.org/school committee under the November 4th meeting link. The agenda, presentations, and equity impact statements have been translated in all of the major BPS languages. The committee is thrilled to be offering live, simultaneous interpretation in Spanish, Cantonese, Mandarin, and American Sign Language throughout the meeting. Look for the interpretation icon, the globe, at the bottom of your screen and select your language preference. To have the best experience, we suggest that attendees update to the latest version of Zoom. Please visit support.zoom.us. Consecutive interpretation will be provided in Vietnamese and Portuguese during the public comment period. If our Spanish interpreters, Juan and Luz, could please introduce yourselves in Espanol and invite our Spanish-speaking audience to switch their Zoom channel. Juan and Luz. Okay, we'll come back to that. Will the ASL interpreters, Michael, Sarah, and Sherry, please take a moment to introduce yourselves?
My name is Sherry Kuhn. I'm an ASL interpreter. Thank you.
My name is Sarah Kuznetsky. I'm an ASL interpreter. Thank you. And I'm Michael, and I'm an ASL interpreter.
Thank you. Will the Mandarin interpreter please introduce yourself in Mandarin? Will the Cantonese interpreter please introduce yourself in Cantonese? Will the Vietnamese interpreter please introduce yourself in Vietnamese?
Xin chào, em tên là Thoa, thông dịch viên tiếng Việt qua tiếng Anh cho buổi họp ngày hôm nay. Em sẽ dịch lúc anh chị có lời phát biểu. Xin cảm ơn. Would you like the interpreter to introduce in English too?
If you'd like to, go ahead, yes.
Hi, I'm Thuong Nguyen, Vietnamese interpreter. I will be interpreting as first person during the public comments period. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much. If I missed anyone and you're here now. Okay, thank you. Thank you to everyone who has signed up for public comment. Sign up for public comment period closed today at 4:30 p.m. And Ms. Sullivan will remind everyone about the public comment rules again later on. But here's just a quick reminder for those of you who have signed up to testify. Please make sure that you're signed into Zoom under the same name you used to sign up for public comment. You can use the Zoom tools to rename yourself so that committee staff will be able to recognize you when it comes time to call on you. Thank you so much for your cooperation in that. Before we begin our business, I just want to take a moment to send our thoughts and our prayers to our Honduran and especially Nicaraguan families. As the daughter of an Argentinian mother and a Nicaraguan father, I want to acknowledge the pain and the anxiety that many of our families, both here in Boston and in Nicaragua, are feeling. The northern Caribbean region of Nicaragua has just been ravaged by a Category 4 hurricane, the second to strike the same area in 2 weeks. This double tragedy, on top of a pandemic, has left thousands of impoverished families without access to shelter, food, drinking water, and other basic necessities. And there are a few places you can donate to: the ANF United in Action, and also here in the States, Hispanics and Philanthropy. Those are just two that I can recommend. Every little bit helps. Y para nuestras familias hondureñas y especialmente a nuestras familias nicaragüenses, quiero decirle que nuestros pensamientos y oraciones están con todos ustedes durante este momento tan triste y tan difícil. Thank you for letting me say those words. Before we move on with the agenda, I think it's important that we as a school committee take a few minutes to reflect on the events of the last school committee meeting. Our last school committee meeting was an extremely difficult one. As a body, we were voting on an issue that has been very contentious and sensitive in the city of Boston regarding exam school admissions. The school committee's vote to accept the recommendations of the exam school admissions criteria working group was a historic moment and a move in the right direction to ensure that the diversity of students in our district is reflected in our exam schools. I grew up in the Boston area, and I'm no stranger to racial incidents in Boston, particularly in West Roxbury, because that was the neighborhood next to my home. The comments at the last meeting brought up a lot of traumatic memories for me, so I was very emotional. In the same meeting at 11:30 p.m., and after 6 hours of very powerful testimony advocating for and against changes to the current policy, we heard the words of Mr. Lecanto, who was the chair of the school committee, causing even more tremendous pain for all of us, but especially for our Asian community members who signed up for public testimony. I was shocked and confused. I felt the pain of Mr. Lecanto's comments, both in the moment and when he apologized. I felt the pain for our Asian community members, and also the pain that I knew Mr. Lecanto was experiencing after realizing what he thought were his private comments were in fact public. Having worked with Mr. Lecanto for a number of years and very closely through the pandemic, I know that he is a man of integrity. He has worked for many years to better our education system and has sacrificed precious time with family because of his commitment. In fact, it was Mr. Lecanto who was instrumental in moving the issue of equitable access for all district students to our exam schools, something which this city has struggled with for decades. All of us have made comments that we wish we could take back. There's not a single one of us who hasn't regretted saying something hurtful and then immediately regretted it and asked for forgiveness. And though what Mr. Lecanto said is not okay, the primary difference here is that it was said in the public realm, and he cannot ask for forgiveness that he otherwise could if he had said it in private. And I want to make it clear that I'm not excusing Mr. Lecanto's comments. They are not acceptable. Words matter and names matter. And I appreciate that Mr. Lecanto was quick to apologize and to resign. He recognized how his words had impacted our Asian community members. However, his lapse of judgment in that moment cannot and should not erase all of his years of supporting equitable educational access for all of Boston's students and define his tenure. I've reflected tremendously over the past weeks, and I also want to address my lack of comment during that challenging moment. We all want to believe that we will be courageous and uphold our values when called to. My silence did not honor my values, and I regret that I did not speak up on behalf of our Asian students and families. In closing, we had a collective and deeply painful experience at our last meeting, but similar to the resilience we hope to build in our students, I am confident that the school committee will learn and grow from this and move forward even more resolutely to create the conditions where all students are supported to reach their highest potential. I would like to just take some moments to go around and give all of our members an opportunity to share their thoughts if they so wish. And before I open it up, I would ask the superintendent if she would like to offer any comments.
Thank you, Ms. Oliver Davila, for your comments and for your acknowledgement and for your leadership. I first want to publicly apologize on behalf of the Boston Public Schools organization, all of us here, for the unacceptable comments that were made by our former chairperson during our last meeting. I understand the deep pain and hurt that those remarks caused within our overall community for many of us, and in particular, our Asian American community. BPS has committed and is committed to being an anti-racist district. But in that quest, there are, like you shared, and will likely be instances of when we fall short. We fall short of our own expectations. Even as we strive to learn and grow, we still fall short. It is important for us to acknowledge when we do, to own those mistakes, to make it right, and to correct any and all hurt that we have caused, regardless of the intention. That is why in BPS, we have prioritized restorative justice practices in order for us to acknowledge our wrongs, discuss, learn, and correct them so that we and our community can heal and move forward. We understand that there's important work ahead of us to continue to cultivate trust within our community. And most recently, this has been particularly true in our Asian community. That has been and will be and will continue to be a priority for me and our team here at BPS. All communities matter. Our Black community, as well as our Asian community, our Latinx community, our community of students with disabilities, our EL learners, our immigrant communities, and so many of our communities that have been historically underserved within our city and within our schools and within our nation. We heard much impassioned testimony that night, including moving statements by Dr. Kindy and Tanisha Sullivan, among so many parents, advocates, and our students. I know, and the members know, and we look forward to an upcoming retreat that we are going to have in order to do a deeper dive into our practices. Dr. Kindy has agreed to help us work through that and to help us build on an anti-racist culture in our school community, to provide us more guidance and more tools so that we can reaffirm our commitments and our values and collectively hold ourselves accountable to this urgent work ahead. Again, on behalf of BPS, I apologize to our Asian community and our broader BPS community as a whole. It is our top priority to make sure that everyone feels welcome within this organization and within our schools, and that it's incumbent upon my team and this school committee to strengthen those relationships with our Asian community and with all communities within our Boston Public Schools. I want to also thank some of our partners who have helped us through this journey. In particular, Counselor Flynn for his leadership. He's hosted a series of meetings with the Asian community, and that following night hosted one with the Chinatown families and our Asian community members. I also want to thank Dr. Charles Granson and the Office of Equity for their incredible leadership and their leaning into this, both internally and externally, hosting working groups, hosting our equity roundtables to ensure that BPS is consistently responsive to the needs of our families, our staff, and our communities. They've recently engaged in work with the Asian community They had a meeting on October 22nd. It was co-facilitated by Dr. Granson. He opened by applying restorative justice practices and welcoming participants to speak about the harm caused and about problem solving and how we can move forward. The group will continue to meet and discuss ways to repair and to improve the district's relationships and trust with our communities and with the Asian community in particular. The group has already identified preliminary goals to be further developed. These goals include updating the racial equity planning tool to further emphasize the inclusion of Asian students, families, and staff, as well as ensuring culturally and linguistically sustaining practices, quality translation interpretation services, timely information sharing, and ethnic studies curricula, including Asian American experience, among many other areas of focus. With these efforts and the continued accountability through our equity roundtables, I'm hopeful and know that we can move forward and become stronger because of it. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Vice Chair Oliver Davila.
Thank you, Superintendent. I'd like to ask Kamani if he has anything he would like to share at this moment. Sorry, Mr. James. I have to get used to calling everybody Mr. Miss. Sorry, Mr. James.
It's okay. Thank you, Vice Chair. I'd like to share a brief remark that many students and teachers, specifically and especially from the Asian community, have communicated to me, especially in the conversations and spaces I've been invited to. Names are powerful. They are given to us by our parents, and they're often passed down by our grandparents and our great-grandparents and so on. Many of them symbolize hope, power, determination, perseverance, love. You know, my name, I'm actually named after Bob Marley's son, but with an extra letter. And that is, you know, Bob Marley was a Jamaican artist who made music that got my family through a really rough time. And, you know, just knowing that, you know, these are titles given to us that are truly our own. They belong to us. They are names that we call ourselves, that we tell people to call us. And I think there's a true deep power in the names that we are given and how we move through this world and through society with our names. And I think that, you know, the actions of the former chair were very disappointing and deeply saddening, like, you know, many of you have already stated. And I think that this is truly a jumping point. It is a point in time where we must reflect, adjust, and grow and continue to learn and be more mindful and empathetic and sympathetic to the many different groups of people that we serve, and to, you know, continue to change how we invite those people into our spaces and how we can respect them and their names. And because names isn't just a name, it's where you come from, it's who you are, it's how you move in life. So that's what I'd like to say.
Thank you, Mr. James. Another thing we share in common, my daughter is named after Bob Marley also. He's my favorite person. So I would like to ask Dr. Rivera if she has any comments that she would like to share at this point.
Hi, can you hear me?
Mhm.
Yes, okay, sorry, I've been having. So again, thank you, Mr. James. Always, you know, a very wise voice here in these meetings. You know, I also truly regret and apologize to the BPS community as well, especially the Asian American community, our Asian communities, for not speaking up in that moment. You know, quite simply, you know, I was shocked and then, you know, became distracted. You know, like many of us, been a long day, work full time, single mother, had half my attention on my son in the other room and just couldn't believe it. So, you know, was doing my best to stay focused as, you know, this historic vote was going to be happening. So I just want to again say, that I meant no disrespect to our community. You know, this incident also, again, shows how much work we still have to do as a school district and as a city, and all of the pain that emerged out of that whole process of getting to the new admissions policy. And I think, you know, again, we still need to really undertake a deep understanding of how systemic racism operates, and we need to continue to move to dismantle white supremacist policies now more than ever. And I think that's what we were trying to do that evening. And, you know, again, it's horrible what happened, and you know, there's no way to excuse it. And I hope I will be forgiven. I do want to just say that I do find great joy and pride, though, that we did take this historic vote. You know, at our last meeting, this new exam schools policy is truly an increase and of equity of opportunity for our city's children. And I really look forward to continuing to work on advancing racial justice in our schools and in our city. And my sincere apologies.
Thank you, Dr. Rivera. I'd like to ask Mr. Tran if you'd like to say a few words.
Hello, it's my turn. Yes, I would like to express my own assessment of the situation. Well, first of all, I thought about preparing a written statement regarding the incident that occurred last time, but then I think it through, and I decided that I will speak from my heart rather than prepare a statement, and that I did pray to the spiritual entity that I believe in, to keep my my mind sound and my thought constant, and my speech in a way that would convey my own assessment as well as possible. So here it goes. I'm an Asian first, and I'm an Asian American second. I believe that my background in civil rights work for the since 1987 until now was one of the strengths that the mayor and his appointing committee selected me for this position. You know, to work with you. Name calling is not acceptable, regardless of whether it is name calling that is intentional or unintentional. However, if throughout my over 30 years working in civil rights, I learned a few things. I used to be very ardent fighter, fighting any kind and anything that is discriminatory. But now I'm over 60, looking at everything that I've fought. There's one thing that we have not been practicing as we should. That is tolerance. And tolerance has been missing since the incident. We all talk about diversity. We all talk about equity. But when one single incident that may not represent the total body of an individual has been used to define the person, that to me is the perpetual of racism, regardless of whether racism is Black, racism is Asian, or racism is white. Tolerance has been missing. And if we keep continuing on fighting racism with only one-sided thinking, racism will perpetuate. I promise you that. And I know that it's gonna be perpetuating until after my time on Earth. Michael Locanto is not only a very, very dedicated member of this body. He has worked very hard. He has advanced a lot of policies, a lot of programs that are for the benefit of the school, of the Boston Public School. One remark that is made, whether in jest or intentional, but in my mind, that remark was made in jest, does not define who he is. I still consider him a friend. I only know him two years, maybe a little less than 2 years. I've spoken with him outside of the meeting on other political matters, on a lot of different political matters, aside from school matters. And I found him to be very, very, very wise. I would say he's sagacious. And I'm aligned with a lot of his political beliefs. The only thing here, and to my Asian community, please, the thing that we grow up, I came to America when I was 19 years old. And the thing that we grow up, the first thing in our culture, Chinese, Vietnamese, Laotian, Cambodian, the first thing that we grew up with is tolerance, is patience and tolerance. Let's practice that and teach the American people how tolerance is. I understand that the mayor accepted his Michael Locanto's decision to step down just because it's, you know, it may be the right thing to do given the political climate, but personally, I'm resentful for his resignation. I really am. One statement. Let's look at it in the legal way. Let's look at it in the legal way. Even a smoking gun evidence in the form of a statement does not a complaint made, does not constitute a valid complaint, a valid cause of action for discriminatory practices. So here we are. We are the body that should reflect all the qualities of public officials. And I implore to you all to practice tolerance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tran, for your words. I'd like to ask Ms. Robinson if she'd like to say something at this point.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Tran, for your words. Thank you all for everything that you all have said. They certainly represent my sentiments as well. That meeting was historical in lots of different ways for me. It was the end of a very hard, tough time over the summer, thinking about would it really be possible that there could possibly be a vote that would change how we do business and how we really think about having our young students enter into BPS. And there was a lot of emotion of all of the emails that we received prior to it, as well as to the many people who made testimony. You know, I read those hundreds of emails of an understanding all perspectives, and also knowing no matter what the decision that was made, there will be people that would be perceived to be winners, and that there would be people who would see that they would feel that they had lost. And the question for me always was, you know, how can we create something so that it could be a both and, so that people did not appear to feel that they would have lost if they did not get the one thing that they want. And I know I've said many times, if we have so many people that really want a strong classical education, why can't we grow that and give more opportunities? Why should we withhold that opportunity from any student who makes the basic qualifications? And that is still something I will continue to ask ourselves. Why are we limiting when we have many high schools, some that people don't want to go to, so we have room? So why can't we begin to listen to all of our families truly and create learning experiences that make everyone feel heard and satisfied? So our vote last week begins to help us have that conversation. But it was a vote similar to the vote that was made in this country, where we realized that our country is in polar opposites around what the next step should be. And in so many ways, it feels there are parts of what's going on in our own city, that there are two Bostons, at least. There are many Bostons, and that people see and feel very differently about the same situation. The one thing that I know is that, you know, we want to make sure all of our students really get their needs met, and all of their families get their needs met as well. We listened to almost 200 people. You know, I'm, as many of you are, was both shocked and saddened by the comments. I too know the power of names. Thank you, Mr. James. And I remember people calling you out of your name was a high insult. And even a name like mine, Geraldine, in school was called Geraldine, Geraldine, all other kinds of things. If people want to somehow get to you, they will disrespect your name. So even if it was not intentional, it's very difficult, particularly in a city that has so many different ethnic names and ethnic names of meanings, that making sure that we can honor people and ask if we don't know, but never take anybody's name for granted. So that is something that I'm sorry about. But I also know that, you know, I talked with teachers, you know, and there are many times that teachers don't take the time to make sure that they can accurately pronounce the names of all of their students. So hopefully that this is a lesson learned for all of us about the importance of names, no matter what the circumstances are. You know, again, it's just the beginning of us, as Mr. Tran says, creating a level of tolerance and understanding and respect for one another. There's a lot that we need to do to change the way that we've gone about our business in this city, in this district for, you know, the past 50, 75 years. But now we have ripped the Band-Aid off. We can't go back. How we act as a school body is going to be important. People want to feel that they are represented by us, that they are heard by us, that we respect their voices. We also have to be honest to realize that no matter what decision we're going to make, some people will feel supported and others will not. But we've got to work as hard as possible to work together to make the best decisions that we can. So I see this as a new day for all of us. There's a lot that's going on in this city. There's a lot that's going on in our schools. And there's a lot of work that we need to do. And we're going to need to do it well together. But we're going to need the help of the district and the families and the city to make sure that we truly are working towards a better school system than the one that we have today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. I'd like to ask Dr. Coleman if he has anything he would like to say.
Thank you. What I'd like to share is the notes that I shared with Mr. Locanto. Dear Michael, my discomfort over your resignation is growing. As I said in our conversation, I appreciate your commitment to the needs of our students and your family to not become a distraction in this trying time. I remain discomforted by the willingness of the Boston community to lead with anger and distrust rather than care and reason. Since that Thursday morning, I've had more time to reflect and want to share my thoughts with you and the community. As you have acknowledged, your comments were inappropriate and reflected our hurtful history of racism. We all must work to understand how our actions and comments are experienced as microaggressions, particularly to historically disadvantaged individuals and groups. Clearly, your comments hurt the fabric of our community. I know that you regret them and that it's painful to live with the assumptions people have that they reflect your real thinking rather than lapse in judgment. What leaves me discomforted with the response of our community to demand your expulsion from your civic role is that such a step is in direct contradiction to our commitment to restorative justice, a commitment that is deeply supported by many of those who've called for your expulsion. Core to our commitment to restorative justice is the belief that it serves us all when we confront those who damage our sense of community with words or actions, but understand that we all are learners and that the best response is to give the transgressor an opportunity to restore the community fabric. I am very disappointed that this community did not afford you the opportunity to participate in our growth and development through restorative engagement. Take care of yourself and family, and I look forward to future engagement.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman. I'd now like to ask Mr. O'Neill if he has any comments he would like to share.
Thank you, Ms. Oliver Davila, and thank you to my fellow members and to the superintendent for their comments tonight. I learn, as always, as a lifelong learner, I learn by listening to you, and I have found them deeply reflective tonight, and appreciate as well folks who have pointed out our former chair's full body of work. But I've had many conversations with a number of different communities since the last meeting, including speaking with Dr. Kendi at length, with Superintendent Casilius, and as recently as earlier today with Mr. James. So thank you for sharing the experience of fellow students as well. And those conversations really helped me to understand and call out the pain of the comments from that meeting, the wrong that was done, and the anguish it caused so many, caused to so many members of our community, the communities that we serve. I'm not going to reiterate the points that a number of fellow members made today, because I agree with what everyone has said. I do want to commit as an individual member to doing all I can to help us build an anti-racist organization going forward, and an organization that our communities are proud of and proud to support. I do want to say to our Asian community in particular, and to our greater BPS community overall, that I have had the privilege to contribute 13 years of work to in trying to help improve. You know, I'm using the superintendent's language that she said earlier here, but I believe I will commit to leaning in, and I think we all need to commit to leaning into this moment and striving to help build a board and an organization and a district that our communities value, that our communities feel heard, feel a part of, and are proud of. And I thank our temporary chair just for the steps she has taken already to learn from that past meeting, the fact that we're having some simultaneous translation today and that you're trying to do more, that the superintendent was talking about some training we're going to be doing. I feel, as I said, we need to lean into this moment and learn and commit together to being a better board. I apologize as a fellow board member. just as the superintendent apologized on behalf of the district, as a fellow board member, I apologize for what happened that evening and the pain that it caused our communities. And as I said, I believe we have to commit to doing better for all of our communities, and I look forward to being a part of that. Thank you, Ms. Oliver-Davila.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. And I just want to thank the superintendent and all of my colleagues for sharing your honest and personal reflections. I know these are difficult conversations to have, but I really think that they are so important that we have them as a body, as a BPS community, and that it's really important that we acknowledge what has happened and that we work together to heal. I think you've heard in everyone's comments tonight that we really do value the rich diversity of our BPS community, and we want all of our young people and their families to really celebrate their diversity, their language, their ethnicity, their race, because all of that is a strength, it's an asset. And we have tremendous respect for all of the families that entrust their children in our care. And it's an honor and a privilege to be on this board and to be working to make sure that all of our students are successful. And so we are committed to serving all the families. And so we ask you to partner with us on this journey. This was, again, was a tough meeting. I don't think anyone would ever want to relive that meeting again for all the reasons you heard tonight, but I do think that there can always be something good that comes out of something bad. And so I would like for us to really think about this as a learning. We have in Boston been afraid to have these kinds of conversations in public, but they do need to be done thoughtfully and respectfully. And I think Mr. Tran, said it best around tolerance, because we have to be able to hear each other. And so this is going to be a learning journey as a school committee and as a district. And again, I just want to apologize to our Asian community and all of our community, and hope that you will be able to find it in your hearts to forgive us and let us all move on together to heal. And I'll be talking a little bit more about our plans later on this evening, but I just want to move us into our first order of business, which is the election of officers. And again, as many of you know, Chair Lecanto resigned from the committee on October 22nd, following the comments he made at the meeting the night before. And so at this time, I would like to start with the business of electing officers for the remainder of 2020 calendar year, and that's starting with the chairperson. So I would like to issue a call for nominations for a chairperson. If someone would like to put in a nomination for a chairperson.
May I? Yes, it would be an honor to nominate Alex Oliver-Davila as our next chair.
Thank you, Dr. Rivera. Is there a second?
I would like to second that.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Are there any more nominations for the position of chairperson? Hearing none, I would like to close out the nominations for a chairperson. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman. Is there a second?
Second.
I'm not sure who that was. I'll say Mr. O'Neill. Thank you. Is there any discussion to the motion? Okay, if not, Ms. Sullivan, can you please call the roll?
Dr. Coleman,
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Rivera,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Ms. Oliver-Davila.
Yes.
It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. The nominations are now closed. With there being only one nominee, I would like to entertain a motion to elect myself, Alex Oliver-Davila, as chairperson. Is there a motion?
So
So
moved.
moved.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman. Is there any discussion to the motion? Ms. Sullivan, can you please call the roll?
Dr. Coleman,
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Rivera,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Ms. Oliver Davila.
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous.
Thank you. Thank you to all my fellow members for your trust. I'll say a few words after, but now I'd like to move on voting the position of vice chair. So at this time, I would like to issue a call for nominations for vice chair.
I'd like to nominate Mr. Michael O'Neill.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman. Is there a second?
Like to second it?
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Are there any more nominations for the position of vice chair? Hearing none, I'd like to close out the nominations for vice chair. Is there a motion?
So moved.
So moved.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Is there any discussion to the motion? Ms. Sullivan, can you please call the roll?
Dr. Coleman,
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Rivera,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Ms. Oliver Davila.
Yes.
The motion is unanimous.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. The nominations for vice chair are now closed. With there being only one nominee, I would like to entertain a motion to elect Michael O'Neill as vice chair. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Rivera. Is there any discussion to the motion? Ms. Sullivan, can you please call the roll?
Dr. Coleman,
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Rivera,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Ms. Oliver Davila.
Yes.
The motion is unanimous.
Thank you. Congratulations, Mr. O'Neill. And before I pass it on to you for a few words, I just would like to take a moment to say a few words as well. So I, again, want to thank all of my colleagues for your vote of support and my leadership. I hope to be able to earn your trust as well as that from the larger community. And moving forward as the incoming chair of the school committee, I am charging us with learning from this painful incident and holding each other accountable, especially during difficult and uncomfortable moments. As a committee, we talk a lot about equity, and I'm proud of the work we've accomplished, including the creation of the Equity Lens tool, our Opportunity Index, the work we are doing to assist with MTEL, and our high school to teacher pipeline, just to name a few. And now to continue to deepen this work that's so important to all of us on the committee, we will focus on how we develop these skills, competencies, and courage to be an anti-racist school committee focused on excellence. This fall, our school leaders participated in a leadership institute with Dr. Ibram X. Kendi, the author of How to Be an Anti-Racist. As the founding director of Boston University's Center for Anti-Racist Research and one of America's foremost historians and leading anti-racist voices, Dr. Kendi will work with us as we examine our policies to understand how they have contributed to and resulted in harm to our communities of color, our poor, LGBTQ, and ELL, and special education students. I've asked Dr. Kendi to lead us through these conversations at a professional development session scheduled for December 9th. Thanks to Mr. O'Neill and his years of working with the Council of Great City Schools, we have a wonderful resource in our partnership with them. The council provides governance training to school districts nationwide and will also provide professional development to the Boston School Committee on December 9th to help us refocus on the core mission of improving student outcomes. My hope is that our work with Dr. Kendi and the Council of Great City Schools will support us in the development of tools and metrics that will help us maintain a singular focus on achievement for all of our students. We will also be holding a retreat on Saturday, December 12th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., where the superintendent will be presenting the district's plan on the return of students, recovery from learning loss, and reimagining the work ahead as a result of the impact of COVID-19. This will also tie back into the school committee's professional development on governance as we further discuss our role, our priorities, and our collective responsibility to ensure successful implementation of this plan. The retreat will be open to the public, and we will take some time to elicit feedback from the larger community about the plan before moving to any implementation. And now I would just like to again congratulate Mr. O'Neill and ask him if he would like to say any words.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm delighted to be the first person to say those words to you. This is a historic moment in Boston Public Schools and the Boston School Committee, where we have a member of the Latina community leading us, and I want to make sure to acknowledge that and call that out. This is a historic moment, and I have had the privilege of knowing you, Madam Chair, for many years now. We have served on several boards together, and I have deep respect for the work that you do in a variety of nonprofit and volunteer settings, including your leadership at Sociedad Latina and the wonderful youth that you have mentored over the years there. I am fully supportive of you being chair. I am honored that you and my fellow members have asked me to assist you as vice chair. But I am excited by the leadership that is in front of us and the work that you and the superintendent will be doing together to lead this district, and anything I can do to help improve that, I am at your service. I applaud the announcements you've just made now about recentering us back on being an effective board focused on policy and doing professional development on those issues, and on making sure that we have the exact same training from Dr. Kendi that all of the Superintendent's Leadership Institute had this summer, so that we're all on the same page, that we lean in together to be in a better organization that our district and our communities are proud of. So congratulations, Madam Chair, and I'm honored to help you however possible.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. Congratulations to you. And we have worked together a long time, and I look forward to working even more closely with you. And I really appreciate your kind words and support. And thank you again to all of my colleagues. Now we're going to move on to the approval of minutes from the October 21st, 2020 school committee meeting. At this time, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the minutes of October 21st as presented.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Rivera. Is there any discussion or objection to this motion? Ms. Sullivan, can you please call the roll?
Dr. Coleman,
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Rivera,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Ms. Oliver Davila.
Yes.
The minutes are approved unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. We will now move to the superintendent's report. I present to you our superintendent, Dr. Brenda Casilius.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Mr. Vice Chair, for stepping into these new roles and for leading our district through this very tumultuous time. Obviously, we have been facing these three pandemics of COVID, racism, and economic decline within our Boston community. And at BPS, we've had tremendous losses, not only, within those three pandemics and what we've been discussing here tonight, but also we've lost a lot of our community members, and it's been very painful for so many of our community members here. And we lost Keith Love from Tech Boston. We lost a longtime school leader who was beloved, Mr. George Cox, recently. We lost our Senior Director of Health Services, Margaret Van Cleve Roquillo. We lost another Tech Academy nurse, Susan Arese. And we've lost several students this summer to violence. It has been a very painful year for us, particularly during the pandemic, where we have experienced loss upon loss upon loss. And it's with a heavy heart that I bring to you information, and I'm saddened this morning to learn that we lost another beloved colleague, Miss Virginia Ginny, they call her Chalmers. I'm extending my deepest condolences to her family and friends and this entire school community that is grieving her loss today. Ginny was not only a cherished principal, she was a leader of leaders and a fierce advocate and champion for our students and our families and a mentor to so many. She's part of our BPS family. She committed 20 plus years of her career to young achievers and improved opportunities for thousands of our students, our families, and our staff. Ginny's wife, Eileen Carver, is also a beloved member of our BPS community, and we extend our deepest sympathy to her and other members of Ginny's family. For now, the BPS counseling team is available to the students and staff at Young Achievers and anyone else who needs the support. I also had the great fortune to attend this Saturday a beautiful virtual memorial service for Mr. Cox. Mr. Cox was such a deeply respected member of the BPS community. He started his career as an elementary teacher and spent decades working for BPS and Boston Housing Authority. He volunteered at the Nathan Hale School in Roxbury in recent years following his retirement. I got to watch a video of two students talking about how much of a difference Mr. Cox made in their life. And I heard testimony after testimony, an over 2-hour memorial service of folks who were just so blessed to have known him. It's just an amazing, amazing contribution that he has made. He formulated a policy and procedures within the Boston Public Schools as a result of the Garrity decision, and he is responsible for compliance of the 1974 ruling to desegregate Boston Public Schools. I am just so heartfelt for his contribution to this community and the love that was shown at the memorial service, and to all his family, friends, and colleagues. I want to just give a heartfelt appreciation from the BPS community for his legacy and for his commitment and his love of the children of this community. With that, I'm going to turn to some business items. I'm going to talk a little bit about this week. We were able to welcome back students on Monday. It was wonderful to see their joyous faces, visiting with their teachers and getting off of the buses. So many people to thank that put that together. The 4 schools that we were able to open up were the McKinley schools at all 3 campuses, the Carter School and Horace Mann schools, and the Henderson School for a select number of students. On Monday, I joined head of school Cindy Nelson in welcoming back students at the McKinleys. And then yesterday headed over to the Horace Mann to greet students and to thank teachers personally for their work, and did that with head of school Maritza Silberto. I look forward to visiting the Carter and the Henderson later this week, both of which I visited last month while they were open. I want to thank our educators and our staff for their incredible work to get our students back for in-person services that are critical to their health and well-being, and the services that they deserve and require for their continued development and progression. I also want to thank President Tang of the Boston's Teacher Union and Mayor Walsh for their leadership this past weekend in forging an agreement around some safety measures, some additional safety measures, additional air quality testing, additional medical grade PPE for some of our teachers that had requested it. Also for bringing our teachers closer to the COVID testing so that it was more convenient for them. And also more focus on our teaching and learning around some flexible scheduling for our teachers and the staff at those schools. I'm going to switch gears a little bit here and talk about a wonderful event that happened. As you know, we added additional LGBTQ specialists at the equity team this year, and we've been working to ensure our students are aware of some of the resources available to them during this difficult time. I'm very thankful to our equity team and our new LGBTQ and student support manager, DJ Rock, for hosting LGBTQ and virtual meet and greets for our students grades 6 through 12 this week. We had a session yesterday for grades 6 through 8, and we have on this evening for grades 9 through 10, and sessions tomorrow at 7 p.m. for grades 11 through 12. So check out our social media accounts and RSVP for tomorrow's session. In addition, we're partnering with the Boston Health Commission to offer free confidential sexual health care telehealth appointments for Boston Public School high school students. These appointments are open to all BPS high schoolers looking for sexual health information or with any concerns. We sent an email to our high school students today with details. More information is available at boston.y2connect.org. As the mother of a daughter who is lesbian, I am immensely grateful to be working in a community that values LGBTQ students, their health, and their well-being. Thank you to all of our staff and community partners for ensuring our students and staff stay healthy and informed. I want to talk a little bit about our COVID metrics and testing. I think it's important for our public health to all of us, it takes a whole village. I get asked the question often, when are students going to be able to return to school? And the best way for our students to return to school is for all of us to adhere to this public health guidance and to bring down the virus within the community. And we can only do that if we wear a mask, don't go out if we're not feeling well, wash our hands frequently, be very mindful when we gather with friends and with family, and make sure that we are getting tested regularly. The city's Boston has a lot of free testing around, and they have free mobile testing. There's free testing this week in East Boston, also at Central Square Park, and in Mattapan at the Jubilee Christian Church. In all, the city has over 30 testing sites throughout the city, and you can call 311, or you can go to boston.gov/coronavirus, or you can simply call 311. I want to thank Mayor Walsh and Chief of Human Services, Marty Martinez, for their incredible guidance and support to the Boston Public Schools and how they've managed this crisis throughout. I also want to inform the public about our virtual Fall Parent University Conference. This past Saturday, I was able to join in and listen in to the families, getting a lot of information about remote learning and general district updates, being able to ask questions and learn from one another about how they can help their children. Last week's conference was for families and students in elementary grades. And this Saturday, November 21st at 9:30, Parent University is going to host another conference. It's going to be focusing on supporting families of students in middle grades and high school with the challenges of learning remotely and navigating stress amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. Presenters and panelists are on hand to listen and share best practices, and then assist students and as they're trying to be successful in this new environment. Virtual meeting information to join is for Parent University this Saturday is available at bostonpublicsschools.org/Parent University. And I just have one final update on exam school admissions. We are getting ready now after our policy passed at the last meeting to begin hosting information sessions for parents. The first one is going to be on Monday, November 23rd at 5 p.m. And we'll be sharing the meeting details on our website shortly at bostonpublicsschools.org/exam and in an email to families and students in grades 6, 8, and 9 later this week. So look forward to those communications on exam school admissions. And finally, I just want to say to all of you and to all of our public, I hope you have a very happy Thanksgiving, but also again, please be smart, stay healthy, and be safe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Superintendent. I'd like to now open it up for questions from the committee. Mr. James, do you have any questions? Oh, I should say, sorry, if you have a question, can you raise your hand? I'm not usually in charge of the Zoom, so either raise your hand in the box or in the Zoom, and then I won't call you if you don't have questions. Okay, I see Ms. Robinson, you had your hand up?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Superintendent, for your report. Could you give us a little bit more detail about students coming back to the 4 schools? How many days are kids coming back for? What percentage of students and what percentage of teachers were also able to return?
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. We had 123 students of the 193 that were invited back. So it's a very small subset of students who have very complex needs and supports that are needed for them to continue to progress, and were unable to access remote learning. At the staff at the schools, most of the staff actually is back at the McKinley, at the Horace Mann, and at the Carter School. Much of the staff is back because that's the model that they had. And then in terms of the 2 days and the 4 days a week, many of the parents have chosen 4 days a week, and that would be the majority of the students coming back. There are some families, however, who have chosen to stick with just 2 days a week. So as we have always throughout this reopening, put a value on parent choice, that's still an option for families to either not come and stay in remote the whole way, or to come 2 days a week, or they can come 4 days a week.
So right now, the 4 programs have a total of 123 students combined.
That's that was in attendance on Monday.
Right. Were more invited, or when will more?
193 were expected.
Okay. So, but when you had opened originally, there were several thousand children, correct?
That's correct. We had 2,600 students across our 125 schools, but we have only 4 schools open now.
I see. Okay. And is that percentage about equal to what it was for those 4 schools when you were opened the first go round?
It's a little bit lower. It's a little bit lower. Yes, I think that there's still, with the heightened virus out within the community, I think we're still a little lower than what we had expected. We had expected 193 to show, and we had 120. I did not check the attendance for yesterday. I don't have that number right now. I can certainly get it for you. I do think as people become more comfortable with the additional safety protocols that we put in place, that they will be able to come back and be selecting to come back.
All righty, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Last call for questions. I didn't see anybody raise their hand. Okay, thank you. Mr. James, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Superintendent. My first question is, you mentioned that there's going to be information meetings pertaining to the new exam schools admission policy for students and parents on November 23rd. That's this upcoming Monday, correct?
Yes, it is.
And you said that you were going to be sending an email and posting the RSVP link on your website. I'm wondering if there's anything additional that your office can do to sort of have more outreach to students and parents to make sure that they're, maybe someone misses the email or doesn't think to go out their way to go on the website, just, to see how we can really reach out to those students and parents who are looking to send their kids to exam schools next school year and want to attend that information meeting. And then my second part to that question is, are there more information meetings, or is that the only one?
Yeah, there's more information meetings that will be happening throughout. The first one is Monday. I would love your ideas about how to get the word out to students, especially in social media and those sorts of ways. So if you have ideas, please make sure that you send those to me or Ms. Roberts, and we'll make sure that we incorporate those in our outreach plan.
Thank you. I'll make a note of that. And my second question is, will you be giving an update today on what exactly are the additional safety the additional safety measurements that you've implemented in the 4 schools that you've opened this week for students?
Yes, I mentioned those in my comments, but I can certainly share those again. They are additional medical grade PPE for teachers who are interested in having additional PPE above what's required for the state guidance or CDC guidance. They just feel more comfortable with additional medical grade PPE, so we were providing that. There's additional testing that we're doing on site for our teachers weekly, And we're doing that so that it's more convenient. We had testing for teachers at the Fenway site. They shared with us that that was inconvenient. So we are now doing that on site or very nearby their site. I think because of the 3 McKinleys, there might be a location that's more centrally located for those. We also are providing the air purifiers within the school buildings themselves, where there's not HVAC, and even where there is a HVAC at Horace Mann, we've provided some additional air purifiers there. We have done additional air monitoring and monitoring of the air quality based on an approach through an epidemiologist at Harvard, and looking at some of those air quality tests, working with our environmental team. We had done testing, but we had been asked to do additional testing by the teachers union. So we agreed to do that additional testing. And I'm trying to think if there's one more thing that we've done. But those were the major ones around additional safety.
Thank you. And the air quality index, is that being measured by an independent contractor?
That was with the Harvard group who came in and tested samples rooms of within those schools.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. James. Dr. Rivera?
Yes, thank you, Superintendent. I just had a question about, really just, I guess, a congratulations to Dr. Sylvia Romero, who is the new Assistant Superintendent for the Office of English Language Learners, and really excited about working with her. I wondered if you could give an update on if there's any other like staffing changes, or if we could get like an update on the organizational chart. I'm not sure if there's been some changes that we need some updates on.
Yeah, so we are so happy to welcome Dr. Romero Johnson. I couldn't remember if I had mentioned that in the last meeting that we had hired her and introduced her. I've been introducing her around and giving her a big bienvenido. Just super excited to have her with the team. And so I don't know if she's on in the room today, but I should make sure if I haven't introduced her, I want to make sure to do that. We did a press release and got that out to, I think last week. So very excited to have her. She comes from Madison. She has a very strong background in bilingual education and dual language programming, supporting immigrant families. And she's just a bundle of joy too. So she's great to be around and a really great team member. So she's going to be putting together and working with the community and the OEL task force in order to put together a plan, and hopefully we'll have that by the end of the year because it's a goal of mine. It's also in the DESE MOU that we address EL learners, and obviously it is something that is a top priority for this organization. As for other changes in the org chart at this time, I don't have any announcements for other changes within the org chart at this time.
Thank you. And again, just want to express the great congratulations to Alex Oliver Davila for being the first Latina chair of the Boston School Committee. It's really just great pride for many of us. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rivera. And now I'd like to pass it over to Mr. O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair. Superintendent, 2 quick things. First of all, thank you for your comments acknowledging the number of losses to the BPS community this year, and the folks that you spoke about. Thank you for sharing the great work that they did and how much they meant to BPS. And second of all, I'm pleased that you were able to reopen 4 schools for our most vulnerable students. I am concerned with the way the COVID positivity rate is going. When you look at it even by neighborhood across the city, how it continues to grow and how it's growing across the region and the country. I notice even New York City, which was the largest district in the country that was in open schools, and now switch back effective tomorrow to all their schools being closed. So I'm nervous about the direction it is going, and I want to make sure we're focused on our 55,000, 53,000, whatever the appropriate number is now, students who are learning remotely, and the challenges that they're facing as they're now coming up, you know, into the holiday, into the Thanksgiving season and that type of thing. How do we feel that is going? What are our numbers showing as far as students logging on being engaged? When will we have a sense of are students learning, or are they treading water, or unfortunately slipping behind in this sense? And I know you're doing a lot of work on this, so we're going to be talking about more in the future, but I can't let this opportunity go by right now when we're talking about 125 coming back to school, which is great. They're our most vulnerable, you know, I support it completely. But how are we feeling about our 53,000?
Yeah, and thank you, Mr. O'Neill, for that question. Of course, I want to bring all of our students back as soon as we possibly can, but of course we want it to be safe, and we also need clearance from the Boston Health Commission to be able to do that. And the governor came out Friday before last with some new measures and urging us all to open up schools and to get our kids back based on some of the science that he was looking at. I've got to say, that we have had from the federal government a lot of shifting information from, when to open, when not to open, what metric to use, what not to use. I talked to my fellow colleagues, urban superintendents across the nation, as you know, Mr. O'Neill, from the Council of Great City Schools, and many of them are very frustrated, like me, that we haven't had clear guidance from the federal government and leadership on these matters. And we're not even using the same measure. We're not even using the same measures across from town to town and state to state, which makes it much more confusing. And these different precautions and different ways and protocols and health and safety protocols, we should have a common measure, a common protocol nationally, and a national plan that helps school districts guide during this time. As for the way students are engaging, it's better than it was in the spring. I can tell you that we're having better engagement. The thing that's troubling to me, though, is that I still see little ones, pre-K through kinder, struggling. They're still struggling. And I think also our 10th, 11th, and 12th graders still struggling. There's a little bit of a sweet spot with the kids who are, grade 2, I'd say, to grade 7, who, are better and are gauging on the screens and can do that and keep their attention and focus. But when you get to the older kids, especially our 11th and 12th graders, our preschool kids and our kinders, they are really struggling to stay engaged. It's just, little 4-year-olds, they wiggle, right? It's hard to be on a screen. So we're trying to find all the ways that we can to keep them engaged, and teachers are learning from other teachers every day. But I think the loss is going to be great. I'm most worried about our preschool kids, and I'm sure Ms. Robinson knows, and I see her shaking her head, because you don't get these early years back. The first 300 years of a child's life, 300 days of a child's life are fundamental. And then the next 600 are incredible as well. So you have this early stage of development happening, and many of our students in childcare and in preschool, we're gonna have a lot of little ones behind that we're gonna have to catch up. The second and third groups that I'm very worried about are our EL learners, our SLIFE students, our students who have limited or interrupted formal education. That's also very concerning to me, and I want to get them back to school. And then our students with disabilities, and they deserve FAPE, and we have been limited in the services that we've been able to provide. We even tried to contract for services with some of our outside contractors, and they're only doing remote too. So we're not, even with the folks that we contract for services for, they're not even, the contractors that we hire are only doing remote. And so it's making it really a struggle for us to get services to our students with disabilities. So that's why it was so important to open for this small group. But it's even more important to open more broadly. Or just as important to open more broadly.
Thank you, Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. I also just want to, send condolences on behalf of all of the school committee for Ginny and her family. And Mr. Cox, many of us knew him, and we would have loved to have been there on Saturday as well, but many of us actually had a training, a state training on ethics that we all must go through. So I'm sorry we missed that, but we do acknowledge all of his contributions and his legacy. And seeing him at every OAG meeting, we'll miss seeing him, but we will remember him fondly. I just want to definitely applaud the LGBTQ specialists and the telehealth. Really important pieces to add. And thank you for acknowledging everything that you said, Superintendent, around, we're worried about everybody, but obviously there are students who need a little bit more. So thank you for acknowledging that. And we look forward to our retreat where we can dive more deeply into the plan around recovery and reimagining. And I also just want to say, in regards to the COVID testing, I also want to thank the city for all the testing, encourage people to get tested. And I want to acknowledge all of the workers out there who are doing the COVID testing. I was actually getting tested today. I stood outside for 2 hours in the freezing cold. There were so many people waiting to get tested. The Urban League did something with Harvard Street Neighborhood Health Center. And those were, that staff was out there for more than 2 hours, and it was like very freezing today. So I just want to acknowledge that. So thank you so much for your report. And if there's no other questions, I would just like to entertain a motion to receive the superintendent's report.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Sullivan, can you please call the roll?
Dr. Coleman,
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Rivera,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Ms. Oliver Davila.
Yes.
The superintendent's report is approved unanimously.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sullivan. We're going to now move on to general public comment, and I will hand it over to Ms. Sullivan.
Thank you, Ms. Oliver Davila. The public comment period is an opportunity for parents, students, and other concerned parties to make brief presentations to the school committee on pertinent school issues. Questions on specific school matters are not answered at this time, but are referred to the superintendent for a later response. Questions on specific policy matters are not answered at this time, but may be the subject of later discussion by the committee. We have 77 speakers this evening, so in accordance with school committee policy, time will be reduced to 2 minutes per person, and I will remind you when you have 30 seconds remaining. Those who require interpretation services will receive an additional 2 minutes. To our Spanish and Cantonese audience who are listening on a different Zoom channel, please listen to the English language channel when the public testimony is being translated from a non-English language. Speakers may not reassign their time to others. Large groups addressing the same topic are encouraged to consolidate their remarks or choose a spokesperson to provide testimony. Written testimony is appreciated and encouraged. Please state your name and affiliation before you begin. When I call your name, please raise your hand virtually in Zoom. Also, please make sure you are signed in to Zoom with the same name that you used to sign up for public comments, and that will allow us to identify you when it's your turn to testify. We'll begin this evening with Counselor Anissa Rasabi George. She'll be followed by Counselor Michelle Wu. Charlene Adams Pimentel, and Elizabeth McIntyre.
Thank you very much, everyone. Good evening, members of the school committee and Superintendent Cassellius. My name is Anitra Asaibi George. I'm an at-large Boston City Councilor, former teacher, and parent of 4 BPS students. I would like to begin by saying that during the last school committee meeting, the former chair's error was deeply upsetting to many, including myself. It was appropriate that he resigned and that the BPS and school committee are attempting to repair the damage. His error should not stop the necessary work that we have ahead of us. This month is National Homeless Youth Awareness Month. I applaud the work of the BPS Homeless Education Resource Network and the Family-Led Stability Pilot, which work together to support our homeless BPS students and help their families find stable housing. Ending youth homelessness and family homelessness will continue to be one of my top priorities. Last week was National School Psychologist Week. To all of the BPS school psychologists, I thank you and celebrate you. We need to hire more school psychologists across the district so that our students have easy access to therapy and so that mental health is destigmatized for everyone. This pandemic has taught us all that mental health is as foundational as physical health. I strongly urge that every step of the process to select the new school committee members will be more transparent than it has been in the past, including selecting the nominating committee members, the pool of nominees, and the new school committee members. We have an opportunity to do better by Boston and ensure that as many voices as necessary are heard and truly included in this process. Earlier this month, I filed a hearing order to review BPS curriculum and another hearing order on ethnic studies. I hope to hold this hearing on both topics on December 7th. Today, the council passed my home rule petition that will hopefully allow more educators and nurses to retire soon if they so choose. All of these efforts tackle different issues, but have a common purpose: to build a better Boston Public Schools. This pandemic has given us an opportunity to reflect on what is and what is not working in our school system. We know that increased transparency, communication, and language access make everything better for our families and staff. We know that having a full-time nurse in every school has been a critical improvement and will allow us to better handle in-person learning even after this pandemic is over. We know we need to have a full-time school psychologist and librarians in every school to fully fund inclusion classrooms and special education and to improve our facilities so they are safe and welcoming environments for every student. We also need to review our curriculum and ensure that our students are getting a high quality education in every classroom, in every neighborhood, in every school. I look forward to tackling all of these issues with the school committee and BPS community. Together, we can build a better Boston Public Schools. I'd like to also close in sharing my condolences for the family of Ginny Chalmers, BPS educator, retired principal of Young Achievers, and the wife of Eileen Carver, one of our BTU organizers who did pass away yesterday, and appreciate that you all spent some time this evening recognizing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Our next speaker is Counselor Michelle Wu.
Good evening, everyone. Congratulations and thank you to all the school committee members, and especially to our new chair, Oliver Davila, and to Mr. O'Neill for stepping up once again to serve in a leadership role. I want to thank you all and know how much you put in. I also want to appreciate the conversations at the beginning around restorative justice and the need to repair harm, especially after the last meeting. But just to note that, frankly, that was certainly not the first time that families have felt marginalized and unseen and unheard in our city structures, and we all need to do better on that. I want to report quickly back as a BPS parent that it is exhausting and frustrating, and I'm imploring everyone to put more options on the table when it comes to our students who need in-person services and youngest learners. My K2 5-year-old is struggling, and the teachers are doing the best they can. The school has been great, but 7+ hours on a screen every day has certainly taken a toll. I want to spend the most of my comments on the opening in the school committee. That I know this is not a direct vote that you all will have, but to use your platform wherever possible to influence this decision and think about a couple factors. First, that this is an opportunity to really continue to have more representation for our school communities, to ideally have a new member who represents the racial and ethnic communities that make up the majority of our district and our student, the multilingual representation, school-based experience, ideally a former student or a parent or guardian of someone not just from the exam schools, but from one of our traditional BPS high schools, to have that perspective represented. And most of all, for this committee, in using this opportunity to think about what should come along with that. Monthly listening sessions, so that parents and family members don't have to gather until midnight, these meetings to give their opinion, but in different parts of the city, a commitment to convert the district into an anti-racist school district, increased investment in translation and giving parents that chance. I think getting around creating more opportunities for parents and families to connect will help close the gaps around the urgency in some of these other issues where we frankly have not felt seen and heard and are not seeing all the needs met right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Counselor. Our next speaker is Charlene Adams Pimentel. I don't see you in our list of attendees, so if you're with us, Charlene, if you could please raise your hand virtually in Zoom to help us find you and unmute you. Charlene with us? Okay, our next speaker is Elizabeth McIntyre. She'll be followed by Roxy Harvey, Edith Bazile, and Charlie Kim. Ms. McIntyre?
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth McIntyre, and I'm a senior attorney from Greater Boston Legal Services. I'm here tonight on behalf of my clients, largely low-income students of color with disabilities. Earlier this afternoon, my colleagues at the Ed Law Project, Elizabeth Levitan and Michelle Scavangelli, along with attorney Ellen Seidemann and I, sent a letter to the district on behalf of 12 students with complex and significant needs who are unable to access remote learning. In this letter, we asked the district to develop an immediately actionable plan to offer all high-need students in-person learning. The district's failure to provide these students with in-person learning constitutes a violation of the Education Clause in the Massachusetts Constitution and Article 1 of the Massachusetts Declaration of Rights. The Ed Law Project's review of the COVID-19 learning plan submitted to DESE by districts across the Commonwealth found that 79% of white students in the Commonwealth have the opportunity for in-person learning, as opposed to 41% of students of color. Boston, as the largest district in Massachusetts, serving 85% students of color, has the chance to put a significant dent in this opportunity gap. Unfortunately, the 4 schools currently open for in-person learning disproportionately serve white students. The district is also violating federal law in 2 important ways. First, the district is failing to provide our clients with disabilities a free and appropriate public education. And second, the district is obligated to provide homeless students with an education, but many of our homeless clients do not have the technology or the space that would allow them to access remote learning, meaning that they too are unable to access their education. These failures are causing devastating harm to our clients. SH, who used to love to read and is now at a pre-K0 reading level. RT, who told his mother that he is too dumb for remote learning and has such intense anxiety headaches that he feels his brain is on fire. CP, who is living in a shelter whose mother began paying $100 of her $275 weekly income to send her child to a private program because although he used to love math, he is now writing numbers backwards and struggling even with basic math. We ask the district to develop a long overdue comprehensive plan to support our clients and all high-need students in the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Roxy Harvey.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Roxy Harvey, and I am the current chair of SPEDPAC. Some of our families can access remote learning, and we hope that the quality of it will improve significantly. But today I am advocating for the families of students with high needs who have chosen in-person learning for their children because it's what the children require and it's best for their overall well-being. In addition, I'm advocating for the students who have been waiting too long to get their evaluations done in order to qualify for the services they're entitled to. We have students who are identified and have chosen in-person learning services, and another group who is waiting to be identified in our district that I am here to remind everyone about because they seem to keep being forgotten. I continue to speak up for these issues because, as Gandhi's quote is saying, silence becomes cowardice when occasion demands speaking out the whole truth and acting accordingly. We need our district to act accordingly. It is not enough to provide in-person learning to 193 students in our district that's made up of 54,000 students. Students with high needs that were previously identified and chose in-person learning equated to less than 2,600. Yet thousands of these students continue to be unable to access remote learning and are not being offered any in-person learning options. As we know, even when our district is remote, every effort must be made to provide in-person learning to students with high needs. After 8 months, I can't say that we have made every single effort. We know our students are not causing the positivity rates to increase. Every day that Boston Public Schools denies our children in-person learning, they are causing them irreparable harm and denying their entitlement to faith. And this needs to stop. We continue to talk about the highest of the highest need, and this is causing the division among our families, where people are starting to question so-called invisible disabilities, and it becomes a fight, almost like the Hunger Games, fighting for these limited resources. This is a right to an education. Our families should not be questioning whether someone looks like they have a disability or has a higher need or who has more of a need. These are rights and services that these children are entitled to, and these families should not have to bicker and fight for. We need in-person services for, at a minimum, these 2,600 students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey. Our next speaker is Edith Bazile.
The Department of Elementary Secondary Education audit released earlier this year stated BPS's special education department is in, quote, systemic disarray, end of quote. Cindy Nielsen was the assistant superintendent for special education for 8 years, and these results are due to her failed leadership. Was she fired? No. She was appointed head of the McKinley Schools for special education day schools serving high needs, primarily Black and brown students, for whom the district receives over $70,000 per year per student. What do you get for $70,000 per student? Failure in astronomically high numbers, including suspensions, in-school arrest, DYS commitment, high dropout rates, low graduation rates, and 0 students going to 4-year public or private colleges. So who replaced Cindy Nielsen as assistant superintendent for special ed? You would think the district would want a highly qualified, experienced leader with a proven track record of success. Wrong again. The district appointed Ethan Diablemont Burns, no search committee, no screening, no selection committee, and shockingly, he had to get a special education waiver to take this job. Another example of white privilege. The tragedy of these appointments is the district's escalating failure of our most vulnerable students. BPS has squandered over 8 months, ignoring early plans for reopenings and recommendations proposed by the BTU, the school nurses, SPEDPAC, and others. Now the district is using a pecking order of privilege, giving less than 1% of students with high needs in-person learning. Black and brown students are left out. This is racism and ableism. You fired highly qualified bilingual, bicultural Black academic directors. We have no organizational chart, no district-wide strategy for delivering high quality content instruction. Stop firing highly qualified Black educators and appointing incompetent white people. That is how you become an anti-racist. In closing, Boston needs special education leadership that serves all students, not a select few with political connections who have the mayor on speed dial. It is exhausting for families to battle the pandemic and receive treatment that is dismissive and disrespectful from special education administrators who glare at you from a Zoom format. Stop cherry picking students and follow the DESE guidelines. Provide in-person learning for all of us.
Thank you, Ms. Bazile. Your time is up.
This is their civil right, their legal right, and their human right. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Bazile. Our next speaker is Charlie Kim, and he'll be followed by Rachel Meiselman, Alan Tien, and Kathleen Chardavoine. If you could please raise your hands virtually. Mr. Kim?
Good evening. My name is Charlie Kim. I'm a parent of 2 students in BPS. I'm also an executive board member of SPEDPAC and the chair of the school site committee at the Horseman School for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing. This is not my first or second or even third time I've come to you in the past 3 years to discuss the building situation at the Horseman. The Horseman is the only public option for students from K0 through 12 dedicated to the deaf and hard of hearing. We co-locate in a building with the Jackson Man and the BCYF in Alston Brighton. In April 2019, BPS announced the Alston building is not feasible for long-term occupation. On November 2nd, Superintendent Casilius told our community the Alston building will remain open through 2023 and that there is no future building plan for the Horace Mann. During these past few years, we were told by Mr. Lecanto, another senior school committee member, BPS CFO Mr. Nate Cooter, and Superintendent Caselius that BPS is committed to building a state-of-the-art school. As of today, there is no plan or an idea of a plan on how to get there. However, tonight I am coming with a light of hope to you as I look to the new school committee. This pandemic has shined a light on the inequities in BPS, and new leaders have risen up to advocate for those who need help. These leaders I am honored to collaborate with as we advocate for these families. These leaders include Principal Maritza Siliberto, members of the Boston Teachers Union at the Horace Mann, Roxy Harvey, the chair of SPEDPAC, Ruby Reyes, the director of the Boston Education Justice Alliance, and Counselor Michelle Wu. I learned from them what the true definition of equity is, and that advocacy must be about the students and the community. So I ask you, Ms. Oliver Davila, Dr. Rivera, Ms. Robinson, Dr. Coleman, Mr. Tran, please rise up and stand above the old status quo. Dig in, challenge BPS leadership, and hold them accountable. Ask them why a plan has not been set forth and help guide them to a plan for the Horace Mann. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. Our next speaker is Rachel Meiselman.
Hi, to the members of the Boston School Committee and the superintendent, I would like to say good evening. My name is Rachel Meiselman, and I am one of the founding directors of the Boston Parents Coalition for Academic Excellence. I am also a second generation, represent the second generation in my family of attending exam schools. The exam schools in Boston, from their respective beginnings, have always encouraged academic excellence and fostered intellectual strength. Whereas many universities around the nation tout their distinguished alumni, our beloved exam schools can point to theirs, founding fathers and leaders, even some pioneers in richly diverse fields. The secret to their collective success lies in their unique investment of their students, without regard to race or address. This investment has given rise to sound educational foundations and a peerless ability to think critically. Hence, the preservation of the singularity of the exam schools is critical, as these institutions play a pivotal role in shoring up Boston's well-deserved reputation as an intellectual mecca where tomorrow's leaders thrive. Nonetheless, the parallel concerns of inclusivity and the maintenance of extraordinary curricula cannot dovetail without the participation of the parents of exam school students. To that end, thought must be given to the establishment of a Parents Advisory Council to determine the best path forward. In addition, to ensure the clarity of future discussions, answers are respectfully sought to the following questions. In the SY20 budget, is there a one-year-only suspension of the MAP test? How will the $364,000 budgeted for the SY20 annual exam school administration be spent? Will that budget line for exam administration move to school year 2021? And finally, which office owns that number? I would like to thank the Boston School Committee for their time and attention, and I look forward to having fruitful conversations on this matter.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alan Tien.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about the exam school entrance. My name is Alan Tien, parent of current BPS student and the founding member of the Boston Parents Coalition of Academic Excellence. First, solely rely on GPA is not a fair and reliable measure of student aptitude. There are enormous variation in grading among Boston charter, parochial, and the traditional public schools. Also, there's not enough granularity between A+, A minus, B. There'll be a lot of ties in final GPA numbers. Then it will become a lottery to break those ties. Adding to the confusion, there's a GPA conversion issue from different schools. We all know the incident found out this August. 62 students have been mistakenly denied entry to the city's exam school over the last 2 school years. Third, there's also an issue for the 20% merit-based applicants. Students who do not get their preferred seat in the merit pool will be deferred to the zip code pool, where if they are involved a zip code, which only have 1 to 4 seats, they may not get any exam school seats. I can see the possibility that a student is not able to get any exam school in an unlucky situation. This is a very complicated invitation process. Along with all these confusions and unclear, many more serious mistakes might happen. Not only the issue I have previously stated. Will BPS have an internal auditing firm in order to monitor the process and clarify to the public how they will proceed? The public need GPA data for all the students, detailed GPA conversion criteria, and a detailed invitation process information. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kathleen Chattervoin. She'll be followed by Kelsey Brendel, Mike Heischman, Ruby Reyes, and Amy Wyeth. If you could please raise your hands. Kathleen?
Oh, good evening. And thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a native of Dorchester, a graduate of BLS, a resident of Charlestown, and the parent of 2 elementary school children in BPS. I support and commend the efforts to increase diversity at the exam schools. My goal tonight is to provide insights based on my analysis of the data on how the approved zip code allocation model could be improved prior to implementation. The first opportunity is to allocate seats based on qualified applicants rather than all school-age children. With this change, the model would better withstand both the legal challenge and the perception that this is a zip code lottery. On the legal challenge, all school-age children and race in Boston are highly correlated, suggesting that all school-age children is not race neutral. On the lottery perception, a model that awards the same top percentage of students access to the exam schools is preferable to the current model, which might, for example, award the top 49% of applicants in Mattapan an exam school seat, but only the top 26% of applicants in West Roxbury. The second opportunity to improve the model is to allocate seats across Boston's 15 neighborhoods rather than its 29 zip codes. There are 2 compelling reasons to consider this change. First, it would lessen or reverse the negative impact of the current model on low-income zip codes across the city, most notably in Mission Hill in Roxbury and in Fields Corner in Dorchester, both of which have a larger number of applicants and a lower number of school-age children than their neighborhoods as a whole. Second, although there are other selective high schools such as those in San Diego and Chicago that allocate seats based on geography, these seats are allocated across much larger geographical regions. Under the Boston model, you're allocating seats across 29 zip codes, 8 with fewer than 4 seats. This level of specificity precludes BPS from addressing serious implementation challenges with this model, which Alan Tian has already spoken to. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll look for your written comments as well. You can continue that. Thank you. Our next speaker is Kelsey Brendel.
Hi there. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and to the superintendent, as always, for coming and giving the updates that we really need and deserve as parents. This is also not my first rodeo in a meeting like this, but I'm here tonight to speak as a parent. Sorry, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
I can just hear somebody else talking, so I can't hear myself. Anyway, I am here
Interested, thank you.
as the parent of a 7-year-old high needs little boy. And I want to impress upon this group that this is in no way, again, about my son, but my closest example for what we are still not hitting the mark on is I wake up to every single morning. So I would say, having heard Mr. Tran speak at the beginning, I'm throwing away my canned remarks that sound foolish now, and I'm going to follow his lead and speak from my heart. And while I want to commend, again, the superintendent, the mayor, everyone who has devoted resources and time to reopening these 4 schools, I have to tell you, because my son is the perfect example, and multiply him times many thousands more. My son is not back in school. It is, again, not about him, but I was among, again, the original group of students prioritized as per the promises and commitments made by the district in the summer, the fall, now the winter, that if you had a high priority student that could not learn in any other way but in person, not to mention receiving services, which I continue to say, this is not just about an achievement gap. Students like my son, who has a feeding tube, a seizure disorder, is at this moment in a netted bed in my home office so that I can watch him while waiting to finish this call. I say this not to complain, but I am telling you, of the 123 students that went back to 4 schools, I am thrilled for them. They deserve to be there. But I need to tell you, the students who were slated at the very beginning to be high priority return students, again, with all of the reasons that we trusted the district to determine why they needed to be back, are still not back. And furthermore, we weren't even told that the original plan to receive them, including at one of those schools that opened, we were never told it actually wasn't going to happen at the end, nor were the volunteer teachers and occasional aides who did volunteer to come back. No one ever said, oh, actually, the plan has changed.
Ms. Brendel, I'm so sorry. I did give you additional time, but if you could wrap up your very important comments, I really appreciate it.
Yes, I thank you, and I apologize. The bottom line is we desperately still need a plan and cannot succumb to reopening fatigue. There are schools available now that are safe to reopen and those seats are not being allocated to our students. And my final remark is that the Boston Health Commission, we need an answer on why that piece is missing, why the Boston Health Commission has not gone to those places and made every available and safe seat available immediately to high needs students. They deserve it, we owe it to them, and there is simply no other way. Who is the person at the Health Commission who goes to pay a visit, put the rubber stamp on place? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mike Heischman.
Mike Heischman, Dorchester, member of Bezier. Some of my prepared remarks are out of date because of developments since the start of the meeting. However, I'm very pleased that there was a successful agreement with the BTU and the school committee on the return to schools for our highest need students. Those are my prepared remarks. However, I'm alarmed about the concerns raised by people who have testified before me. Obviously, we have to do a much better job. Before the pandemic, you've been willing year after year to send many of our children into deplorable buildings with insufficient resources. What progress have you been making, and what are your plans to create healthy, safe, and educationally sound facilities for all of our children? Today was another bad day of publicity in the Boston Globe. Members of the school committee have been caught behaving inappropriately. Instead of me adding some comments, I just want to say that I appreciate the comments that have been made by members of the school committee and the superintendents. Instead of adding my 2 cents, I want to address the larger issues of institutionalized racism and class repression that exists within the Boston Public Schools. At Boston School Committee meetings, you have excellent translation services for the ASL community and inadequate services for those parents and caregivers whose primary languages are not English. Those are my prepared remarks. I'm grateful that progress has been made to provide better translation services, and that must continue. I'm deeply worried about the budget. Given the unwillingness of the governor and the state legislature raise taxes on the wealthy, I'm fearful that you'll be forced to make damaging cuts to this year and an austerity budget for next year. On a happier note, I am thankful that we still live in a country where people of color, despite the obstacles, are able to vote. If only white people could vote, Trump would have been reelected.
Mr. Heischman, your time is up. I'm so sorry. If you can wrap it up, I'd really appreciate it.
I'll send in my full remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ruby Reyes.
Thank you. My name is Ruby Reyes, and I'm the director of the Boston Education Alliance. And I wanted to just say thank you for acknowledging the resignation of former chairperson Michael LoCanto for making racist comments regarding BPS families sharing testimony at the last school committee meeting. I can say for myself that he will not be missed. What I experienced of his leadership was a consistent abruptness with families who at sometimes struggle to find their words of urgency and desperation. I remember watching him call a police officer on a mother when she questioned him about the McCormick and BCLA merger. I am disappointed that it took a level of overt racism and neoliberal embarrassment for him to resign and not for his terrible leadership. What was even more disappointing was reading the text exchanges about the incident in the Boston Globe. Beja was going to ask the decision to revisit the donation of the McCormick School's green space to the Boys and Girls Club be revisited because one of the 3 votes that passed it was LoCanto. However, now I ask this vote be revisited because the judgment of how to manage racism is questionable when it comes to the leadership of this body, most especially the other 2 votes that passed the decision, Alex Oliver Davila and Michael O'Neill, who supported and provided excuses to LoCanto. The elitism and racism that permeates BPS is evident in your decisions. What gets prioritized or not is consistently felt by families of color across the district. This requires strong leadership and visionary thinking, not a response of yikes, which is what Dr. Cassellius texts LoCanto about his racist comments. As we enter the 9th month of the pandemic with only 120 students with high needs receiving in-person services and online learning continuing to need professional development and strengthening, there are really no words for the frustration and desperation families are experiencing. There are no words for the mismanagement of this crisis. LoCanto's resignation is a gift. What you should do with this gift is reconsider the vote of the McCormick Green Space because we all know this decision was tainted by racism and the complete disregard for the voices and needs of the majority Black and Latino school community. This is also evident in your process in the 3 votes.
Ms. Reyes, I'm so sorry. Your time is up. If you could wrap it up, I'd so appreciate it. Thank you.
This is unlike the exam school vote, which was unanimous and widely supported by the vast majority of BPS families in the school committee. Continuing as you are is clearly not working. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Amy Wyeth, and she'll be followed by Balaji Almasori, Corey Zangbot, Fuan Wen, and Jeff Parks. If you could please raise your hand virtually. Ms. Wyeth?
Hi, thank you so much. Hello, school committee members. I'm Amy Wyeth. I'm one of the parent council co-chairs at the Edward M. Kennedy for Health Academy for Health Careers. Thank you for allowing me time to make this testimony on behalf of the school. My son Renee is in 10th grade, and EMK is a great school that trains students in core subjects and also offers health assisting classes and trains students for certified nursing assistant and EMT certifications. The school has a 95% graduation rate and a student body that is 96% racial minority. BPS has asked us to expand from the current 9 to 12 to a 7 to 12 school. Of course, Boston schools are almost totally in remote learning right now. EMK teachers and staff have done a wonderful job overcoming difficulties during the pandemic. My request to you is inspired by the racial inequities which have become more prominent and pronounced during this pandemic. Please consider the needs of EMK students when they return. Students need safe, up-to-code, and welcoming environments in which to learn. They will do better if they feel like they are part of a community. Our students are currently housed in a non-remote situation in 2 buildings in the Boston Hospital District, more than a mile apart. They cannot form a cohesive student body go to gym class, or attend assemblies together. Neither building has a gym or auditorium, although these spaces are leased from other entities. Ironically, our 11th and 12th grade students currently learn in a repurposed gymnasium.
20 seconds.
Neither of the buildings has a library or ADA compliant elevator, and the 11th and 12th grade students must travel to a different building to take certification trainings in accredited space. We know that the school district is aware of our building's deficiencies and hope to work with you to achieve our dream of a better new facility that will house all of our students and staff under one roof. They all work hard, achieve a lot, and deserve a facility that is better than what they have. We need to focus on addressing these inequities now so we can avoid playing catch up later on. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bolaji Omasori.
Hi, everyone. My name is Bolaji Omishori. I'm a co-chair of EMK, and I'm also in support of a new building for EMK. Just like Emmy said, the school is in two different parts, and at the moment, we can go in for in-person learning because the Northeastern University space is not sufficient and is not conducive for our children. There is no window, there is no distance apart, no carpet, no ventilator. And I also know the superintendent came and he was on a visit. He could attest to it that the building is not conducive for learning. So we are looking at some areas whereby the possibly can help us. As a science school, we need to be close to resources and internship program. And it's very important to look at a new building before our students could come back to school. So we are proposing for the superintendent and the committee that identifying and negotiating the appropriate space on the NU campus or in Longwood Medical Area to house the entire school grade 9 to 12, creating a combined and unified student body. Also, increasing dual enrollment at Roseberry Community College with EMK buildings to co-host both campuses. This will also be of help. And also we're looking at combining city pilot and non-pilot of Northeastern and hospitals to help to look at a very closer space for the school. One of the disadvantages of we having a separate schools is that there is no interaction and there's no mentorship between the seniors and the junior. Also, there is no facilities for lunch, and there is no interaction between the 9th and the 12th grade. So we're really appreciate if you can look at it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Corey Zangbot.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and other committee members. My name is Corey Zengabot. I'm a resident of Charlestown, where my daughter is a K-1 student at the Harvard Kent. I'm also a former public servant, having worked for 6 years at the Boston Planning and Development Agency, and have now joined a growing coalition of families called Voices for BPS Families. Our ask is simple and supported by public health experts. We want kids back in school, starting with the highest need students and stepping down to include our littlest learners. These are students that should not and cannot be spending countless hours a day on Zoom and whom do not learn well in a virtual environment. I'm not alone in pointing out the absurdity in allowing indoor dining before schooling for our kids. This is a short-sighted view with potentially disastrous long-term impacts and deeply inequitable given that BPS serves a majority of students of color. What is so painful for parents at this point in time is the urgency of spring seems to have evaporated. In the past 9 months, the city of the Boston nation has accomplished so much. We built a field hospital at the convention center, created a resiliency fund to give financial relief to small businesses, enacted eviction protection, made a push to fill out the census, streamlined and expanded permitting for outdoor dining, elected a new president, thank God, and produced not 1 but 2 vaccines. But you know what Boston has not been able to do? Get its kids back to school, particularly those high need students and our littlest learners. The Boston I know and worked for is better than that. We support creative solutions like using facilities outside the BPS footprint, but also practical solutions like pooled testing, a solution that has allowed Somerville and Medford and other municipalities to accelerate their timeline for returning kids to school. No one thing is going to eliminate risk, but the combination of health and safety measures makes returning to school possible and safe, just as it has for businesses and universities and private schools throughout Boston. Our economy is and will suffer, but it will recover. But you know what may never recover? Many of these children. When the COVID story is finally written, what perhaps might be the greatest tragedy are the cohort of students that have been negatively impacted or left behind, who are put aside while our leaders put politics ahead of our kids and our BPS families. BPS, we need a plan and we need it now.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Feng Wen.
Good evening. My name is Feng Wen, and I'm currently a para K2 SEI class at the Mather Elementary School. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to talk about the Vietnamese dual language program at the Mather. This is my 4th year working at the Mather. I am connected with a lot of people in my Vietnamese community. For them, it is very important for their children to learn English as quickly as possible because they always communicate in Vietnamese at home. So parents' priority is learning English at school. Within 4 years here, I found out the kids are very successful with SEI programs. For example, I have a niece coming from Vietnam last year, and she started school in SEI class at the Mather with a Vietnamese teacher. After a year, she learned English very well and succeeded in reading and writing English. After only 1 year, she mainstreamed in regular class. That's how quickly she can learn English through SEI program. Her parents and her family and herself are very happy, and now my niece loves school so much. I strongly believe in the benefits of SEI program, and I hope that it remains at the Mather School because that is what the families want. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeff Parks.
Thank you. I'm a 3rd grade teacher at the Mather Elementary, and I have the honor of teaching that wonderful child that she just spoke of. After another challenging week of rising cases while navigating remote learning, the Mather community was informed for the first time that a Vietnamese dual language program would start next year at our school in a classic Friday evening news dump. This is just another example of the current BPS administration's disrespect for families and teachers when making decisions for families and teachers. You claim that both were involved in the process, and from discussion with my colleagues, I learned a few teachers and parents joined an information meeting here and there, but were not listened to or given a voice to provide meaningful feedback. Once again, district leaders failed to demonstrate the same practices that they demand of BPS teachers. In my classroom, if I want my students to be involved in the learning, they need time to ask questions, give feedback, and process the information in a safe space. In stark contrast, what happened was our admin heard about it 2 weeks ago after the decision had already been made. None of the staff knew this was decided until the email was sent on Friday, 11/13 at 5:57 p.m., and families were just as confused and blindsided with this information, clearly not being asked to collaborate in this process. Considering the rollout of events that took place, this is how I interpreted the email from Superintendent Cassellius. I have made this decision for you, your families, your students, and your staff. When other schools said no, I figured I could force it on you and your school because people won't speak up about it. When families in other schools asked for an option for Vietnamese dual language, I decided we should take away the already successful SEI program and try this new thing without any discussion. I hope you figure it out. That is the level of disrespect the staff and admin feels being bombarded with this news. Another top-down forced measure will prove ineffective without the support of families and staff, further increasing the inequities between school communities and continuing to marginalize our school population. I request that you put this decision on pause until the families, admin, and staff of the Mather are able to discuss, process, and decide if this would be beneficial for our school. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Our next speakers are Songkla Win, Leah Antoinette, Serena, Stephen Van Dyke, and Kathleen Lyons. If you could please raise your hands virtually in Zoom. Ms. Win?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Song Klung Wen, 2nd grade SEI teacher at the Mather.
I'm here tonight to oppose the district's decision to replace our current SEI program. I've served the Vietnamese families at the Mather for the past 11 years. I went into this profession because of the lack of support I received as a child growing up. From the culture shock of schools, lack of language acquisition support, and lack of parent and school communication because my parents didn't speak English, it was something I'm very familiar with, a personal truth that I'm used to. I serve BPS and our Vietnamese students who are English language learners. As their teacher, I can recognize the linguistic structural differences in the Vietnamese language compared to English. I intentionally plan and explicitly teach literacy skills that corresponds to the development of their L1 to L2 transference. This supports language acquisition and literacy proficiency. The English language is the complete opposite in sentence structures. There are no plurals, no tenses. I bridge the gap in parent communication for families who do not speak English. I highlight and share pride in our culture. I teach with all my heart and passion and grit because I believe in this work and the impacts it makes for the families. I believe in the literacy support and gradual release it provides students. The SI model at the Mather works. You can see how it works with the number of students that gets mainstream every year. This is indisputable data. I'm here to voice, advocate, and ensure that these children and their families get the opportunity to receive a fair and equal chance at an education that meets their needs. This program is essential for our students, and replacing it with a Vietnamese dual language program is a disservice and a disregard of our students' needs. Our students in front of us, our current Mather students. I asked the school committee to grant our request to maintain our Vietnamese SEI program. Thank you for giving me this time and space.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Leah Antoinette Serena.
Hello, my name is Leah Serena, and I am a proud alumni and educator at the Mather Elementary School. Friday evening, I logged off of my computer and sat on my couch deciding I would unplug for the night after a long week of trying to adjust to this new world we're living in after our 4:20 dismissal time, a dismissal time that the Mather community has been desperately asking to end without any response for the district. But at 5:57, I received an email sharing the quote, exciting news of a dual language program entering the Mather community and replacing our current SEI program. As the union rep, a colleague, and a friend, I immediately went into response mode. My immediate thoughts were, wait, did I miss something? No way something so huge would happen without my knowledge. I did not think that a decision so big could have possibly been made without at least the knowledge of our SEI teachers. Our 3rd and 4th grade SEI teachers have been dedicated to our school for at least 20 years. Our K2 and 2nd grade SEI teachers, at least 10 years. They had to have known this, right? We wouldn't blindside them this way, right? I immediately sent out texts and phone calls with immediate no's. Not a single educator, not even the ones whose careers would be impacted firsthand, not a single family in the Mather community was aware of this program change before we found out in a Friday night email. I'm not sure if I was truly shocked or if this was just another example of the district's continued lack of transparency. I was looking at the Boston Public Schools strategic vision and I found myself laughing, wondering if we're really holding ourselves accountable for our plans. I looked at 2 of our commitments. Number 3, amplify all voices, share decision-making, mutual accountability and partnerships. And I quote, student families and communities are partners in the decisions made and the services of our students' social, emotional, and academic development. I'm confused at where we amplified all voices when the decisions were being made. I think we see here tonight that students, families, and the community of the Mather were not part of this decision. Commitment 5, cultivate trust. And again, I quote, we will successfully pursue operational excellence by identifying performance challenges and implementing solutions that address efficiencies and effectiveness, addressing the areas where we help reestablish and trust with students, families, educators, leaders, and community stakeholders.
Hi, Ms. Serena, I'm so sorry, but your time is up. Would you please wrap up your very important testimony? Thank you so much.
I am wondering how the district plans on rolling out a plan to effectively create a dual language Vietnamese program next year when you do not have our trust. I urge you to pull back on this decision and truly commit to amplify all voices and cultivate our voices.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stephen Van Dyke.
Why would I need energy? All I do is sit here all day. That's what my son, who's in K2 in BPS, said to me the other morning when I encouraged him to eat his breakfast. it feels like a million miles from K1. I remember how grateful we all were to get into BPS. I remember the first day with his teacher, meeting his teacher there, where he, like all the other kids, they were hiding behind our legs. But I saw as he started to get to know his teacher, who was wonderful, and his classmates, he blossomed there. And we couldn't have been more proud and grateful to be part of this community. I continue to be grateful this year. I was grateful when we received a call from his K2 teacher and saw how passionate she was and saw how much she cared about him. But it's not enough. And I have seen this year that you can hold in yourself two very strong emotions, gratefulness and disappointment. And I'm extremely disappointed to see that the Boston Public School System is failing children. And it's because I feel that they've lost focus on those children that I joined Voices for BPS Families. I see it in the tangible things, such as falling behind, that I see my son falling behind in areas where he was doing well in the spring, and I'm going to take off time from work. I realize not everyone has that privilege to try to help him with that. And I see it in the intangibles, like today as I supervise him on Wonderful Wednesday at school, and he falls apart over small things that he doesn't usually fall apart over. I see the stress in him. And I see that that may have an impact on how we view school, and that saddens me. And I think about the kids that have it so much more difficult. In my work as a public defender, when I ask my clients, who I'm appointed to represent, indigent clients who can't afford a defense at arraignment, how far did you go in school? What's the most common answer? 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade, but didn't graduate. I worry that down the road, when I ask them why they left school, they're going to say to me, Steve.
Mr. Van Dyke, I'm so sorry. Your time is up. Would you mind wrapping up your very important testimony? Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time. I just wanted to say that I think that a foreseeable consequence of what's happening is that those clients that I meet, those intelligent clients that could have succeeded, will tell me that the reason that they left school was because of COVID. Do you remember what happened during COVID? Don't forget about them. Don't leave the children behind. If you wanted to get them back in school, you could. If it was that much of a priority, you could move mountains, and I know you can do it.
Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Kathleen Lyons, and she'll be followed by Doris Yepes, Marcy Carmody, and Sonia Medina. Ms. Lyons?
My name is Katie Lyons, and I'm a literacy coach at the Mather Elementary School. This isn't the first time the district has pushed the Mather to implement programs and policies that were ill-prepared, damaging, and not communicated clearly to families and teachers. There's no shock to learn that meetings are happening behind the scenes without families or staff. The shock this time comes from the timing of creating something new in a pandemic, the abrupt expectation to implement next year, and reading all of it in an email. This year, in the midst of constant uncertainty, we've been tasked with working to close the Mather's achievement gap that exists between our students with disabilities and our students without. This has been a problem in practice for years and is where all attention and district support should be. Instead of taking this time to really think about the implications of remote learning on our students with highest needs, the district is investing their time and energy creating something new without any input from the community it will most impact. This shift will take away from those that need it most and place emphasis on designing something new while undoing one area where we have great success. The 2019 ELA MCAS showed that our ELLs and former ALs outperformed the district and state. The data that shows students getting mainstreamed also shows that our SEI program works. Shifting focus from students with disabilities to creating something new without information, materials, or opportunities for feedback from family members will fail all of our students. To learn that other schools had informational sessions, processing time, and a vote about dual language as an option at their school reinforces that this is a setup. The Mather community has been denied these conversations. This denial is a clear example of BPS perpetuating systemic racism and destroying trust. In a time when we don't know when it will be safe for all of us to be back in the building, it is not a time to be dreaming up a new program. The readjustment back to school for children is unpredictable. Students need to return back to school that is familiar and supportive of their social, emotional, and academic needs. The best way to support those transitions are to have a return to familiarity with teachers ready and capable to support that adjustment. Throwing together a vastly different program with no input or support from those expected to implement it is a recipe for failure of our children and their families. I urge you to stop this implementation of the dual language program at the Mather. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lyons. Our next speaker is Doris Yepes. Is Doris with us?
I'm here, sorry. Hello, community. My name is Doris Yepes. I'm the mother of a hard to hear child from the Horace Mann School. I'm coming to this community today to ask you for answers and for help, mostly for help for my son, Edward. A little history, 30 years ago, our school was put on the Jackson Mann building with the promise that one day they will have their own school and their own establishment. 20 years later, they still haven't done that. Unfortunately, when this new commissioner started, her position came to our meetings, parent meetings, and made us believe that we were going to have answers to our commitment to have a building for our students. I understand our students have special needs, and every student deserves their place, but I just want you to realize how our students have to fight every day against the system, and now they also have to fight their community. The Jackson Mann was given the ideal to be able to have and keep their building. They gave us a promise that we was going to have a building in Charlestown, and now that was taken away from us. And this time that we have talking about equality, everybody seems to have their own community, their own place, Charlestown, Austin, Brighton, but no one has, or we feel as a community that we don't have a place to be. And I just want you to please bring into your agenda the fact that our community is a strong community, and every school deserves the best, and our children are special. Our children's fighting every day, and it's not fair that they have to also fight the system that they have.
Your time is up. If you don't mind wrapping up, I'd really appreciate it.
All right, and the inequality that is hard for this community, and I hope that you guys put us in your agenda. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marcy Carmody, followed by Sonia Medina, Zeomara Garcia, and Josefina Burgos. Ms. Carmody?
Thank you, Boston School Committee, for allowing me this opportunity to speak. My name is Marcy Carmody. I'm a Charlestown resident, and I am part of an advocacy group, Voices for BPS Families. I have 3 children in BPS schools. I'm here today to fight for my son and to fight for the other high priority BPS children who, like him, were able to return to school only to be told with less than a day's notice that he could not return. I've been fighting for him his whole life. I was devastated when at 3 years old, he was diagnosed on the autism spectrum. For the next 8 years, I fought for him to get the services and supports he needed. I fought with insurance companies, service providers, schools, doctors, but it was worth it. In these last 8 years, he has made a huge amount of progress and gained valuable skills, many of which I attribute to his time in BPS schools. It is a travesty to see him losing those skills that he fought so hard for with remote learning. I am asking that he, along with the other high priority kids, be able to return to school. Families of 2,600 kids felt safe with their student returning. This means 1,300 children on any given day. This is less than 3% capacity of school buildings. If restaurants, gyms, casinos, nail salons can be opened at a reduced capacity, BPS should be able to open up at less than 3% to serve the high priority students. Many of these students cannot learn on Zoom, are not receiving FAPE, are not getting their services, and they are suffering. I want to hear from BPS that my son is going back, along with all of the other high priority in-person students. And this time, I am okay if I am not given any notice. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move on to our Spanish speaking people who are testifying. So if the Spanish interpreter and those who will be testifying in Spanish want to listen, can please move over to the English language channel for this portion of the meeting. That would be appreciated. We'll begin with Sonia Medina, followed by Zayamara Garcia and Josefina Burgos. Ms. Medina.
Aló.
Good evening.
Ok. Buenas tardes, buenas noches a todos y a todas. Gracias por la oportunidad que me dan de poder expresarme. Aló. ¿Sí? Ok. Mi nombre es Sonia Medina, soy de República Dominicana. Tengo 2 niños, uno de 10 años que está en 5º grado en la escuela Ocean Garden. ¿Sigo? Okay. Mi segundo hijo tiene 13 años y está en 7º grado y está en la escuela Ocean Garden. ¿Me está escuchando, intérprete? ¿Intérprete?
Juan or Luz?
Ok, usted, ok. Necesitamos más apoyo para nuestros hijos y familias. Los estudiantes de educación especial son los más afectados, ya que la comunicación y cada día es más crítica. Hello. ¿Me escuchan? Ok. Mis 2 hijos tienen un IP. Este ha sido un año muy desafiante, ya que estamos pasando por esta pandemia que cada día aumenta más. Entre la familia y la escuela ya no tienen suficiente personal. Aló.
Hola, ¿está Juan o Luz ahí para traducir?
Ok. Ok.
Señora, no sé qué está pasando, pero a ver si puedo traducir un poquito. Hi, everyone. I'm not sure what is happening, but I'll just temporarily translate until we figure out what's happening.
If I may, Madam Chair,
Yes.
I believe the reason why we cannot hear is because at the bottom of the Zoom screen, there is a world icon saying interpretation. If you click on that and you press English, then you will be able to hear the person making the public comment in the translated language.
Thank you so much, Mr. James. I totally missed that. Thank you. Okay, great. Sigue, por favor. Mil disculpas.
Aló. Aló. ¿Me
Sí,
escucha? Oh my God.
sí, se escucha. Mil disculpas, señora Medina. Si puede
Ok.
continuar, eso fue mi culpa. Si puede
Ok.
continuar, muchas gracias.
Ok, ok. Mi segundo hijo tiene 13 años y está en 7º grado en la escuela Ocean Garden. Mis 2 niños tienen un IP. Este ha sido un año muy desafiante, ya que estamos pasando por esta pandemia que cada día aumenta más. Necesitamos más apoyo para nuestros hijos y familias. Los estudiantes de educación especial son los más afectados, ya que la comunicación es cada día más crítica entre la familia y la escuela, ya que no tenemos suficiente personal para brindar información sobre cómo vamos a trabajar con esos niños que en estos momentos necesitan más apoyo social y emocional, y también esos niños que necesitan terapias físicas. Le pregunto a este comité que está aquí presente, ¿cómo podría la escuela brindar apoyo a esos niños y familias si no tienen un personal completo, ya que la escuela Ocean Garden no tiene suficiente psicólogo y poco trabajador social, sin suficiente personal para apoyar a la familia. Creo que no se puede hablar de una buena educación positiva y constructiva si no tenemos suficiente personal académico en un solo psicólogo. Estos momentos que tantos niños y familias están pasando por tantos problemas socioemocionales, psicológicos y ansiedad y problemas mentales.
Señora
Yo defiendo-
Medina, ya pasó su tiempo. Si puede terminar, muchas gracias.
Ok, gracias.
Thank you. Ms. Medina, since we couldn't hear the full translation of your comments, if you could please email them to my attention in either English or Spanish, and we will translate them and share them with the full committee. Thank you.
I would just like to just say what she said. I know I would just like to share, she has children at Orchard Gardens, a 5th grader and a 7th grader. And essentially what she is saying at Orchard Gardens, what she's saying is that SPED families.
Adriel.
Señora, todavía usted está. Ok, gracias. La podemos oír. So what she was saying is that SPED families need more supports and that as COVID rates go up, there's a lot of things happening where young people need more supports, social, emotional, also as well as therapy, and basically that there's just not enough staff at at Orchard Gardens, and there's not enough social workers, et cetera, to support families. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Xiomara Garcia.
I'm here. Buenas noches, les quiero agradecer que hayan ofrecido interpretación a la comunidad hispanohablante, pero hubieron muchos problemas con el audio. Les pido que para la próxima ocasión tomen el gesto de verificar todo y que todo funcione correctamente, por favor. Mi nombre es Xiomara García, madre de 2 niños que asisten a las escuelas públicas de Boston. También pertenezco a la comunidad de padres de San Steven. Como componentes del distrito escolar, saben con qué presupuesto cuenta cada escuela y también creo que deben de saber las necesidades que tiene cada plantel escolar. Sabemos que nuestras escuelas no están preparadas ni aptas para recibir estudiantes en estos momentos. Y esto se debe al lento proceso que han realizado al no asignar fondos en las áreas de prioridad. El presupuesto monetario está, pero la acción no la vemos, la cual consiste en solucionar esas necesidades que tienen las escuelas públicas de Boston. Por ejemplo, dentro de los planteles escolares, se necesitan mejores trabajos de infraestructura, más personal académico, de limpieza y socioemocional. Hemos visto los planes que han confeccionado para retornar un inicio de clase, pero en este proceso se ha visto lacerado por los altos casos de COVID que han surgido en nuestra comunidad. Han ofrecido planes y medidas de salud y seguridad para la población estudiantil, regular y especial, quienes serían los primeros en asistir a las escuelas presencialmente, pero ¿qué nos han dicho del plan para el transporte escolar? Como madre, yo les sugiero que cada presupuesto otorgado a las escuelas piensen en el transporte escolar. Es decir, quiero que cada autobús escolar cumpla con las medidas de higiene que requiere el Departamento de Salud, que se asigne un monitor para que se pueda vigilar la distancia entre los estudiantes, que cada autobús escolar tenga un protector de acrílico para asegurar el distanciamiento entre choferes y estudiantes. Buena ventilación, que cada chofer y monitor se le realice la prueba del COVID periódicamente. También que cuando cada estudiante aborde el bus, se le tome la temperatura y se le suministre desinfectante de manos. Insisto, el transporte escolar es muy importante para todos aquellos estudiantes que no tienen otra manera de cómo llegar a sus escuelas. Por eso no deben de olvidar esto dentro del presupuesto. De esta manera es como se debería administrar el presupuesto escolar, cubriendo y solucionando cada necesidad escolar que pudiera, de una manera u otra, afectar el aprovechamiento académico de nuestra futura generación. Espero que tomen esto en consideración y gracias por la oportunidad de ser escuchada.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Josefina Burgos.
Hello. Welcome. ¿Me escuchan? Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Josefina Burgos. Tengo una niña que asiste a la Russell Elementary School. Recuerdo la primera vez que asistí a una reunión en dicha escuela, la cual todo fue tratado en el idioma inglés. Por lo tanto, no pude comprender al 100% lo que se estaba hablando allí. Me sentía totalmente en el aire y sin poder preguntarle a nadie de qué se trataba. Me sentí muy indignada e impotente. Es por esto que me gustaría que en esa escuela haya interpretación en español, para que de este modo nosotros, la comunidad hispanohablante, tengamos una participación más activa y de esta manera poder involucrarnos más en las actividades de dicha escuela, porque nosotros también tenemos derecho a escuchar y a ser escuchados. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Ms. Burgos. Our next speaker is Iris Diaz. Ms. Diaz?
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Iris Díaz. Me dirijo a las autoridades del BPS por el clamor de todas las escuelas públicas de Boston, incluyendo la escuela de mi hijo, Blaston School, para que tomen en cuenta las necesidades y debilidades de los planteles educativos. Necesitamos un presupuesto para cada escuela equitativo y dependiendo de cada comunidad y necesidades, tales como más maestros en las aulas, de ser posible el regreso a clases presenciales, seguridad escolar, alimentos de mejor calidad, mejores condiciones de higiene en los baños y comedores escolares, separación de puertas y ventanas. Sé que no es fácil para el distrito educativo en esta circunstancia de pandemia. Quiero decirle que nosotros los padres y educadores necesitamos que tomen en cuenta para poder tener equidad racial y que las voces tanto de padres, maestros, estudiantes se escuchen. Cada escuela tiene un Sign Council Meeting. Quiero finalizar con esto. Utilicen a este grupo para que cada escuela pueda estar representada a la realidad, porque cada escuela tiene necesidades diferentes que deben ser.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mariosca Medina.
Buenas noches. Buenas noches, ¿me escuchan? Buenas noches.
Sí, señora, la escuchamos. Mil disculpas. Continúa, por favor.
Buenas noches, como ya dijeron, mi nombre es Mariosca Medina. Quiero darle las gracias por la oportunidad que me brindan. Quiero darle las gracias porque por lo que veo, pudieron usar diferentes tipos de interpretación y me siento muy agradecida por este gesto. Tengo dos niñas en la Herley School que asisten. Tengo dos niñas en la Herley. Estoy aquí para abogar por la educación de nuestros hijos. Quiero sugerir al distrito educativo aquí presente que a la hora de establecer un plan, piensen en lo siguiente, el tema de los ventiladores. Escuché que hablaron sobre ello, pero debo reiterar, como madre que soy, el sistema de ventilación, mejorar las ventilaciones que tienen las escuelas públicas en estos momentos. Le puedo sugerir algunas de ellas, la Blaston, la Curley, la Ocean Garden, la Condon, la Fredely y entre otras. Pienso que un sistema de ventilación adecuado es bien importante para los planteles debido a la situación actual de salud. Quiero levantar mi voz y que piensen en el sistema de ventilación adecuado, no tan solo que protegen a nuestros niños, sino también a nuestro staff. Le doy las gracias por darme la oportunidad y que pasen buenas noches.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I just want to take a minute and just acknowledge that this is the first time that we're actually doing this simultaneous translation. So I apologize to everybody. If you can please bear with us, we will be adjusting. Quiero darle disculpas porque esta es la primera vez que estamos haciendo esta interpretación al mismo tiempo. So lo que vamos a hacer es continuar y vamos a asegurar que todo lo que están diciendo se comunique con el comité. Y de nuevo, disculpas, es nuestra primera vez y la próxima será mejor. So what I suggest is we will let folks continue to testify, and for school committee, we will make sure to get these translated to get to you after the meeting so you can still read, because there was some really important testimony, including some parents who talked about actually having meetings in Spanish and for it to be translated and how important that was to them. And I want to make sure that we don't miss any of that. So I apologize, everybody. We are all learning here. So please, some patience as we figure it out moving forward. So thank you so much.
I wonder, Madam Chair, if we could have the speakers speak and then the interpreter
Yes,
speak.
I
We could just cadence it a little bit more. I think we could hear it a little bit better.
Yes, I don't know who.
And maybe Rhiannon, also there's a button at the bottom that says, we picked the English, but then it's unmute original audio. I don't know if that helps us to hear the English only or the Spanish only, or how we hear it.
Brenda, that's a really good tip. Thanks for bringing that up. I would definitely suggest that the panelists or the attendees state their piece, and then we make sure that we're all switched on the English channel to hear the testimony back from the interpreter. So we do want to allocate for that extra time.
Okay, thank you. You can go ahead. Sorry, Ms. Sullivan, to interrupt you, please.
No, thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Our next speaker is Stephanie Almanzar.
Hello.
Hello.
Buenas noches.
¿Me escuchan?
Sí.
Ok. Muy buenas noches. Mi nombre es Stephanie Almanzar y soy coordinadora de padres de San Steven. Quiero primeramente agradecer a este FOS por haber puesto la interpretación en español desde el comienzo de esta reunión. Estamos muy agradecidos la comunidad hispanohablante porque escucharon esta petición de haber puesto la interpretación primeramente. Hoy vengo aquí con una inquietud que para muchos será pequeña, pero para mí es grande e importante. El año pasado, a la escuela de la Blaston le aprobaron 5 millones para puertas y paredes, la cual hasta el día de hoy no hemos visto proceder ese proyecto, ni siquiera en remodelación. Hoy vengo a que mi voz sea nuevamente escuchada, ya que están pensando en abrir las escuelas públicas. La Blaston no está preparada para una apertura en el futuro. Yo le pido el día de hoy, esta noche, que comiencen primeramente en trabajar en las escuelas que tienen el mismo problema como la Blaston. Nosotros, los padres, solo estamos buscando el mejor bienestar para nuestros hijos, puedan tener un estudio digno. Quiero decir que la educación de nuestros hijos es primordial. La misma educación que ustedes quieren para sus hijos, esa misma educación yo quiero para mi hija. Ya que nuestros hijos son el futuro del mañana, aquí le dejo mi preocupación y espero que mis palabras no queden en vano. Muchísimas gracias. Feliz noche.
We have Paula Ortiz coming up next.
I think that's the English trans.
Oh, okay. I cannot hear it. Sorry. Apologies.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Almanzar. Our next speaker is Paula Ortiz. Ms. Ortiz?
Sí, me escuchan. Buenas noches. Ok. Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Paula Ortiz. Es un gusto estar aquí el día de hoy con ustedes. Hoy me dirijo a ustedes por el clamor de todas las escuelas públicas de Boston, incluyendo la escuela de mis hijos, para que tomen en cuenta las necesidades, debilidades de los planteles educativos. Todos entendemos que estamos viviendo momentos difíciles, pero ya que están pensando en reabrir las escuelas, no todas están aptas para una reapertura. Necesitamos estar seguros de que las escuelas están un 100% seguras para nuestros niños. También exigimos un mejor presupuesto para la escuela, dependiendo de las necesidades que tengan, tales como más maestros en las aulas, de ser posible, el regreso a clase presencial, más apoyo socioemocional contra más maestros, contratar más maestros de educación especial. Gracias por darme la oportunidad. Buenas noches.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. Our next speaker is Yaliza Rodriguez. Ms. Rodriguez.
¿Me escuchan? Hello.
Yes, welcome.
Ok, thank you. Soy Elisa Rodríguez. Muy buena noche para todos. Gracias por la oportunidad. Voy a hablarles sobre las necesidades de nuestra comunidad. Pertenezco al programa de Padre Saint Stefan. Soy madre de una niña, estudiante de Academy en Rochester. Quiero abogar por las necesidades de nuestras escuelas y una de ellas es por la dificultad que tenemos con los idiomas natal de este país, que es el inglés. Soy madre latina y creo que para muchos padres, que al igual que a mí, es un poco difícil adoptar el idioma. Veo la importancia de gran necesidad de tener un programa bilingüe en esta escuela, tomando en cuenta la necesidad y las dificultades para aprender. No obstante, es una de nuestras prioridades porque nos ayuda en los términos escolares con nuestros hijos. Nuestras escuelas tienen muchas necesidades y debido a la pandemia, muchas cosas se complican aún más. Abogo para obtener el programa bilingüe en nuestras escuelas, en el cual ayudaría a los padres a informarse y entender más el desarrollo académico de nuestros hijos sobre nuestra comunidad, el cual creo que así lo hacemos en el momento de nuestras escuelas, al hacer reuniones de padres más interesantes y nos informamos mejor y así podemos colaborar en nuestras casas con nuestros hijos y en nuestra comunidad. Considero que es importante suministrar personas bilingües en la escuela porque entiendo que para muchos padres es importante. Nos hace más interesante con las reuniones de padres. Muchos de nosotros a veces rechazamos cualquier tipo de información o un meeting en cada una de las escuelas por la sencilla razón de que no sabemos un idioma. Es un poco difícil. En este país nada más no habitamos latinos, habitamos haitianos, creoles, o sea, habemos bastantes personas de diferentes naciones y creo que es muy importante que nos hagan o sea, se trate de formalizar un poco las reuniones en cuanto a eso. Habemos muchas personas que se nos dificultan hasta hacernos preguntas sobre nuestros hijos, la educación de nuestros hijos, el desarrollo en sus clases, por la forma en la que últimamente se están haciendo los meetings.
Señora, su tiempo se pasó. Si puede terminar, por favor.
Ok, pues siendo así, le doy la gracia. Espero que puedan interpretar las pocas palabras que pude decir.
Muchas gracias.
Que pasen buena noche. Sí, mi amor.
Thank you to Ms. Rodriguez.
Before we move on, Ms. Sullivan, I just want to check, am I the only person who's not able to hear the translation in English, or are there other members who are also struggling with that?
I'm not. I'm hearing it on the English channel. I think
Yes,
that
you can. Okay, great. If it's just me, I just want to make sure, because I cannot hear
I can
it.
hear it on the English channel. Yeah.
Yeah,
I hear it on the English channel as well.
Yeah.
Okay, I cannot hear it at all, so it must be something with me. Okay, I just want to make sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Yamaris Matias and Alicia Paidalu. If you could please raise your hands virtually in Zoom. Yamaris Matias.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Maris Matias. I'm a parent mentor for San Stevens, the co-chair at the parent council at the Osher Gardens KA Public School, where my son is attending the 5th grade. I'm here to speak up about the school. Osher Gardens is a school that needs help. Osher Gardens have a total of 887 students. I know for a fact some changes have been made at the school in a positive way, but that's not enough. This school has a lot to offer to kids. This school is classified as a focus or target support, which means it requires the system, it requires assistance or intervention for the state. During this pandemic, we should think about what is the best for the students. This is why I think cutting down budgets and teachers at the school is out of discussion. I think during the school year, we have this remote learning, but it should be some teachers that only assign for remote learning and others for in-person learning. It is important to provide a good quality of learning time to the students. So instead of decreasing teachers, it should be the opposite. Please keep it in mind what is important for our schools, and say yes to a better budget for the schools and to have more teachers for a better education for our kids. Thank you for the opportunity tonight.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alicia Paidalu. Is Alicia with us?
I am. Hello.
Hi, welcome.
My name is Alicia Pidalou, and my son Isaac is in 5th grade at the Elliott K-8. Isaac used to be a shining example of what the Boston Public Schools special education can achieve. He adored school and his wonderful teachers, aides, therapists, and friends. He met grade level expectations despite multiple disabilities due to his own incredible effort and the support of 5 specialists across 5 disciplines, a one-on-one aide who has been by his side since kindergarten, and truly exceptional special education teachers. It all came crashing down when school closed in March. I could detail his struggles, but will leave it to say that none of his previous supports work for him over Zoom. He is effectively without school, and he is far from alone. Keeping these most vulnerable children out of school is a failure of leadership across the city. The mayor, the superintendent, the president of the Boston Teachers Union are failing our kids. They are failing them anew each day we keep them out of school. I have heard many times from city and district leadership that this is a complex and difficult problem. I have heard that getting high needs children back to school is an absolute priority. I have heard that leaders are heartbroken. But even though we know how to open schools safely now, and we know that BPS has all it needs to do so, I have not heard what the leaders plan to do about this heartbreaking situation. Meanwhile, our city's most vulnerable children are experiencing active harm every day that they are kept out of school. It is clear that our true priorities are not high needs children, as so many leaders tell us. Only 2% of the high in-person priority group are in school, and they just started on Monday after the superintendent had to act initially without cooperation from the teachers union. I've been part of a parent group who has recently met with Jessica Tang, Superintendent Casilius, representatives from the mayor's office, and city councilors. Each meeting has been more disheartening than the last. The BTU claims to want high needs kids in school, yet blocks them at every turn, including suing to keep them out of school. The city and district leadership are unable to persuade the BTU and also unwilling to push harder for fear of political consequences. Make no mistake, it is not COVID keeping high needs kids out of school. It's politics and it's shameful. And I ask that you please come together and do the right thing for these kids today. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask our Vietnamese interpreter to please join us for our next set of speakers. And we'll be moving on to Ang Thu Nguyen, Leo Nguyen, An Nguyen, Jenny Nguyen, Huang Vo, and Yao Huang. Ang Thu Nguyen.
Anh Thư Nguyễn xin nói ạ. Anh Thư Nguyễn xin phát biểu. I'm sorry, that was the interpreter speaking. I asked the An Thư Nguyễn to testify.
Okay, thank you. Let's try Leo Nguyen.
Xin mời Liễu Nguyễn phát biểu.
Đợi em chút xíu. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Good evening, Superintendent, school committee chairs and members, elected officials, teachers, parents, and students. My name is Liễu Nguyen, and I'm the co-chair of the Vietnamese Dual Language Committee. We, the Vietnamese Dual Language Committee, are glad that the Vietnamese Dual Language program finally has a home at the Mather Elementary School starting September 2021. Thank you to everyone who has shared these 3.5 years journey with us. We hope that the Vietnamese Dual Language program can be an addition to the programs that are currently available for families in the community. We want to emphasize that the Vietnamese Dual Language program is an addition program for the Vietnamese community. Therefore, we are looking forward to the future conversation with all involved parties about the program structure. Xin chào tất cả mọi người. Tôi tên là Liễu Nguyễn và là đại diện cho Ban chấp hành chương trình song ngữ 2 chiều Việt Anh. Chúng tôi, Ban chấp hành chương trình song ngữ 2 chiều Việt Anh, rất vui mừng vì chương trình cuối cùng đã được chấp thuận ở trường tiểu học Mather bắt đầu tháng 9 2021. Xin cảm ơn tất cả mọi người đã làm việc tích cực hơn 3 năm qua để biến điều này thành hiện thực. Chúng tôi hy vọng rằng chương trình song ngữ 2 chiều Việt Anh được cộng thêm vào với những chương trình học khác đang hoạt động trong khu học để phục vụ cho cộng đồng Việt Nam và các cộng đồng bạn. Chúng tôi nhấn mạnh là Ban chấp hành mong muốn chương trình song ngữ 2 chiều là một chương trình được cộng thêm vào với những chương trình học khác đang hoạt động trong khu học để phục vụ cho tất cả mọi người. Chúng tôi mong đợi các cuộc họp sắp tới với tất cả mọi người về cấu trúc chương trình. Xin cảm ơn. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Our next speaker is An Nguyen.
Chào mọi người. Chị có 2 con học ở trường Mather School. Chị nghĩ là chị muốn cho mấy bé tiếp tục học cái chương trình SEI để cho cái tiếng Anh của 2 bé tốt hơn là học cái chương trình song ngữ tiếng Việt. Ý kiến của chị là vậy thôi. Cảm ơn ạ.
Hi, I'm a parent at the school, and I have 2 children at Mather School, and I would like to give feedback about the SEI program. I would like that SEI to continue because I think English is better for them. The program is better for them to learn English, so I would like this program to continue. That's all I have.
Okay. Thank you. Our next speaker is Jenny Huang.
Xin mời Jenny Huỳnh phát biểu.
Hello? Do you guys,
Hello.
Right,
Hi. Yes. My name is Jenny. So my son now go to Mathers. We have heard about the dual language program. Honestly, we do not want our son to take that program. Please keep the CSCI program, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Huang Vo. Is Huang Vo with us?
Xin mời Phương Võ phát biểu.
Okay, let's try Yao Huang.
Hello, everyone. I am the mother of two Mother Elementary School students. Our family just moved to the U.S. last year. Our kids was born and raised in Vietnam. They live there 10 years. They are very fluent in Vietnamese. They can teach Vietnamese also. So I don't think my kids need to learn Vietnamese anymore. What they need now is to learn as much English as possible to quickly integrate into the community. It's funny and waste time to relearn a language they can already master. When they English needs more instruction. I found that my children's program at Mother is very good, and I'm very happy to see them making daily progress with the help of Vietnamese teachers. I hope there will be no more disturbance because the COVID-19 has changed our life a lot. So I don't want to change anymore. I am also studying in English at PBS adult learning. I hope you can fully understand what I mean. Our English learning is now the most important of all. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next set of speakers includes Barbara Najar Owens, Julie Potter, Christine Yancey, and Go Sasaki. If you can please raise your hands virtually in Zoom. We'll start with Barbara Najar Owens.
Hello, my name is Barbara Najar Owens, and I am an ELA interventionist at the Mather School. At the start of the 2021 school year, with the COVID-19 pandemic in full swing, facing political instability, racial and social unrest escalating, amidst great economic challenges, I was both overwhelmed and hopeful. The choice to invite Dr. Bettina Love and Dr. Ibram Kendi to be our keynote speakers inspired me. My hope then was not in what was seen, but rather in what I considered to be a positive pivot in the district. I trusted that our leaders were going to embrace the opportunity that these trying times presented to really pursue policies that were equitable for all students. Dr. Love reminded us that we must dismantle policies and systems that are harmful. It is harmful when decisions are made that impact a group while denying the community its voice in the process. If this program was not deemed desirable by the Murphy School, why was the Mather not afforded the same respectful process to make that same determination? We celebrate the rich, vibrant, and diverse cultures and languages represented in our school family. The very characteristics that we celebrate also present complexities that we grapple with daily. Dr. Kendi said, "What if we realize the best way to ensure an effective educational system is not by standardizing our curricula and tests, but by standardizing the opportunities available to all students? When we turn a blind eye to the greater needs of a community, are we not perpetuating the inequities that Dr. Kendi reminds us of?" Lastly, Dr. Kendi asserts that the only way to undo racism is to consistently identify and describe it and then dismantle it. While the dual language program may not be racist, its implementation is. I am requesting that we examine the top-down process that the district utilized and that the pursuit of this program be halted until we truly consider how we can provide equitable opportunities for all of our students and engage in a more transparent process that truly amplifies
Ms.
all
Sullivan,
voices.
Thank you so much. Your time is up. If you could wrap up, I'd appreciate
I'm
it.
done. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Julie Potter.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Julie Potter, a teacher of English language learners at the Mather Elementary School. I'm here to oppose the district's decision to replace our current SEI program with a dual language program. As an educator, I seek out best practices for my students. I take extra courses, collaborate with colleagues, constantly reevaluate and reflect upon my teaching to provide my students with the education and empowerment they need to reach their potential. So what exactly are the qualifications and certifications needed for teaching at a dual language school? I asked the Department of Education this exact question and was told to check with my school principal because ultimately it's their decision. I was dumbfounded. What does that even mean? Can you imagine this happening in any other industry? Can you imagine going into work and having your boss say, oh, by the way, we're revising the whole structure of our company. And don't worry, you can figure it out as you go. Well, I do worry. I strongly request that you revisit this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christine Yancey.
Good evening, school committee members. My name is Christine Yancey, and I'm a fourth grade teacher at the Mather. In the email we received, Superintendent Cassellius wrote, quote, after a rigorous review process, the Mather School has been selected as the location of the BPS Vietnamese dual language program, end quote. She did not state who conducted this review process, go into details about what made the process so rigorous, or specify how the Mather was selected. I was shocked then to learn that other schools, including our neighbor, the Richard J. Murphy, were involved in the decision-making process and had the opportunity to decline hosting the dual language program. But that same opportunity was not offered to our school or families. What was most telling to me was during our meeting with the district this morning, the assistant superintendent for the Office of English Learners commented how wonderful it has been to meet our principal, Ms. Riddick, this week. The complete lack of transparency from the district with the Mather school community has left me confused and filled with questions and concern for our students, families, and my fellow staff members. My questions are many. What was involved in this review process? Did you review the successful SEI program that is already in place at our school? Did you receive feedback from the Mather families or staff? Did you take the time to gather available curriculum options and professional development opportunities that our staff will need? All of the available evidence makes it clear that none of this happened. It was also stated in the email that the Mather was selected because we have the second largest Vietnamese population in the district. This is due to the Mather's successful SEI strand, which would be replaced by the dual language program. Why was the decision not made to have the program at the school with the largest population, the Richard J. Murphy? We know they were considered and had the opportunity to deny the program. Why was the Mather community not afforded that same opportunity? To be clear, while I currently don't know much about dual language programs, I'm willing to learn about it and weigh the potential opportunities and challenges of starting a new program during this very precarious and uncertain time, as I'm sure my colleagues are as well. A real process will take some effort and time to review all available data. My commitment to the Mather community is to be clear about my needs and challenges when taking on this work. I respectfully request that a true review process that gives the families and staff this program affects a voice at the table before implementing this program in 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yancey. Our next speaker is Go Sasaki.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Good evening. My name is Go Sasaki, and I'm testifying as a representative of the Massachusetts Asian American Educators Association. There are 3 issues I want to raise on behalf of MAE tonight. First, I want to applaud the availability of live translation in ASL, Spanish, Cantonese, Mandarin, and Vietnamese, and to call for Haitian Creole and Cape Verdean Creole. Communities should not have to complain and organize to have such important public meetings made understandable. Second, I want to condemn the remarks made by former Chairperson Lecanto. His use of anti-Black language to mock Asian families was unacceptable, but not shocking. His comments show that this kind of behavior is normal, even at the highest levels. The text in the Globe paint a picture of school committee members more concerned with protecting former Chairperson Lecanto than with the egregious racism against our families of color. Shame. The third item is to express our distress with and to condemn the process behind the decision to replace the Vietnamese SEI program at the Mather with a dual language program. The decision came as a complete surprise for the Vietnamese Dual Language Committee, as well as the students, families, and staff of the Mather, who have a very successful SEI Vietnamese language-specific strand for years. We have members in both groups. We support both programs, and neither group wanted the dual language program at the Mather. Your decision without including community input has created an unnecessary rift. As we understand, there was no attempt by BPS to engage students, families, or staff at the Mather. The Mather is 33% Asian and 95% students of color. This is just the latest example of making decisions that affect us without involving us. The Boston Public Schools should not make any big decisions or changes without engaging the Asian community or any community. Like when BPS decided to leave Asians out of the COVID racial equity tool, despite skyrocketing anti-Asian hate incidents due to COVID. It's not enough to make a decision and then ask for feedback after. Just because some of us have accents doesn't mean that we have nothing to say. Family engagement means we get a seat at the table and that our needs are heard and met. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Alexandra Pascasio, Tuet Ding, Yvonne Pham, and Kimmy Nguyen. If you can please raise your hands virtually in Zoom. Alexandra?
Good evening. My name is Alexandra Pascasio. I'm an ESL teacher and the language assessment team facilitator at the Mather School. As a LATF, I am a liaison between the Office of English Language Learners and our school in order to support effective implementation of ELL programming and address any instructional policy and compliance issues. As a liaison for the school, I thought I would be privy to this information, but like many of my colleagues that have spoken tonight, I was shocked to learn the news for the first time about the Mather opening a new Vietnamese dual language program from an announcement in an email. Speaking from experience as a dual language teacher, one of the many concerns that we have is the quality of curriculum that will be implemented, the resources or lack thereof, and the impact that this will have on our students. There is substantial evidence or research that we know that successful schools and programs have a curriculum that is clearly aligned with standards and assessments, meaningful, academically challenging, and incorporates a higher order of thinking. Since the vision and goals of dual language education also include social cultural competence and equity, the curriculum needs to reflect and value our students' languages and cultures. This includes having books of many genres, including cultural, authentic literature, and a variety of other materials, visual, audiovisual, arts, both languages. This is required to meet the goals of bilingualism, biliteracy, and multiculturalism. Having curriculum and materials in both languages is absolutely necessary. In my past experiences, this has been very challenging and costly. If this was the case for Spanish dual language, which is what I taught, imagine finding books and appropriate resources in Vietnamese. As a teacher, you don't just whip up a lesson in another language and hope that it works. That's not the quality education that we want to provide our students. Also, teachers spend a lot of time translating the English curriculum materials themselves on a daily basis, not a good use of our time. Our students deserve better. We currently have an SEI program that is working for our Vietnamese students and our school community. We ask that we maintain the SEI program as is. The dual language program is currently not right for the Mather, especially without giving us, the Mather community, the opportunity to have a seat at the table and be part of the conversation to decide what is best for our students. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tuet Ding.
Hi, good evening. My name is Tia Din. I have been the K2 Vietnamese SCI teacher at the Mather for almost 10 years now. I also am here to oppose BPS's decision to unilaterally replace the Vietnamese SCI program at the Mather with the dual language program. In the last decade that I've been there, year after year, I have parents who've consistently and overwhelmingly told me that the biggest wish for their child is for them to read and write in English as quickly as possible. I cannot speak to other SCI programs, but I know at the Mather it's working very well, and our families are very happy and satisfied with the education that their children are receiving. Through this model, Vietnamese students are able to receive instruction from a teacher who understands both the language and the culture of the students. But at the same time, it allows for students to develop their English and content proficiency in a way that honors what families are wishing for, which is a focus on English development because they know that they're able to provide the Vietnamese instruction at home if they so chose. If we remove SCI, we take away the quality, we take away the rigor, and we put in its place a program that's not at all supported by our families and will be haphazardly thrown together without the proper resources to ensure that our students are successful. Part of the reason our SCI teachers have been so effective is that as it stands, we're able to fully collaborate with all the teachers in our building. By removing SCI, we'll be forced to work in individual grade level silos and left to figure everything out on our own. And I don't see how that could be a recipe for success. It will only lead to chaos and instability at our school. It does not make sense to replace a program that we know works with something that could have theoretical benefits that's not supported by our families. The superintendent earlier mentioned that the district is working on developing trust. By not including the Vietnamese families and all the families at our school in this decision, you're doing the opposite of working to establish trust in the Asian American community. You are creating distrust. I ask that the district revoke the decision to replace the current Vietnamese SCI strand at the Mather with the dual language program. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Yvonne Pham. Yvonne Pham, are you with us? Okay, Kimmy Nguyen. Is Kimmy with us?
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Hi. Good evening, everyone. My name is Kimmy Nguyen. I am a parent of two boys in PPS. I'm here tonight to speak in on behalf of my son and all future of Vietnamese children who's enrolled in the SIE program of Mather School. I will inform Mather School will be releasing with the dual language program. As a parent, I don't believe that program will be the best fit for Vietnamese children, like as the SIE program. I would like to ask you guys take time and take my and many parent concern and option on this matter into consideration to continue the SIE program instead of the releasing the dual language program. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next set of speakers are Thierno Tall, Nicole Trung, Yan Trung, and Kathleen Adams. Please raise your hands virtually. Thierno Tall. Okay, Nicole Trung.
Hello,
Welcome.
my name is Nicole Chung. I'm the mother of a K2 student in Mather Elementary School. I would like to talk about the Vietnamese dual language program. My son is studying the SEI program. In my opinion, the SEI is good for him now. Like other Vietnamese parents, I expect my kid to be good in English. At school, most of the time, He speaks English, and I can teach him Vietnamese at home. So I would not like to let him join in the Duolingo program. In the Duolingo program, he has to spend more time on writing and reading Vietnamese. That will not only slow down his English studying, but also cut down his time for studying other subjects, as well as joining other activities at school. As I know, right now there is no Duolingo secondary school, high school, or universities. They will not have an opportunity to continue practicing Vietnamese. 30 years ago, my husband and his brother, sister studied the Duolingo program in primary school. And now they cannot read or write Vietnamese, only can speak of it or listening. So I think it's not necessary to change from the SEI into the Duolingo. You should have a survey to collect the other parents before starting. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Yan Trong.
Hi, I'm Yan Trong. I'm an aunt of a BPS student at a Matter School. As a former bilingual student back in the 90s, I can honestly tell you, I can barely speak the language right now. And, learning Vietnamese is pretty much should be a family decision. And if they decide to learn Vietnamese, it should be by the parents, not dictated by a school. And when I was a bilingual student, we spent most time speaking Vietnamese, and we had like 1 hour English class per day, which I think is not sufficient or enough. When I was transitioned to an all-American class in 6th grade, which was a culture shock, and I felt inferior at that time because I was not prepared. So I don't know the full context of a Duolingo program right now, but I do hope that you guys reassess how you guys are implement the program when it's worth it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Kathleen Adams, Teresa Albert de Jesus.
Oh, I'm up.
Excuse me, one moment. Mano Katsampanakis and Dong Trong. If you could please raise your hands virtually. Thank you, Ms. Adams. Please go ahead.
All right, so do I. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you, Ms. Adams.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, well, let me see. Sorry, got to get my notes. All right, I first would like to start by, I'm kind of at a loss for the apologies that started the meeting tonight. When I read Ms. Rivera's quotes from the last meeting over text, I think he was making fun of Chinese names, hot mic. I almost laughed out loud, getting giddy here. It's in this time of Zoom bombings when we are trying to teach our children the importance of being mindful of what they put in the chat. What kind of example are these school committee members setting? They couldn't even show up for a meeting the day after the election. I went to work, my children logged into school. Be accountable. I feel like the parents' testimony was not listened to. Our time is not respected. Ms. Sullivan read a statement from a BU professor at the beginning of the last meeting. Why? How come he didn't have to wait 5 or 6 hours to provide testimony like the rest of us? School committee members are texting and checking Twitter. These are our children's lives and futures. Mr. Lecanto owned up to his statements and resigned. The other counselors snickered on tweets or tweeted. No one spoke up in the moment. Also, on a different topic, I just want to get the kids back in the building. I'm a BPS parent of a 6th and 7th grader. It's been 8 months. It was 70 degrees in November last week. If you want a window open in each class, what are you waiting for? Thank you for your time. My name is Kathleen Adams.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Our next speaker is Teresa Albert de Jesus. Teresa, are you with us? Okay, we'll try Mano Katsampanakis.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was on mute and didn't realize it. Thank you for allowing me to speak before the committee this evening. My name is Teresa Alba de Jesus, and as a child, I attended Boston Public Schools. And 5 years ago, I became a member of a parent council. I volunteered to read with children in the library. I rejoined the governing board, and currently I am a parent mentor. And this is at Orchard Gardens, where my great-granddaughter attends. I have one great-granddaughter attending Orchard Gardens. Her name is Anaya. She's in the 5th grade. However, she's working at 3.5 grade level. She has an IEP and she struggles with ADHD, allergies, and asthma. She's been learning remotely since March. In the beginning, Anaya was doing well and she was adjusting to the remote learning, but now she's complaining and she's having tantrums because she can't keep up with her class. Stop sniffing ears. I apologize. She can't keep up with her class. I've reached out to her teachers for supports, and yeah, they're able to support me at that moment. But when that's over, then she goes back to the same routine. Recently, I hired a tutor. Many parents can't afford to hire someone to help their children. And although I have a college degree, I found it challenging to help my great-granddaughter with her homework. And I've seen many parents struggling with these same issues. I totally agree with the previous speaker who pointed out that too many good teachers are being let go. Why is that? I would like to see Boston Public School hire more teachers and make classrooms size smaller. Teachers are ineffective when classrooms are too large and our children don't learn. When our children fail, we all fail. I'd like to know how will Boston Public Schools address the overcrowding individual learning classrooms? And why did Boston Public Schools take the teachers' aides out and city year out of Orchard Gardens? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mano Katsamnathis.
Good evening. My name is Mano Katsampanakis, and I have 2 children in BPS, one of which is an IEP. Today marks the 20th school day since our abrupt shift to remote learning. In those 20 days, thousands of people sat in Boston restaurants and enjoyed their dinner and wine without a mask on, less than 6 feet apart, with the blessings of our mayor and the Boston Health Commissioner. In those 20 days, 10 out of the 13 bordering towns with Boston offered in-person learning to their public school students. In those 20 days, the vast majority of our private school students in Boston were in their classrooms. In those 20 days, there have been numerous communications from Governor Baker and the Commonwealth suggesting the schools to stay open, and they're getting their information, their scientific data from the Massachusetts Health and Policy Commission. In those 20 days, several countries around the world have shut their businesses down to control the virus, yet they left their schools open. In those 20 days, you celebrated the return of 123 out of the 6,000 high priority students. In those 20 days, you have made us all wonder whether or not you know the definition of the words high and priority. During every single one of those 20 days, our most vulnerable students are moving backwards by weeks, some by months, in the progress they have made after years of hard work. And for that, all of you should be ashamed. I know I am. Thank you.
Our next speakers are Dawn Trung, Yolanda Talbert, Molly Warner, Dara Murphy, and Jody Fink. If you can please raise your hands virtually. Dawn Trung.
Hello, good evening. My name is Don Trong. I have a son in the Mather School, and the issue I want to talk about is the dual language that was proposed. I think right now you guys don't have any input from any. At least I haven't got any input on how this is gonna work, and there was no communication with at least with the parents. So I think you should really slow down on that and at least get like a survey or some kind of input and feedback before you deliver the program or what kind of program it is, and let the parents, know what it's all about before you implement it. Also, I was a bilingual student as well, so I know how hard it is to learn both language at the same time. It took me a little while to actually go back to, to get to the mainstream learning. So it is not easy to learn two languages at the same time. So that's all that's all I want to say for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Yolanda Talbert.
Oh, I'm just here to listen.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Sorry about that. Next, we'll hear from Molly Warner. Molly, are you with us? Okay, how about Dara Murphy?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Dara Murphy and I'm a resident of Dorchester. People in Boston like me with the last name Murphy can rest assured that no one in public office and no members of the Boston School Committee are going to make fun of my name. In Boston, if your name is Murphy or Robinson or Sullivan or O'Neill, no one mocks you as an outsider. We have the privilege of being considered insiders here just because of our names. But if your last name is Ng or Peng or Wong or Chen, forget it. You may think you are welcome as a resident and taxpayer of our city to address the school committee as a valued member of the community. But for the Boston School Committee that is meeting here right now, the message is clear. Asians need not apply. This Boston School Committee will ridicule you on open mics. They will say they had to resist laughing at the racist tweets they were receiving. They will say that there are too many Asian students in our exam schools. This Boston Schools Committee does not respect Asian children and families, and the records and transcripts of their meetings prove it. The text messages that were sent secretly by school committee members to each other during last month's meeting are appalling. They are racist. They are unwelcoming to our Asian neighbors and friends, and they make it abundantly clear that this school committee, and especially its new exam school admission policy, was tainted from the very beginning by anti-Asian bias. In the October 8th meeting, member Jerry Robinson tasked the working group with reducing the number of successful Asian applicants to our exam schools. At the October 21st meeting, member Lorna Rivera secretly texted she almost laughed out loud when she heard Michael Lecanto's racist joke. Vice Chair Oliver Davila secretly texted that the racist tweets she was receiving during Asian parents' testimonies were funny. School committee member O'Neill was secretly texting the chair during last month's meeting, suggesting plausible lies he might use to cover up his racist remarks. Members O'Neill, Sullivan, and Vice Chair Davila were texting each other about the vote before the official vote was taken, and while Asian parents were literally testifying to them about their heartfelt opposition to the new policy. The Boston School Committee has a long and ugly history of racism. Allowing that ugly past to be a part of our city's present is unacceptable. Anti-Asian racism is racism. It cannot be tolerated by the Boston Public Schools, our mayor, or our city council.
Thank you,
I
Ms.
call
Murphy.
on school committee members Jerry Robinson, Lorna Rivera, Michael O'Neill, and Alexandra Oliver Davila to apologize publicly to the Asian community of Boston and to resign their positions on the school committee immediately. Finally, I call on the committee to cancel the new exam school policy vote from last month because it made a mockery of any kind of transparency or democratic spirit, and because it was written and supported by school committee members whose racist remarks are now public, permanently damaging this body's reputation. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Jody Fink. She'll be followed by Sharon Hinton, Lindsay McNeil, and Lisette Lay. Ms. Fink.
Hello, and thank you. My name is Jody Fink. I'm the mother of a K-2 student at the Elliott and a proud member of the new parent group, Voices for BPS Families. The poet Louise Gluck said, "We look at the world once in childhood. The rest is memory." What look at the world are we providing the children of BPS now? Because of the vacuum of leadership and lack of creativity at the mayor's office, the superintendent's office, and the BTU, we are offering our children a terrifying look at the world as they are required to be glued to a screen for 7 hours a day, cannot see their friends or teachers in person, and are, if they are very lucky, quote unquote, taught by stressed out and anxious parents who are trying to do their day jobs while managing the chaos of homeschool. And these are the lucky ones who have supervision during the day and parents with jobs and working internet. What look at the world are we providing the kids? I'm a single mother. My son is 5 years old. He is Black. He is part of the high priority in-person group of children who were in school for a scant 3 weeks before BPS closed their doors with no warning on October 21st. Remote learning for a very young high priority child is quite simply a disaster. My son cannot participate effectively in remote school. He is not learning. Each day, my son and so many others regress. At this point, progress for my son is a pipe dream. And I'm speaking to you from a place of privilege. I cannot imagine what others in this city are experiencing, and I want to advocate on behalf of all children across the city whose parents have chosen in-person learning. School closure is exacerbating inequities that already exist. There are 3,463 Boston students in private schools. These schools are open. Of these private school students, only 34% are minority students. BPS is over 85% minority students, which you all well know, and they're closed. Equity is supremely important to me, to all of you, I assume, and supposedly to our city government officials. How can anyone sit idly by when our Black and brown children are being disproportionately affected? Where is the leadership? As our mayor and superintendent supposedly aspire to national level jobs, their focus appears to be elsewhere. It should be here on the children. Where is the plan? The lack of action.
And Ms. Fink, your time is up. If you could wrap up your really important testimony, I'd really appreciate it.
We can do better. We can provide the children of BPS a happier and more equitable look at the world that the world is supposed to be. Please work together and get the children back to school now. And I will end with the superintendent's own words from tonight. The loss is going to be great, and we won't get these years back. And it is important to open more broadly. Do it now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sharon Hinton. Ms. Hinton, are you with us?
Good evening. I just unmuted myself. I commend each and every one of you for hanging in here for these long hours. Some of you I know personally, some of you I hope to get to meet. I'm an educator, the mother of a BPS graduate who's soon to be a University of Maine graduate. I've taught in the collegiate level, middle school, high school level. I'm also the president of Black Teachers Matter, and I'm a member of a lot of these different groups that have spoken tonight and advocated for different changes. I am going to talk about two different things. One is nobody has experienced this before, and so nobody's perfect. And while I have seen some faux pas by people in leadership, and of course we should hold our leadership to higher standards, everybody's human. So I'm advocating for a couple of things. One is more transparency in terms of the process to become a member of the Boston School Committee. I desire to do that. I could sit here and complain and talk about everything that's wrong, but I'm a person that likes to participate in the solutions. So I'm advocating that there is a student position that is a voting position on the Boston School Committee. And I'm also advocating that the process is open because I'd like to be a member of this Boston School Committee and make positive change. So have a great evening. And thank you guys for hanging in there in the midst of something that's unprecedented that nobody has seen in 100 years. Good night and have a great holiday weekend.
Thank you, Ms. Hinton. Just so folks know, the school committee application is posted on the school committee website. And that process is managed by a citizens nominating panel separate from the committee. Our next speaker is Lindsay McNeil, followed by Lisette Lay and Sulika Soto. Ms. McNeil? Okay, Lisette Lay.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Chairperson Oliver Davila, members of the Boston School Committee, and Superintendent Casilius for the opportunity to provide testimony this evening. Before I testify, I do want to note that there has been no Vietnamese interpretation except for the testimonies, and that moving forward, I hope that there will be translation in all languages for every school committee meeting moving forward, should any parents, students, or community members who want to participate. My name is Lisette Lee. I am the Executive Director at the Vietnamese American Initiative for Development. We are a 25-year-old organization that services 3 generations and are located in Dorchester. I appreciated the emphasis at the beginning of the meeting about moving BPS to being an anti-racist institution. I hope that one central part to this mission is meaningful engagement with school communities, from teachers, students, parents, and community stakeholders, so that everyone can be part of the decision-making that affect our children and their education. I'm testifying tonight about the process that led to the Vietnamese dual language program. VidAid is a bilingual and bicultural organization. We believe that there needs to be more opportunities for immigrant integration, as well as to hold on to our culture. We are thrilled that after years, the Vietnamese dual language is moving forward and will have a home at the Mather. However, our concern is that there have been significant gaps in community engagement, especially towards the end of the decision making. Those of us who support Vietnamese dual language did not intend that moving forward would come at the expense of the SEI program. We know that SEI plays an important role, as well as dual language. And that the gaps in communication.
Ms. Lay, your time is up. If you could wrap up, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yes, I believe, and I also don't believe that there was ever a conversation with advocates about the dual language being either or, and that I hope that moving forward, BPS will work with the Vietnamese community to create multiple resources and not put our community in a place where we are fighting against each other or where there's tension, where there was never that intention to begin with.
Thank you, Ms. Lay.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sulika Soto, and they'll be followed by Tu Huynh, Joy McDonald, Julia Hebert, and Erin Welch. If you could please raise your hands in Zoom. Sulika Soto.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hello, my name is Sulika Soto, and I am a parent of 2 Boston public school students, one of which has special needs. I am also a parent organizer with the Boston Education Justice Alliance and work close with the St. Stephen's parents. I live in the South End and graduated from the Boston public school systems myself. I, along with other parents, believe our students deserve better. They deserve quality education. Just a few years ago, I sat in a school committee chambers serving as the chair of the People's School Committee Action, where we described what a fair education for all students would look like. We continue to fight for a fair and quality education, one where every student has access to what they need, especially those that have the greatest needs. It is saddening to see the separation of parents being pitted against each other and teachers. BPS leadership is directly responsible for that discord. Because of COVID, now more than ever is when we should all be working together to improve our schools. Students, parents, and teachers alike need to be listened to, again, now more than ever. We as parents deserve better as well. We need to be included in decision-making, as we are a large group of stakeholders in all of this. What happened to the shared decision-making model, as someone else said earlier? Currently, the wrong decisions are being made for us. Black, brown, and minority communities continue to be ignored in all of this. We can't even get to understand until today what is going on, as all the decisions are being made in English without our input or understanding them all. Because until today, consistent translation of school committee meetings was not available in languages other than American Sign Language. COVID is tearing our families apart and disproportionately impacting our communities at higher rates. And the school committee's actions is adding to our community stress as a whole. At the People's School Committee meeting action last year, we demanded
Ms.
that schools
Soto,
have more
I'm sorry
guidance.
to interrupt you, but your time is up. So if you could please wrap up, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
At the People's School Committee meeting action last year, we demanded that schools have more guidance counselors, nurses, and enough social emotional support to meet every student's need. I repeat, our school communities need this now more than ever. I imagine a future where
Ms.
parents,
Soto,
students, and teachers.
there's 30 more people
I
who
have one last
want to
sentence,
testify.
please.
Okay, thank you.
One last sentence. I imagine a future where parents, students, and teachers and school committee all come together for this common goal, and parents are being heard and left to finish their sentences. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tu Huynh Han. Tu Huynh? Okay, Joy McDonald.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, welcome.
The theme of all these public comments seems to be the lack of transparency and the lack of notice of changes to school or policy, and also the lack of voice that parents have. I think parents want a conversation. They want questions and answers. We don't just want a public comment. That obviously gets us nowhere. With the exam school admissions vote, many parents were blindsided by these plans and confused with less than 2 weeks to process. Also, in the middle of a pandemic when everyone's lives has been turned upside down. This was a hard blow to my 6th grade daughter who has been working hard towards her goal of getting into an exam school for years, only to have her zip code totally shut out of the possibility to her and many others to get in. Many parents weren't even aware of these changes till after the vote. Parents' voices were silenced by the school committee, basically saying anyone opposing them is racist, starting the last meeting with a racially charged one-sided letter saying if you believe in standardized testing, you're racist. Now you said he's going to work with BPS. No, thank you. The school committee seems to divide rather than bring together. That's an easy way to silence and get a quick policy change. The fact that this was all done within 2 weeks of letting the public know is unacceptable. There wasn't a public hearing, and we now have clearly seen that the school committee wasn't listening to public comments and have already decided their votes, possibly based on their own racial bias. There was no conversation, everything one-sided, absolutely no democracy. Also, I understand that the NAACP is helping create BPS policy, but where are the other minority organizations? Do they get a say? Boston is made up of many groups and people, and we should all have a voice here, and we didn't. Super disappointed in BPS, and BPS parents deserve better, to have their voices heard. We all want our kids to have good educations, and the kids deserve that no matter what color they are or zip code they live in. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Julia Hebert. Julia Hebert. Is Julia with us? Okay, Erin Welch.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to participate tonight. First of all, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Okay, I'm Erin Welch, BPS parents. My purpose here tonight is to help expedite the return to in-person learning safely for all students and offer solutions to support this mission. It can't be an F if it has to be a win. We need a date and a checklist. The school system is awaiting clearance from the Boston Health Commission. What is inhibiting the clearance? Are there other barriers specifically? I ask the administrators to respond to the emails I've sent so I may offer solutions, which I'm about to outline. Many like me would like to help. I'm in the infection control business, uniquely positioned to offer product and technology solutions as a representative of HEPACART infection control technologies and dust containment systems. Pertaining to COVID in schools, I'm urging the city to ensure the following can be achieved with technology. Schools establish and maintain a minimum required number of air changes per hour for classrooms. Classroom air is filtered using hospital grade filters, which are verifiably rated for the efficiency that's claimed by the manufacturer. I'm concerned that Delos air purifiers did not meet this and other criteria. Nurses' office and isolation rooms use far UV ultraviolet technology, such as HEPACART's Germ Buster air disinfection machine. Schools implement negative and positive air pressure using portable equipment where needed. Pertaining to COVID's collateral risks, I'm urging the city to ensure the following. Asthma concerns are addressed for students and faculty, such as by using air filtration designed to reduce the amount of chemicals required. Schools utilize equipment designed to contain airborne pathogens and contaminants for ceiling or wall access during maintenance, renovations, construction, etc. Urge the city that in-room or portable equipment in use offers individual testing for particulates and leakage and certification for each and every unit and each and every filter. Offers energy savings, rugged construction for long lifespan and commercial applications, appropriate noise level, easily changed filters, that the schools have a specific plan for changing filters, that the equipment comes with reliable customer support.
Hi, Ms. Welch, your time is up, so if you could please wrap up,
Sure.
we'd really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Sure. Support here in the US for quick replacement parts and troubleshooting. Again, concerned about the Delos air purifiers that don't meet this criteria. Counselor Sabby George has my contact information. I look forward to assisting the city and the schools with the reopening effort. I'd like to be contacted, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Welch.
Thank you.
Our next speakers are Lauren Margarita, Mei Zhang, Mei Yu, and Jasia Chen.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Laura Margarita and I'm representing the Boston Coalition for Education Equity. Tonight, we've heard from those who were appalled at the school committee's behind-the-scenes conversations during last meeting's vote on exam schools. And over the past few weeks, we've also heard voices on both sides of the exam school debate who are frustrated with their lack of representation in BPS decision-making. We hear you, and we agree that Asian families have no voice in BPS decision-making, and white families have no voice in decision-making. And as advocates who've been attending school committee meetings have testified about for years, Black families have no voice in BPS decision-making. Latinx families also have no voice. Special needs families have no voice. The citizens of Boston have no voice and no representation under the current system. To the families who feel their voices have been ignored during this exam school decision, we can assure you that you have not been any more disenfranchised than anyone else who has come before this committee. The outrage you are now experiencing happens to BPS parents every 2 weeks on every decision made by this appointed school committee. Hundreds of students marching in the streets for their budgets to be restored or their schools not to be closed met the same fate as the small group of parents fighting to maintain the status quo on exam schools. The McCormick School and Harbor Point neighborhood communities spent the past several years fighting to keep their green space. Advocates from across Boston testified against the proposal for hours. And yet the school committee passed the vote anyway, with only 3 of 7 members supporting. If Boston elected its school committee like every other district in Massachusetts, the political careers of the committee members who supported the land grab would be at an end. Instead, they suffered no adverse consequences for disregarding their constituents' voices and putting the desires of the mayor and his allies first. In fact, it's just the opposite. The last time a school committee
Ms.
member—
Margarita, your time is up. If you could wrap up, we'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
Every system is perfectly designed to get exactly the results it gets. If we want different results, we have to change the system. We call on the Boston Education Committee calls on the City Council and the Mayor to end this anti-democratic governance so that we don't have to wait another 10 years to restore representation and accountability to BPS decision-making.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Mei Zhang. Mei Zhang.
Hello. Hello, everyone. My name is May. I have two kids at BPS. I think racism is very important to everyone, no matter who we are. We are human beings. I hope BPS can do something about racism, and I hope everybody's every student stay safe. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mei Yu.
Hello?
Welcome.
Hello? Did you hear me? Can I have an interpreter?
Could the Chinese, the Cantonese interpreter?
Cantonese, yes.
Cantonese, please support Ms. Yu.
Hello? So can I speak now?
Yes, please.
Hello， 大家好，大家晚上好，我係 Mayu， 我係 BPS 嘅家長。So I continue say interpreter.
Is our Cantonese interpreter with us?
So I continue or just wait for the interpreter.
Let's
Hello?
wait for a moment.
Monsieur, I believe that was the interpreter. Thank you. Sorry.
Hello? Continue speak Cantonese. So how can I do now?
Ms. Yu, I'm on the English channel for interpretation, and I can hear the Cantonese interpreter doing simultaneous interpretation. So if you could please continue with your statement, and he will translate.
Cantonese, right?
Yes.
Okay. Hello， 大家晚上好，我係 Mayu， 我係 BPS 嘅家長。咁我作為波士頓公校嘅華裔學生嘅家長啦，非常之失望。上次 School Committee 喺會議上嗰個指示取消，即係取消我哋華裔家長嘅名啦。咁同時咧，有其他3位委員咁私底下咧用短信去恥笑我哋嗰位家長。我覺得咁樣係種族歧視嘅行為咯。咁我覺得佢哋應該要馬上辭職。咁另外咧，我對嗰啲成員冇代表校董會向嗰個受辱嘅華裔家長道歉而失望嘅。咁同埋關於取消嗰個 exam school 嗰個考試啦，按照由正編碼嚟分配。咁我覺得係顯示係種族主義嘅，咁而且直接限制咗我哋唐人街嘅分配嘅座位嘅數量，咁數量咁增加咗喺 Metropan 同埋 Dorchester 嗰個郵區編碼嗰個座位，我覺得係好唔公平嘅咯，同埋係荒謬嘅。咁我好希望要求 要求公校要重視咁歧視我哋少數民族嘅問題嚇。多謝 ，thank you，係咁多。Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yu, and thank you for your patience. If the Cantonese interpreter could stay with us, and if those using Cantonese interpretation could please move over to the English Zoom channel, you'll be able to hear the translation. Our next speaker is Jasia Chen, followed by Shirley Chen Wang, Agnes
Hello?
Ho, and Megan.
Can you
Kaplan.
hear me?
Yes, Ms. Chen.
I need a Cantonese interpreter. OK， 大家好，我係波士頓公立學校嘅家長。今次咧，相比於上次嘅會咧，喺翻譯方面有好大嘅進步。終於唔使等咗，我哋好多家長終於唔使等咗幾個鐘頭，完全唔知道發生咩事。希望能夠保持。上次嘅會，我覺得完全係冇聽到任何反對嘅聲音，只係聽到有一種聲音。喺校委會成員嘅口中咧，只係聽到有一個係代表黑人教授嘅讀咗一封好長嘅信，係贊成嘅。但係我哋反對嘅聲音咧，之前喺 BPS 門口示威，上咗媒體嗰啲報道，一個字你哋嘅委員會都冇提出過嚟。點解你哋嘅委員會只係聽一種聲音，就已經決定咗一個咁對於細路仔嚟講咁重要嘅一個決議？所以我覺得係非常之唔公平嘅。再有一個就係嗰個前主席喺會議上面對我哋亞裔族人嘅姓名嘅取笑咧，呢一個係好嚴重嘅種族歧視行為。仲有今日嘅 Boston Global 咧都有報導，相信大家都有講到嘅就係原來仲有委員當時咧都有私底下喺度即係取笑嘅，即係大家都係即係呢個種族歧視係根深蒂固嘅喺你哋委員會入邊。一個咁如此種族歧視嘅校委會，仲可唔可以公平公正咁樣對待每一個學生、每一個家庭嘅權益呢？
30 seconds.
你哋憑乜嘢仲可以代表家長同埋學生去決定一啲關於公立學校咁重要嘅事項呢？
Thank you, Ms. Chen.
last sentence。最後就希望有種族歧視嗰啲委員會都要馬上辭職。Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chen. Our last group of speakers is Shirley Chen Wang, Agnes Ho, Megan Castro, and Maria Brooks. If you could please raise your hands virtually on Zoom.
Hi, everybody hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Okay, good evening. 你好, I need a Cantonese interpreter. OK， 你好，我係一位中國第一代嘅移民家長，我有3個細路仔喺Boston 公立校讀書。好幸運，我嘅大女咧已經喺拉丁第一間，而且佢成績係非常之優異嘅。我仲有2個細路仔係喺唐人街做西 Quincy School 讀2年級同埋 K1。呢間學校咧係喺中國城入邊唯一嘅一間2種語言嘅學校。佢係提供咗第一代移民嘅家長係冇高學歷同埋唔識英文嘅家長，提供咗好多學習嘅機會俾啲學生。因為我哋咧係做嗰啲低收入嘅工作，例如我哋冇高學歷，我哋要做餐館、裝修或者做超市。就算我哋連去圖書館想幫細路仔揀一個有能力嘅書，我哋都冇咁嘅能力。其實咧，中國亞裔家長係最缺乏資源嘅一個團體嚟嘅。我哋又冇金錢俾啲細路仔去讀書啦，所以拉丁學校係一個非常之好嘅一個目標。所以我希望通過家長同埋孩子嘅共同努力，可以實現佢哋嘅夢想。所以亞裔入學率係唔應該被其他種族被剝削咗去嘅。有能者居之，喺教育方面係唔應該受到種族嘅限制。公平公正嘅原則可以培訓咗更多優秀嘅學生。更多 國家未來嘅棟梁，國家先會更加強大同埋發達嘅。先會激發起孩子嘅熱情，可以塑造更好、更多
Your
學
time
生。
is up, so if you could wrap up, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
OK， 只有喺一個公平、公正嘅和平嘅競爭，先可以激發起孩子們嘅熱情，先至塑造到更好、更多嘅好學生嚟。
Thank you, Ms. Chen Wang.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Agnes Ho. Is Agnes Ho with us? Okay, Megan Castro.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, school committee. I commend the many people who are testifying tonight on behalf of their kids and their students. I would like to echo the many parents tonight speaking on behalf of the children at home who are having a hard time with virtual learning. The challenges this has brought to so many families cannot be stressed enough. I'd like to join them in begging BPS for a plan to bring the youngest learners and the HIPP students back for in-person learning. Admittedly, I have little faith that this will happen in the 2020-2021 school year. Therefore, I'm begging for some creative efforts in the meantime. Through my IEP meetings in the last few weeks, I'm hearing about compensatory services that may be available to students who have regressed during COVID. Why can't we begin this process now? All the BPS special education administrators I've spoken to are, despite their best efforts, stuck in red tape. Old rules need to be relaxed or eliminated during this emergency time. Can we help parents pay for the private tutors they're hiring at home? Can we reimburse families for the reading tutors, private therapy sessions they're sending their kids to now? Let's try to stop the learning regression the kids may be having now, instead of waiting to deal with all the ramifications months from now when this is all finally over. Why aren't we doing everything in our power to move mountains for these kids? Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ms. Castro. Our final speaker is Maria Brooks. Ms. Brooks?
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Maria Brooks, and I am a proud BPS special education teacher at the Mather School. I'm speaking today of the iniquity involved in the decision by Boston Public School District to open a dual language program at the Mather School beginning September 2021. Our district's website states that we are committed to closing achievement gaps that exist and persist among students of various races and ethnicities, educational programs, and socioeconomic backgrounds. BPS's choice to mandate a dual language program at the Mather is in direct contrast of this commitment. According to DESE, the Mather has the most Black and Brown students, while the other schools have a significantly higher white population. The Mather is home to the highest percentage of high-need students and the highest percentage of economically disadvantaged students. The Mather is considered in need of assistance or intervention, while the other schools are making substantial progress towards their academic goals. This demonstrates that the district is choosing to ignore the existing racial, educational, and socioeconomic disparities between these schools. Other schools were presented with this program and they had the opportunity of accepting or rejecting this proposal. The Mather community has not had such an opportunity. If our district stands for anti-racist practices, then I ask that this decision be put on hold until the voice of the Mather community is heard, ensuring that the end results benefit and best support our families. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brooks. Ms. Oliver Davila, that concludes our speakers for general public comment.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Brooks, for holding on there, being that last speaker. And I really want to thank all the community members, parents, caretakers who've come out to share with us how they feel on numerous topics. We appreciate all of the input, and we do listen to what you say, and it leads us to many conversations. So thank you. We are now, and thank you, Ms. Sullivan, for moderating that. We're going to move now to our only action item, which is grants for approval totaling $8,523,329. So I would like to open this up to questions and comments from the committee. And you can, again, either put your hand up virtually or in the chat. Does anybody have any questions? Ms. Robinson, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I know we haven't talked about grants in a long time, and I know in this grouping, we've had a number of grants that were for high schools, but it's also talking about out of school time programming, and I'm wondering, how does that happen during a time of remote? I know many of these grants are just beginning now and will go forward, but with everybody in remote learning, are these kids going to be still on Zoom during out of school time opportunities, or are there other kinds of opportunities being made available?
Ms. Robinson, there's a mix of both opportunities, remote opportunities. We do have some partners that we're still working with. And then there are some others that are on hold until we can be back and resume. And so the grant would be on hold. So there's a mix of that going on within our schools.
Mm-hmm. And then in the outcomes, they're only talking about in several of these of only looking at 5% growth. And I was wondering, is that standard or is that low? That there would only be 5% improvement in terms of student attitudes, et cetera.
I'd have to dig into the particular grant you're talking about, Ms. Robinson. I would be glad to get back to you on that question.
Okay, yeah, and a couple of them, I guess I was just surprised at what a small percentage of growth was what we were expecting. And you know, when you look at the budgets, we're talking about spending several $1,000s per student per grant, and then if we're only getting that small amount, again in the time of COVID, I'm just concerned about the expenditures.
Yeah. I will check on those growth measures, and if you could tell me which specific grant you're speaking to.
I didn't pull it up because of the time, but I will pull it up and I will send that back to you.
Okay,
thanks. But otherwise, I'm fine. But
okay,
just would really like to hear what the adjustments are being made during this time.
Are there any other questions? Okay, if there are no further questions, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the grants as presented.
So moved.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Is there any discussion or objection to this motion? Ms. Sullivan, can you please call the roll?
Dr. Coleman,
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Rivera,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Ms. Oliver Davila.
Yes.
The grants are approved unanimously.
Thank you. Our first report this evening is a tentative collective bargaining agreement between the Boston School Committee and the Boston Association of School Administrators and Supervisors, also known as BASIS. Before we move into that report, Superintendent, would you like to make any comments?
Yeah, I'm glad that this got done, Madam Chair, and I have with me Jeremiah Hassan, who helped negotiate that with the city and the BASIS members.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Hassan. I hope I said that right. I wrote it down with how to say it. So if you could take it away. Mr. Hassan is the Director of the Office of Labor Relations.
Yes, good evening, school committee. Superintendent Cassellius, thank you for having me. Share my screen. Can you see the presentation? Is that up right now? All right, so just to run you briefly through the tentative agreement we reached with the BASIS bargaining unit, which is the Boston Association of School Administrators and Supervisors. BASIS covers our administrators and supervisors, both centrally based and school-based, who are not school leaders, so excluding principals and headmasters. It is a unit of approximately 240 full-time employees, and they range a different range of work days, leading our schools and central offices. So after 4 years, the parties were able to come to an agreement in early October. The agreement is technically 2 contracts covering 2 years each, running from September 1st, 2016 through August 31st, 2020. The agreement calls for general wage increases of 2% annually from effective September of each school year, and it allows for staffing reform language that eliminates the recall rights of BASIS members in the event of a layoff. The parties feel that this agreement is fair and equitable. It's consistent with what has been offered to our other bargaining units for this duration, and we believe it is a good deal to maintain a strong working relationship with our BASIS employees. The cost of the deal, all of which will be paid out, retroactively for the past increases, and then an annualized ongoing cost of $1.857 million. And to support this, we're also requesting a supplemental appropriation request be submitted to City Council. So with that, I will answer any questions if you have them, but that is the agreement that we have tentatively reached with BASIS, and I encourage you to vote in support of this agreement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hassan. I will now open it up to the committee if anybody has any questions. Okay, no questions.
Thank you. Thank you for having me tonight.
Thank you so much for all your work. We appreciate it. The committee looks forward to taking action on this collective bargaining agreement and the FY21 supplemental appropriation request at our next meeting. Our second and final report this evening is the Office of Human Capital's annual hiring update. At this time, I'd like to invite Mr. Al Taylor, the Chief of Human Capital, to start us off, and he will be joined by his team, which includes Ray Catchings, the BPS Interim Deputy Chief Human Capital Officer, John Barrows, Director of Data and Analytics, Jessica Tin, Data Analyst, Saren Daly, Managing Director of Recruitment, Cultivation, and Diversity, Equity, and Strategy Division. That's quite a title there. Daphne Germain, Director of EL Program Planning, Implementation, Academics Division, and Jerome Doherty, Director of Evaluation and Performance Management. And before we hand it off to Mr. Taylor, Superintendent, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I get into the human capital report, I just want to thank Jeremiah Hassan for his incredible and tireless work, often with our labor partners, often working on weekends, days and nights, and doing a lot of that in collaboration with our city partners, Anne Marie Noonan, who is now departed from the city, and Barbara Parker taking over for her. So thank you, Jeremiah, for your good work on this agreement with the BASIS members.
You're welcome, Superintendent. I appreciate that.
I want to also recognize Mr. Al Taylor and his many years of service to the Boston Public Schools, and moving into this role last year, and just has done a phenomenal job working with his team in OHC, Office of Human Capital, and also our recruitment division, and the way that we've aligned the recruitment division with our equity division now under the leadership of Dr. Granson, who is not able to be with us here this evening. And Mr. Taylor will do all of the heavy work and then turn it over to his team to share the technical details of the really great work that they've done to improve outcomes and provide for a greater diverse workforce. I'm really excited about this work this past year. It's part of our strategic plan. It's a a highlight of the work we've still been able to do strategically over the past year. And I think you'll be very happy with the results today. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Taylor and his incredible team. Thank you.
Thank you. School committee members, Chair Oliver Dolliver, and Dr. Casalius. Jonathan, you want to share your screen, please? We hope that you all will see this as positive information, and we're happy to be sharing that information with you. The chair has already done all of our introductions, so we'll move right into the next slide. I'm just going to pause here for a few minutes just to give the audience a chance to read through. And we'll just politely remind everybody that the Boston Public Schools is still under the Garrity Court order for diversity hires as it relates to teachers and guidance counselors. Next slide, Jonathan. So you'll hear tonight from the team of folks that will be presenting, because our recruitment efforts and to get to the diversity numbers is a team approach. Our hiring outcomes are the strongest that they have been in the past 7 years overall and for new hires. You'll also see our strongest linguistic outcomes as well. And we're also happy to be sharing some of our intentionality around retention. Now I'll turn it over to our team member, Jonathan, and he will go over some of the data. Jonathan?
Thank you all. Thank you, school committee members and Superintendent Casilius. We have some great things to share tonight. This first slide, we're going to focus in specifically on our teachers and guidance counselors as referenced in the slide about the Garrity Court order. And so what you're seeing here is the data for workforce diversity for teachers and guidance counselors over the last 7 years. And I want to point out on the right-hand side, the data for this year, 2020. For the first time in the last 7 years, the percentage of our educators who identified as Black surpassed 22%. You can see that there's been small and incremental changes over the last seven years leading to this number. Well, this is not the 25% mandated by the Garrity order. We are making progress towards that direction. It is also the highest percentage of educators of color overall that we've had in the last 7 years. We talk a lot about teachers and guidance counselors when we come to school committee, but I also wanted to share with you some comparisons for other populations within the school district. So in this slide, you see on the left-hand side, that same data for teachers and guidance counselors for the current year. And then the next bar is showing school budgeted positions. So this would include those teachers and guidance counselors as well as any other staff member who is budgeted to a school. So that would include paraprofessionals and nurses, any school leaders, anyone that was carried on their budget. The next bar are centrally based staff. So these would be any staff that is not budgeted to a school, essentially. And what we do see included here are itinerant service providers who are budgeted centrally but deployed to schools. The fourth bar here is our bowling building staff. So these are only staff members who work out of the bowling building. Then next to that, we have school leaders and then the district total. So you can see overall all staff across the entire district. So you can see while we focus a lot on our teachers and guidance counselors, almost every other population here is more diverse than our teachers and guidance counselor population within the district.
And we just wanted to highlight that our diversity efforts are district-wide and not just focused to teachers and guidance counselors.
Next, we're going to focus in specifically on our hiring data for this year. We're going to switch back to our teacher and guidance counselor population for this portion. And what you'll see here is the last 7 years, what the demographics of our hires have been. And you can see on the far right that the percentage of our hires this year who identified as Black was over 31%, which is by far the highest that we've seen in the past 7 years. We also had the highest numbers for our Latinx educators this year, coming in at just shy of 16%. And overall, this is the first time in the last 7 years that the total percentage of our hires who are identified as an educator of color surpassed 50% and almost 54% in fact. So we have some really strong results this year with some big jumps over last year. This next slide is going to go even a little bit narrower to look at specifically new to district hires, which is a subset of our hires each year. Again, we have really strong results for 2020. The highest percentage of educators who are new to district who identify as Black, the highest percentage who identify as Latinx, the second highest percentage who identify as Asian this year. And overall, the total percentage of our external hires who identified as an educator of color was 48% this year. So again, you can see a strong upwards trend as you look across the chart that the investments that we've made in early mutual consent hiring and the various different pipeline programs that you'll hear more about later, and our retention efforts as well are really starting to compound and show more and more results year after year. And I believe Saren is going to talk a little bit about some of the work that we did for our investment positions. Saren, are you here?
I'm sorry, I just realized I was on mute. I was being very diligent. My apologies. Thank you, John. The RCD team is now the Office of Recruitment, Cultivation, and Diversity Programs, and has moved to the Division of Equity, Strategy, and Opportunity Gaps, led by Dr. Charles Granson, as Dr. Casilius has mentioned earlier. RCD will expand its work more broadly throughout the district to ensure that every department and every school rigorously realizes the district's comprehensive and ambitious plan to elevate and expand our strategic workforce diversity initiatives. This slide reflects the outcomes of staff hired as a result of the district's investments in all schools, and particularly our transformation schools. The Office of RCD provides strategic diversity recruitment support to several central office departments or divisions. In particular, we were able to develop diverse candidate pools for the hiring of school social workers, family liaisons, and school nurses. I'm going to pass this back on to John and Daphne.
Okay, so just very quickly, again, in terms of linguistic diversity, in this chart, you can see we're on an upward trajectory. I'm going to hand it over to Daphne to talk some more about the specifics here.
Thank you, John. In the work in collaboration with the Office of Human Capital and the Office of English Learners, we've been able to support in providing a more structured way to assess and identify where teachers, potential new hires are able to self-identify their language capacity in regards to reading, writing, speaking, as well as indicating whether their language is native and if they feel comfortable to teach in their language. And as the data indicates, as we've been collecting this data in recent years, you're able to see that this is the highest percentage of linguistic diversity for new hires within the Boston Public Schools. And we're very happy to see that. As the data shows, the number of hires continues to grow, and it's part of the work to continue to implement the Look Act. Next slide. As the district continues to strategically implement the Look Act, access to linguistically diverse candidate pools is crucial to ensure that students have access to culturally and linguistically proficient staff. On the left side of the slide, you will see programs that are continuing to grow within the Boston Public Schools. The grade 7 is being added to the Umana as a dual language program, grade 3 at the Matterhorn Toussaint Louverture Academy, growing the current Vietnamese K2 classroom into a grade 1, and then potentially opening up a K1 dual language Cabo Verdean program, and this year also opening up a heritage program in partnership with the Burke. Under the Look Act, teachers who teach content in native language are required to have the bilingual education endorsement. And so this year, the Office of English Learners was able to release the step-by-step guidance for staff so that they could become qualified, and then also partnering with Boston College to create courses to support current dual language staff teachers to increase their instructional capacity, as well as qualify for the bilingual education endorsement. Also this year, we were able to convene a group of stakeholders targeted towards increasing recruitment and diversity pipeline for the Look Act. And we're able to use the racial equity planning tool to do some deep data dives around the issues impacting bilingual staff within the district from obtaining their teacher license, as well as looking at other barriers for more staff to enter into the profession. This work is done in partnership between the Office of Human Capital, OEL, RCD, as well as the BTR, BTU staff were invited to provide feedback. And that information is currently being reviewed by Dr. Romero Johnson as we continue to work to pull together a plan to implement the Look Act. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephanie. This next slide focuses in on exits. As we know, hiring is one side of the equation in terms of workforce diversity. The other side is attrition. So we also wanted to share what that has looked like both this year and over the last 7 years. Again, we're focusing in on teachers and guidance counselors for this slide. As you can see, there's been a downward trend in terms of the total number of exits over the last 7 years, which is indicative of our strong work towards retention. And you can also see that there's been a trend towards a smaller number of the exits identifying as Black. And in fact, this year, the number of, or the percentage of educators who identified as Black who exited was proportional to the population of educators. Whereas when we started tracking this back in 2014, that number was disproportionate, a much higher percentage of the exits identified as Black. So while this is certainly moving in the right direction for our Black educators, we do see an increase in the number or the percentage of our Latinx exits here. And that is something that we need to dig into a little bit more. The other thing that I just want to caution us around is that while there's a general trend towards smaller number of exits and the percentage of our exits to identify as Black being proportional to the population, we do anticipate that may start going in the other direction over the next 5 to 10 years, simply based on the age demographics of our Black educators. We have a higher percentage of our Black educators who are nearing retirement age. And so we do expect that number to start going up. So we do have our work cut out for us in terms of making sure that we are still doing the work on the front end to replace those educators as they reach retirement age.
And I am going to continue on. Thanks, John. Last year, the superintendent agreed to make an additional investment on the RCD team. Instead of investing in a recruitment staff member, we recommended that she invest in retention. Therefore, we hired an Educators of Color retention specialist, Rashawn Martin, a former BPS student, a BLS graduate, a BLS teacher, a former administrator, school leader, and central office staff. His role is to provide retention supports and manage diversity programming for all staff in BPS, both central office and school-based. Of the 401 non-renewed provisional teachers, 230 of them were educators of color, 57%. Rashawn has contacted 100% of the 230 educators of color. 67% or 153 of the provisional teachers of color responded and received support via email and shared documents. In addition, he has open accessible drop-in hours that any educator of color in the district can access. And as a result, Rashawn met individually with 35% or 53 provisional teachers of color. Overall, due to the outreach and support our retention specialists provided, 89% of our non-renewed provisional teachers of color were retained. Next slide, please. As I noted earlier, the BPS Office of Recruitment, Cultivation, and Diversity Programs intentionally focuses on the retention of our educators of color. I want to draw your attention first to the text on the left side of the slide. Exit interviews. I'm happy to confirm in school year 1920, BPS completed a comprehensive exit interview process for all educators of color who exited the district. This includes school leaders of color, central office, and school-based staff. A comprehensive exit interviews will be performed again in school year 2021. The other exciting news as it pertains to retention is also great news for our pipeline work. 2 years ago, the superintendent approved additional funding to enable us to fund 1 FTE for the MTEL Prep Support Program. As a result, the Office of RCD has been able to leverage more than $484,000 for the Massachusetts Department of Elementary and Secondary Education to support the MTEL Prep program. The work that Akita Narang-Kapur and her team of BPS teacher instructors have engaged in has had a substantial impact on our workforce diversity. The chart on the bottom left illustrates 97 individuals took part in MTEL prep programs from July 2019 to January 2020, 7 months. 80 individuals took 1 or more MTEL and passed. 67 out of the 80 individuals who passed were Black, Latinx, and Asian. 48 of the 80 individuals who took 1 or more MTEL and passed also were able to get licensed as a result. So 38 out of the 48 individuals who were licensed were educators of color. This is significant. I would want to draw your attention to a number that we will reflect later in the slide where we talk about the partnerships and how many educators of color we're receiving from our teacher prep programs. Boston Public Schools, this chart on the right illustrates that the race and ethnicity of the 38 educators of color and the licenses that we were able to support them earn. This past year, we've experienced a surge in requests for the MTEL prep support. Given that we have data to prove that our support works, we'll be seeking additional funding to expand our efforts. Thank you, John. May I have the next slide, please? From the right side of the slide, please take note that we've been able to hire 36 educators of color from our 3 teacher prep partner programs. On the left side of the slide, we list our university partners. Last year, we had 4 university partners. This year, we added Northeastern University and a collaboration with Duet and Southern New Hampshire University. Our university partners play a critical role in providing our paraprofessionals and other staff with affordable and flexible options to complete their bachelor's degree. In addition to increasing our pipeline, our university partners provide an array of opportunities for growth and development and factor strategically in our retention strategies for educators of color. For example, this year, we have 16 employees enrolled in Regis College in their bachelor's and master's degree program, and 7 in their doctorate in education program. In the center, I want to highlight our pipeline programs. We are proud to relaunch our teacher cadet program. At the request of Dr. Casilius last year, we expanded our high school to teacher program. We now serve students from grade 7 to grade 16. That's middle school, high school, and college. And we're excited to note that you can see we're very close to having our first cohort of teacher cadets graduate from college and join us as first-year teachers. Our accelerated community teacher program continues to prepare a very diverse cohort from our community and our schools. And finally, we're proud to be relaunching our BPS Teaching Fellowship Program, hosting our next cohort in July 2021. I believe I'm turning it over to Ray Catchings.
Good evening, everyone. So before we turn and look ahead, I just wanted to call out that Dr. Coleman had requested some additional information on educator evaluation data, and that information is provided in the appendix of this presentation. We also have the Director of Evaluation and Performance Management here today and can answer any questions that may come up. So I just wanted to note that that is very important that we call out. We do have data on educator evaluations. So
Wait, sorry. Actually, that request was from Michael O'Neill.
Sorry,
School committee
Michael
member
O'Neill.
Michael O'Neill. Sorry.
Okay. So quickly, just to recap, my colleagues have talked about how we've had the strongest year in 7 years, and we continue to trend in the right direction. Our retention efforts have proven effective, as evident by the decline in the need for external hires. And we've done some great things and made great progress. So I just want to take the time now to tell you what you can expect from us going forward. Relative to hiring, and we're going to continue to leverage the investments from our partners like Edvestors and Ballpost who help us focus on workforce diversity initiatives that work for school-based and central-based staffing. We're going to capitalize on our leadership pipelines and recruitment initiatives to diversify our school leader pools, because we want to make sure that our leadership staff accurately reflects the students and communities that we are serving. In addition to that, we continue to use the diversity focused schools initiatives as an accountability measure to make sure that our schools are being intentional about hiring folks of color into available positions. And when we look forward at what we're going to be doing for recruitment and retention, we have committed to relaunching the Affinity Advisory Councils. There are several of them across the BPS community that we will be re-engaging to inform our practices. In addition to all the data that we use to be intentional about informing our practice, we cannot forget about the voices that are going to support us as we move through continuing to try to recruit and retain educators across the district. We've had DESE grant that's going to support us. One of the unique things about this DESE grant is it allows us to offer signing bonuses in addition to the MTEL prep. Signing bonuses is not something that we typically hear about for public institutions. So I'm really excited about what has come out of the use of that grant for our diversity recruitment initiatives. And then of course, Saren talked about how we're going to continue to expand the teacher cadet program, which is going to be really big for folks who are coming from middle school through college as they look to rejoin us in their careers. So then when we think about what we've done over the last few years with tracking linguistic capacity and how we start to leverage that, leverage what we know now that we have at least 45% of folks in our community identifying as having some linguistic expertise. So we're going to strengthen the collaboration that happens between our office and OHC, the Recruitment, Cultivation, and Diversity Office, and then the Office of OEL, so we can be purposeful in trying to increase the linguistic diversity of our candidates, and of course, developing dashboards that just help us clue into where the resources are and deploy them across EL-based programs. So with that, I just want to say that we've done some tremendous work, and I hope that you guys can see how we are being intentional, about using the data to inform the work that we do. I hope you can see how intentional we're being about the collaboration and three really big offices who in the past may not have been as collaborative, but we are being very intentional about making sure that we serve our BPS community well. So with that, I'm going to pause and transition. I think Saren has a highlight that she wants to share.
Thank you, Ray. We have one more slide. This summer, our office launched the Equity in Urban Education Fellowship, which is designed to be an inclusive project-based professional learning experience for undergraduate and graduate students who reflect the racial, cultural, and linguistic diversity of the students we serve in Boston Public Schools. The fellowship was the brainchild of one of my staff members, Charles Page III. He is from Roxbury. He's a recent Hampton University graduate and credits the growth in his confidence as a young professional to the multitude of job readiness and leadership programs that he participated in while growing up in the city of Boston, such as the Pipeline the Leadership Program with the NAACP. For all of those who knew George, they know that he was tirelessly committed to supporting the development of young people in the city of Boston. Therefore, it feels fitting to honor his legacy by renaming this fellowship the George B. Cox Equity in Urban Education Fellowship. Thank you. And I'll pass it back.
So we'll turn it back over to you, Chair Oliver Davila.
Thank you so much.
And we'll open it up for questions if you have them.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. I will open it up. Thank you, everyone, for your presentation. I'll save my comments to the end, but for my fellow school committee colleagues, if you have a question, if you could please raise your hand. No questions? Okay, Dr. Rivera. Oh, sorry, Mr. James, I didn't see you. Mr. James and then Dr. Rivera. Sorry, I couldn't see you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. My question is pertaining to slide number 3, I believe. Is it possible that we could get the presenters to share their screens again? Can you hear me? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, can we go to slide 2? I believe it's the one with the, so I think it's slide 4. My apologies. It's the one with the breakdown. Yes, this one. My question is, and obviously I'm not looking for an answer right now, but I'm just wondering, is it possible to somehow gather similar data to this that shows where these teachers and guidance counselors live? Whether they live in Boston or whether they live in cities outside of Boston. Because I think that, a lot of the conversations I've had in the past with my friends and students in BSAC and in my school and in other schools in general, is that, not only do a lot of students look for that connectivity in race and background of a person, but also where they come from. Specifically, and when I say where they come from, I mean what city do they live in? Do they live in the same city, the same neighborhoods? Do they have a sort of a similar sense of what it's like to take the MBTA in the morning and just living the Boston city life? So I think that data would be very interesting to see. That's what I wanted to say.
I think we can pull that data for you and get it to you later. Yeah.
But other than that, I think that this is incredible. I did want to say that I think this is absolutely incredible. I do think that, as you all have mentioned, the district does have a long way to go in terms of diversifying our staff. But I think that we are on the right track, and I very much appreciate this department's work to achieve.
Thank you. Truly a team effort.
Spoken like a true leader. Thank you so much, Mr. James, Dr. Rivera, and then Dr. Coleman.
Yes, and again, I just want to echo the praise for your team, Mr. Taylor. There's some real positive results here in the hiring diversity, and particularly around the linguistic diversity. I know that's something that, I know the English Learners Task Force and others have been, really pushing for that for a long time. And it's also really, encouraging to see the collaboration across the different offices. That's also like progress being made, I think. And I guess my question is, I guess to Mr. James's point too, like, it's going to take a while to get there, but, like how many years would it take to get to achieve, you know, some of these benchmarks and not have this Garrity order sort of still hanging over the school district? What do you think? How many years could it take to get there?
I'm gonna see if my data person, Jonathan, if you want to take a crack at that.
Sure. So it's a complicated answer, of course, because there are a lot of variables, attrition being a huge part of it. And as I mentioned, we do anticipate a higher percentage of our exits identifying as Black based on our age demographics of that population of teachers. So that complicates things for sure. It also depends on how many vacancies we have in a given year, which relates to retention and how good of a job we do at retaining the staff that we already have and competing with other neighboring districts who may also, like Boston, be trying to diversify their workforces. One of the big limiting factors is simply the percentage of educators of color in the state of Massachusetts. The roughly 8% of educators in the state are educators of color. And, you know, BPS already employs close to 50% of the Black educators in the state. I think it's 47% at the last time I looked at it. And close to 23% of all the Asian educators and 23% of all of the Latinx educators in the state. So those are also some complicating factors that we have to face when looking at that. So I can't give you a hard and fast number. We've done a little bit of modeling, but I think the answer is it's going to take a lot of years. You know, it's not going to be something that we're going to do in a couple of years. It's really going to be concerted effort over a long period of time. As you've seen in the trailing 7 years, you know, it took 7 years to make the incremental change that we've seen. So kind of forecast that out and you have a basic picture of how long it might take.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah.
Great work.
Thank you, Dr. Rivera. Dr. Coleman?
Great. Thank you very much. This is a great report, very exciting, and as many of you know, I think this is one of the most important things that we do in the district, and human capital is a great driver in diversifying it. The evidence is becoming clearer and clearer that having a ethnic matching, it has a powerful impact on the aspirations of our children. So this is a great report. Wonderful presentation of the data, very useful. The report really spoke. It was a great narrative, and the issues of the trend data was invaluable. Thank you for putting that in. You really got a sense of where we're going. And as long as the trend is there, you can see whether they're going to be progressing or not, as John suggested. But I want to turn to a couple just, and these are by no means dampen my enthusiasm for the quality of the report or the quality of the progress that it demonstrates, which I hope the whole city is very excited about and is willing to keep resourcing this work so we continue to improve. But one of the things that I found interesting is you talk about having these exit interviews, but we don't get a summary of what was found. It would be really great to get kind of what 5 takeaways from those. If you look across the exits, we don't need to know about individuals, but as they left, what is their commentary about leaving, and what are the things that we can learn from the people who are moving on, which is often a very valuable moment. Some could be going to really good things beyond that we help them to. Others may not. But that summary would be very, very.
We do have some of that information, and I'm sure Saren's team could share that.
Yes, we can provide that.
Great, yeah, that'd be great. And then in terms of the appendix, and thank you, Mr. O'Neill, for asking for the information about the evaluations, because that's really critical. And that slide on the evaluations really spoke to one of the issues I think we have in the district that a lot of people are going to be curious about and would want to have some more deconstruction. And particularly, you have basically, 70% is proficient and 20-some% is excellent, and a very few percentage of our rated teachers aren't doing very well. Same thing with the principals. And I would wonder whether the task force on the opportunity achievement gaps would want to have a presentation from you, and then we would as well, I think, on how do we understand the disconnect between a highly effective teaching core and the size of our gaps and the slowness of our progress in reducing them. So as you've probably heard me say before, I'm a latecomer to advocating diversity of the teaching core as significant for achievement. The new research has convinced me that that's really important. The cultural proficiency for all of our faculty is significant. And so we're having them highly rated by an increasingly diverse leadership group, but we're not necessarily getting the movement in closing the gaps that we all want. And so understanding that what could look like a disconnect would be, I think, useful for us all in terms of leading us forward in terms of what problems we need to solve and how we can do that. So that's not in the report, but by having presented that data, it brings up that question that I think would be useful to kind of have some, at least some speculation, hypotheses about where we can go. And then the other bit of data that
just so I understand what you're asking, pretty much meaning that the evaluation ratings don't reflect the performance of our schools, if I'm hearing you correctly.
Yeah, how can you help us understand that disconnect? So if you look at your slide, 17, where in the educational evaluation you have 21, 22% exemplary, 75, 74% proficient, and like 3 needs improvement, and only and then 0.04 is unsatisfactory, and the formative data assessments give a similar look. But we're not closing our gaps at the rate that any of us want.
I understand.
Dr. Coleman, I would good evening, and thank you for having me. I would like to just share with you that we are thinking about this right now, in fact, and our performance management team has made explicit in our opportunity and achievement gap goals, which are embedded in our operational plan for the district, working on this very question. And it is in fact in our goals to see to the re-leveling of performance evaluation ratings to not only match what we would expect to see based on the performance of our schools, but also to come into line with proportionality based on race and ethnicity, age, and gender. So this is in our consciousness. We are working actively on it, and it is part of our goals that are part of the operational plan.
Great. And I know this is very difficult. And the analogy that I often use is that in the medical field, sometimes the best doctors have the highest mortality rate because they're working with the most demanding clients. And so if that's the case, our great teachers are working with the most challenging students, and it's the hardest to get the progress. We want to know that. As opposed to what we know about the general conversation education is that too often our least experienced teachers are working with our most demanding students. And so, it's one thing and so where are we and where are we? And so getting that data would be great. So thank you, Jerome, for that. And then the last question in terms of thinking this through, and this is something that we're finding very interesting at the university review of hires, is the other data set is you talk about the percentage of hires and how well we're doing, great progress, kudos. We don't see the relationship to the pool. So, what's the pool? What's the diversity of the pool, the people who apply for the jobs in relationship to getting them? And so that would be another, seeing the trend. Are we getting an increased numbers of people of color applying? Therefore, that's driving our numbers, or are we just being more conscious about who we're thinking about? I mean, as the number of hires shrink and the percentage is going up, it indicates that's a more competitive opportunity to come here. So increasing diversity in an increasing competitive environment is a great accomplishment. But if you have a better sense of how deep the pools are, how big the pools are, that would be very useful. And darn it, there was one more point I wanted to make, and it was a compliment, so I don't want to let that go. But it's the application pool. Well, Chair, can I reserve the right if my agent memory at this late night comes
Yes,
back?
no
that
worries.
I can get back in the grant. So thank you.
Yes.
Again, kudos, wonderful work. This is a great progress, and we've kind of, oh, I know what it was. Surround your recruitment plan is a national model. You look at the literature and you look around the country and you look at what people say they're not doing right and what they should be doing. You nailed it, lady. You nailed it, and you got it all going. And we need to resource and support you because it can take time before we get to where we want to go. But you have us. We're getting above the tree line. So thank you very much for your great work.
Thank you.
Thank you for embarrassing me.
Oh,
anytime for something good. Anytime for something good.
Right. Mr. Tran, you have a question?
Yes. I'm sorry it's late. As late as it is, and I'm having some questions here, but
it's okay. This is an important topic. Please go ahead.
Yes, and I have some experience in this area as I was the head of the diversity for the state. The percentage that you are, well, I like to echo Dr. Coleman regarding your achievement in putting together this great plan to show the diversity of the workforce for the Boston Public School. And I gather that the percentage that you are using reflects the proportional percentage to the population of the city of Boston. Is that right? Or is that is it proportional to the percentage of the diversity percentage of the country? Which one is it?
I'm going to let my data person take a crack at that. John, what do you think?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I'm not sure I followed.
The percentage of hiring, retention.
Yeah, is it proportional to the city or proportional to the state? I believe is what he's asking.
Right. Or the nation. Is it proportionally related to the city?
Are you saying how does it compare to the demographics of the city?
Right.
I haven't looked at the demographics of the city recently. I have looked at that in the past, and there are places where we are doing better, meaning the percentage of hires is higher than the percentage of a given population within the city, and places where it's lower. I would have to get back to you with specifics.
Okay, so this percentage the percentage that you are showing us is in relation to the total number of employees rather than
yes.
But what I would say is that BPS, because our diversity numbers are high as an aggregate across all of our ethnic and racial groups, that we're definitely outperforming other districts in the country of our similar size. So we are definitely leading in the diversity across our teacher workforce. And I would argue, as you look at our demographics across all of our different staffing, you'll see that we are probably on the higher end of workforce diversity.
I see that. I understand that, but I like to to have a clear picture rather as reflecting the community at large rather than the body of the workforce alone. I think that is not sufficient just to show the percentage as relating to the body of the workforce. That in and of itself, I don't believe is sufficient to show diversity. The second question I have is, Diversity, as you show, are categorized under Latinx, Asian, persons of color, and white. Any other categories that you are thinking of, like self-identified disabled, veterans, I don't know, American Indians? Those are the kind of categories that should also be reflecting in the diversity, given the outcry of veterans who come back from the war and then don't find jobs, and there are many of them living among us. Are those kind of categories included in one way or another, or are you planning on adding them in future diversity plan?
I don't believe we have comprehensive data for veteran status or disability status. In terms of the racial and ethnic groups that we do track, we track Asian, Black, Latinx. We do track American Indian and Pacific Islander. The numbers in those two populations are typically very, very small. So we tend to roll them up into an other category,
right,
so that they can actually be seen on a chart.
Right.
And then we have white, obviously, and a population of individuals who do decline to identify as well.
Okay. Maybe we should do some research on the population of veterans in the city of Boston that may be qualified for certain kind of employment with us, as well as maybe we should also pay a little attention to people with disability who are willingly self-identify as disabled, so that appropriate accommodation, including hiring, may be considered for them as well. So those are, just my comment. One little comment regarding retention. I read in one of your slides the retention kind of tools that you may be using or helping with for lack of a better word, teachers in training or teachers who are not licensed, is to help them with licensing. Is that right?
That's correct.
That's correct.
I see. Any other kind of support or any other kind of initiatives or incentives that
For
you can
retention,
support
for retention?
Yeah, for retention.
Absolutely. Our team, Rashawn Martin, I mentioned his name earlier, manages a central, supports a central office and school-based affinity grouping. So there are opportunities for communities to convene, even central office and school-based. Our university partners is a very strong strategic lever that we use for retention, because we know that many individuals, as they're in our district, as they want to progress and develop, we provide opportunities with our university partners for them to acquire a bachelor's degree if they don't have one, or continue with a master's, or in some levels a doctorate. We have gatherings monthly for our educators of color from across all ethnic and racial groups, and that's really intended to build community. And Rashawn, we send out a monthly newsletter where we are continuously sharing information about opportunities, but also providing his access in case individuals have challenges in any of the aspects of their deciding to stay in BPS. Our strategy for our retention work is that we are acutely aware that people have choices and individuals choose to work for Boston Public Schools. So our goal is to create a lot of opportunities for folks to consider staying as opposed to leaving. So our education support, our community building, our affinity grouping, our professional growth and development is all intended to provide individuals with opportunities to consider staying in BPS.
We also have coaching and mentorship programs
Absolutely.
for our new teachers and administrators.
Yes. Thank you. That's great. I like the concept of affinity,
Affinity groups,
and
yeah.
I think that's one of the tools that would be very helpful. Just one last short comment. I understand that Mr. James raised the request for teachers' address, home address, I think. Was
Where
that?
they live, where our teachers come from or where they live, yes.
I see.
I think
I'm just wondering whether maybe you should check to see if teachers' personal home address is
Well, we
exempt
wouldn't share-
from public
we would-
record, or is it is it part of the right to know kind of law?
Yeah, we'll check. I mean, we wouldn't share the actual addresses, but we can share the demographics of the areas where they
I
live.
see. Yes. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
That's all I have. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tran. Mr. O'Neill?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure, Ms. Robinson, did you have a question?
Oh, you did? I'm sorry. I didn't
I'll
see
be
your
glad to wait
hand
if
up there.
Ms.
Sorry
Robinson,
about that.
I saw her hand up, that's why.
Yeah,
Thank
thank
you.
you. That's okay, thank you. A couple of questions. Can you explain the signing bonus? Who gets it under what conditions? I just thought that was interesting to hear that you
Sure.
do this.
It's a grant we
Yes.
got from the state, and yeah, I'll let Sharon speak to it, sorry.
Yeah.
It's a DESI grant, and it's one of their, DESI has been funding a number of initiatives to increase diversity for educators. So we submitted a proposal to have hiring bonuses. There are three options. You can use funding to provide funding for folks for traveling, for reducing or loans, or hiring bonuses. And our decision to go with hiring bonuses makes it easy for folks to decide how they want to use the additional funds. Our goal was to provide hiring bonuses for educators of color who are choosing to come into district. And that was how we use for new to district first through third year new to district educators coming into district. So that's why when you see our diversity data around the increase in our new to district hires, we were using that strategy to have individuals consider BPS.
So is that a cash gift or is it for
Yes,
training?
it is. No. It is. It's funding, and that's directly how the state has the funding. So it is
Oh, wow.
yeah. So
Yeah,
it
I
was
think we
very
pay it out
much.
through stipends, right?
Yes, yes, it is paid out as a stipend, but it is something that's how the state has configured the funding, and they've been incredible
Wow.
around flexibility and to be able to offer that as a district. So yes,
But kudos to Sharon's team to pursue those kinds of grants to help support our recruitment efforts.
That's great. Another question I had was about the linguistic diversity. It was great seeing the slide that's showing that the new hires, there's a lot more linguistic diversity. How do we look at that against both the folks that we have that were prior already existing and their linguistic diversity? And then how do we match those things up with the needs of our bilingual programs? And are there areas where we're seeing gaps that there needs to be more focus in terms of recruitment?
I'm going to ask Daphne to take that question.
I was going to say.
Thank you so much for that question. At the end of spring last year, under the leadership of Dr. Eileen de los Reyes, we did run an analysis that looked at all current staff who are identified as teachers within the Boston Public Schools to see and to review the information that we had for them in regards to language. And we were able to identify and correlate some aspects of that data with our current language programmings, our SEI language specifics, life, and dual language programs. And we're able to see that there is work to be done in regards to increasing the number of teachers, especially within our language specific SEI programs, where we did not see a correlation of teachers with who had the language capacity for the specific language strand that they taught in. Our dual language programs fared much better, as well as our SLIFE native language programs, because there's a requirement to have language proficiency. But what the data showed is that there is there is work to be done. We are looking to work in partnership with OHC as well as RCD to rerun that report with the new information that has come up with the new hire data, and to see how that has been impacted with the new hires.
Right, thank you. The other thing that I was excited about was hearing that your student school to teacher pipeline was now going as low as grade 7. And my question is, are the students who are involved in that, are they all attending one school, or are they all over the district?
It's district-wide, and it was done in this collaboration with the district's 7 to 12 high school redesign. So we're collaborating with that initiative. So it is district-wide. Mhm.
So that was my question. Is this,
Yeah.
is this a consideration that there would become a teaching training school, just like we have EMT and other schools that are focusing on career development?
No, I think the word on the street is collaboration. So yes, when we expanded, we were very intentional of collaborating with Dr. McIntyre and Dr. Bruggerman regarding the redesign of the 7 to 12 model. We also collaborated with the career and tech ed component. So across, and also, I'm sorry, with Marcia Ennis with the career to college piece. So all four entities that were in the same space, thinking collaboratively about introducing a new program that extends from 7 to 16. So it's all done it's very collaboratively, and kind of exciting. There are lots of opportunities for collaboration. We also partnered and got Desi again, Dr. Abdi Ali, who is leading that work with Wences Raphael, who is leading the teacher cadet work. We were able to get a grant to do a career and tech ed planning grant. So you might see something evolving soon, but it's all done in collaboration, yes.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Wonderful work, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm very excited about the teacher cadet program, as Sarah knows.
Yeah.
Something I've been pushing because I think our next Boston teacher is sitting in our classroom now. And I think that's our best hope to diversify. You heard John share the grim numbers. The availability of teachers statewide are teachers of color or have linguistic diversity. Therefore, our kids are naturally diverse. They love BPS. They're BPS students. We need to give and cultivate them and provide greater incentives for them, around tuition free and all kinds of stuff that I'd like to do to incentivize our students to become our next teachers.
Yeah.
I'm a BPS graduate, and I think I did well in the system.
I think so too, Al.
Thank you. Mr. O'Neill?
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to make this quick, but a couple of quick comments first. Dr. Coleman, I want to echo your comments about the work of Ms. Daly and the national recognition of the national model on recruitment. I've actually been with Ms. Daly when she's presented to a national audience, along with the Office of Opportunity Achievement Gap and the integration between the two. And to say there was intense interest from a number of leading superintendents across the country showing up specifically to see what was going on in this area is an understatement. So thank you, Ms. Daly, for your continued work on this regard. I echo Dean Coleman's comments on that. And Mr. Tron, I did want to mention you asked about veterans. And there is a nonprofit that is working to help districts introduce districts to veterans who are leaving the service who may be available for teaching. And I know the superintendent and Ms. Daly has met with them. They're thinking of trying to expand more to the Northeast and would love to work with Boston in the future as that expands. So thank you for bringing that point up. I know it's a matter of interest. I don't want to speak for you, Superintendent, so I apologize if it appears that I am, but I wanted to make sure that Mr. Tron had heard that piece because I know it's a matter of interest to you. Ms. Daly, I did want to particularly call out the compliments on the retention work. This is something we've talked about over the years, and licensing seems to have tripped up. We have heard that over time. So the fact that we're being so proactive about that and doing the MTEL prep support program and actually seeing the numbers on it, this is doing the hard, blocking and tackling, as they say, of what are the individual impediments to keeping people and growing them within our system. So thank you for that work. I was really impressed to see those numbers.
Now, the MTEL work it truly is quite phenomenal. And I have to do a random, this is going to feel random, but Akita Narang was a teacher at Young Achievers. So today was a very difficult day for our community. And we had a really powerful email, GChat exchange that was really resoundingly stating, like, Ginny's really proud of the work you're doing, Akita, because this work here started when she was at Young Achievers. I'm getting teary-eyed, I should stop. But and the work that she's doing now started at that school supporting paraprofessionals in her building. So I am incredibly proud of the work, but more importantly, you're right. This is an area that has been a challenge, and I am excited that we have figured out a way to authentically support individuals, and particularly our educators of color.
Yeah, we've heard of provisional teachers who had some licensing challenges, and the fact that we're able to work with them is, I'm very impressed by that. Mr. Taylor, a quick question for you. I'm thinking of hiring in times of COVID, and just as our students share with us that they're struggling with isolation, being at home, not being with their peers, so too are adults struggling with isolation. And I'm thinking particularly our newer employees and how they get a chance to build their networks. And, you know, are we thinking about outreach to newer employees? I think we may be more likely, you know, to lose them since they're not having the chance to, you know, build those networks. And you know, what is your thinking along those regards about our new employees and how to help them in these challenging times?
I know that Paul Tritter and Shakira Walker Ford have done a lot of work with mentorship and providing coaching for our new teachers. I certainly can check in with them and the behavioral health team to make sure that we are appropriately checking up on our new employees.
Yeah, that's a great idea. If we're trying to proactively give them mentors, whether it's at the school level or across schools, and same thing with our new school leaders as well, right? I always encourage new school leaders to try to reach out to, you know, great school leaders are always willing to help, but they're not going to reach into another school to say, oh, here's what you should be doing, but they're always there to mentor and assist and guide, even sometimes outside the formal networks that, you know, through district or deputy superintendents. So
yeah, Megan Reed is on this call and can share with you what she's been doing with some of the new school leaders if she's still on the call.
Yeah, I'm still on.
There you go.
We definitely had a lot of success in this very trying time with building cohorts with our new leaders. I oversee the induction programming for the first and second year school leaders. And the cohorts that have been developed through this very trying time have been really incredible. And we've done it through a couple of different ways. One of which is through having a growing and really increasing in success mentoring program. We have sitting leaders who mentor 2 to 3 new first and second year principals. And that mentorship is both proactive and reactive, and they form very close relationships and do technical and adaptive work together. We also have ongoing professional development sessions that include community building and start in the summer with a 5-day intensive boot camp that we did even virtually, and then move into multiple sessions through the year. And then we have drop-in support calls where people come willingly just to talk to each other and get support from each other, and then from some folks from the district. And so these first and second year cohorts have really deeply reported that the success that they've had, they will tie very directly to the support they feel from their network. And they've taught me a lot, and my partner Monica Hall a lot about how to support during this virtual time, but it's been a pretty incredible experience.
That's
I have heard about stories at the school level where principals are creating cohorts within their schools to support their new teachers. So I'm confident that it's happening, but I can get a more formal answer.
Good, thank you for that. I appreciate it. And lastly, I do appreciate you including the evaluation information in the appendix. Could you just give a brief overview, because I know basically, you know, a lot of it got halted because of COVID and switching to remote, and just kind of, if you could just give some high level thoughts, Mr. Taylor or one of your team, that'd be fine, on where you see the evaluation work going, you know, through this year and back into the future.
Yeah, I'll let Jerome share. He has a new tool that his team is working on to try to help support schools with some of the virtual evaluation process they have to go through? Jerome?
Thanks, Al. Yes, that's one of the exciting new developments, new tools and resources we have under development right now is an interactive web page that you should actually be able to click into through the slide deck. This is a rendering of the DESE model teacher rubric with remote instructional look force. And this is something we're in development of, and we're very close to hoping to release soon. But it has reflection questions, and we hope that it will be an avenue for educators and evaluators to share best practices around this remote learning experience we're all going through. Circling back to the overview of the performance evaluation landscape, yes, as you know, we did suspend performance evaluation, formal performance evaluation for nearly all employee groups in the spring of this year. We are back online with all employee groups' performance evaluations. We are on track for complete resumption of performance evaluations this school year. And we did still want to provide you with the data that we did have, starting with the where we left off in the 2018-19 school year, which I can tell you we had a completion rate. I know that you may be interested in just knowing the big numbers, big picture numbers. We had a completion rate of 87% for teachers and administrator evaluations. Then we moved into, and then you'll see the ratings distribution on the slide. And that's a comparison on the left-hand side of the slide. You'll see a comparison to the previous year, 17-18. So it's pretty on track. And as Dr. Coleman mentioned, we are investigating what we can only say is the persistent nature of high numbers of proficient and exemplary ratings among educators and administrators, despite the school performance levels. So that is an area of active investigation for us. In January of 2020, we did get through January with a mid-year evaluation term. And so we did have some data, and that's the slide on the right-hand side of that first slide. That completion rate was 90.7% of expected evaluations during the mid-year. Not every educator is on a one-year plan that would yield that particular evaluation at that time of year, but we did collect those data, and so we do have them in the system. And then finally, even though for most employee groups, we did suspend formal performance evaluation, we did continue with performance evaluations for school leaders. And we had if we go to the next slide, the second slide of the three, we had a 96% completion rate for school leader evaluations at the end of 2020. And so those evaluations are completed by our school superintendents, and nearly everyone was done. And so that has transitioned us back into the new school year, and we are off and running with our performance management processes for all employees. That will hopefully not change. We are committed to providing ongoing coaching and feedback and support to our educators and our leaders, and also appraising their performance and providing recognition and reward when there is excellence, and remediating ineffective practice when there is not. And so that work continues.
And just a quick point of clarity, that new resource tool that Jerome is talking about in terms of virtual look-fors is still in development. And the next phase or the next step to that is to share out with school leaders for their feedback as we develop that too.
Excellent. So thank you, Mr. Doherty, for that additional information. And thank you, Superintendent, and congrats, Superintendent and Mr. Taylor and the entire Office of Human Capital team. This was some really interesting and encouraging data this evening. So thank you for the work that you were doing.
Thank you all, and thank you all for your leadership.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. I know it's late, but I do have a couple of comments. I just want to say, you know, on a personal level, how important it is to have a teacher of color. So my daughter has, I'll call her out, Miss DePalm at the BTU school, who is an amazing teacher and has been working with the class talking about the song Strange Fruit and talking about Billie Holiday and why she felt the need to sing that song, what happened to her as a result of singing that song, and also looking at it as a poem. And so they've been doing a lot of poetry, and my daughter is just on fire. She's on fire with poetry, and she started writing all this poetry, and she's writing a novel. And I just say that because, you know, Mr. Palm is an example of someone who has a different take, has a different lived experience that she's bringing to the classroom. She's also told them that they're going to be viewing the documentary Precious Knowledge around ethnic studies in Arizona and the removal of ethnic studies there and the impact that ethnic studies program had in terms of graduation rates on Latinos. So I just say why this presentation is so important in the work that you all are doing. And I want to really commend Mr. Taylor, who's been here forever, for all the work that he's done, he's doing, as well as everybody on this team, because I know you're all working really hard. And I think Ms. Daly, who I have known for a long time, who I think her title, whatever that long title is, really is like groundbreaker. And also Akita's last name is Patel, correct? Am I wrong in that?
Akita Narang Kapoor.
Kapoor, I don't know what I said.
Yeah,
It's late. Anyway, I want to recognize her too for all her work, because I think that MTEL work is so important, and really you're just doing like trailblazing, groundbreaking work, and I thank you for that. I appreciate the presentation that you also included like central office and looking at the entire, not just like the teaching, but what does it look like, you know, everywhere? What does our diversity look like? And thank you for including the language piece, because that was going to be a question that I now don't have to ask. And I really love Rashawn, whoever Rashawn is. I don't think I met him yet, but we need a couple more Rashans. I think that's like such a great, you know, model. I mean, we do that through Success Boston across the city, where many organizations are working with young people to, you know, stay in college. And so it's a similar approach. Like that's what we need to see more of. And then I think I always say probably every meeting about the high school teacher pipeline, which now will be called Teacher Cadet. And I probably won't get used to saying that, but I do ditto, and I appreciate the superintendent expanding that. I do think, you know, looking at scholarship supports, and as I've said before, and I'm not saying it's, you know, the responsibility of BPS, but we should look as a city how we support those students to be able to live in Boston, which is an expensive city. So because, you know, you can get a job here, but it's very expensive city. So we have to have like this whole, you know, like support, and that's how we build and keep, you know, our diversity in the city. And then there's only two more things I want to say. One is that I was concerned about the exits of Latinos. And so I appreciate that you mentioned that you're going to look into that, because that will be really important, especially the downward trend of school leaders that are Latino, and figuring out why that is and why we haven't been able to sustain that and provide more supports. And then lastly, just to you, Superintendent, I saw on that slideshow the Mather dual language program. And so I just want to say, if you could go back to the community and have a conversation because of what we heard tonight with the community feeling, the school community and the external community, I would just ask you to take another dive to discuss that, because I saw that it was right on the slide and obviously it came up tonight. So I want to make sure that that community is heard. But with all that, again, I just want to thank you all for your tremendous work. This is a great presentation. And I commend you, Superintendent, because I know that this is like, from your interview, we talked about it then, we've been talking about it since you've been here, and I know this is really, really important to you. It's really, really important to us for all the reasons that we talked about. So thank you so much. And now we are just going to move on to public comments on reports. So Ms. Sullivan.
Thank you, Ms. Oliver Davila. We have no speakers for public comment on reports.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Is there any new business? Yes, Mr. O'Neill?
Ms. Oliver, Madam Chair, excuse me. First of all, my memory slipped me before. So when I said that you were the first Latina chair of the school committee, it had slipped my memory that Dr. Liz Violinger is of Latina heritage as well. And so she was several years ago, I served with her just very briefly. And I will say, though, that under her leadership, along with Dr. Paisant, who was superintendent at the time, Boston Public Schools was recognized as one of the leading urban public school districts in the nation. So great role model for you to follow as you become chair now and working with superintendent. I hope we can get back to getting that national recognition under your leadership, and I look forward to helping you make that happen. And the second point is I did notice, and I appreciated all the comments tonight, but Councilor Wu at the beginning mentioned something that has been on my mind and I think other members' minds as well, about us doing more proactive listening sessions across the district, separate from school committee meetings, and a chance to hear from our communities on what they're interested in on a more proactive basis versus people having to come to us when we're about to make a decision or that type of thing. I would hope we can consider having sessions like that across the district, and see if members can attend on a regularly scheduled basis to listen. It would obviously be Zoom now, but I think there's a lot of merit to that suggestion.
Mr. O'Neill, thank you for that. That is on my mind. And I would really like for us as a school committee to really look at how we do have more listening sessions of the community, and that we can also at the same time have many more meetings with our community, but have meetings with the school committee that is business, because I think to be fair to our community, to make sure that they feel heard and they also feel like they don't have to stay here until midnight. I think this presentation as an example, it's 11 o'clock at night and so many people haven't been able to see this. And I think that this is so important. So I do want to explore that. I could not agree with you more. I took notes on that, as well as figuring out the comments that families had around translation. And so translation, as we know, can be hugely expensive. So we want to try to figure out how do we do that? So looking at other districts and how they're doing that. So I think both of those things I took notes on, and I'd like to figure out how we explore those things more. So thank you for bringing that up. It's definitely on my mind. Mr. James.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually had 4 semi-brief points to make. My first one being what Mr. O'Neill had already said. But my first point is about parent and student engagement. Can you guys still hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My first point is about parent and student engagement. And forgive me if I take some pauses because my notes are sort of, burst all over the page. But I wanted to, on the matter of parent and student engagement, when I think about it, I talk about this a lot with my sociology teacher. Shout out to Mr. Matthew, he's amazing. But I think about it in the sociological perspective where you have 3 levels of power. You have the political elites at the top, and then in the middle you have the interest groups, which BSAC, for example, would be considered an interest group, and then you have the mass population. And during public comment tonight, and since I've been on school committee and since I've been in this work in general, I've heard a lot of people argue that the district is not listening to enough parents and teachers and students. And then there's the counter argument that, well, no, they're being invited into the conversation. And I think that in most ways, both people on both sides of the argument are right. I think that when the district says that they're inviting parents and students into conversations, they're inviting parents and students from interest groups. BSAC, as we all know, has the most access to the district and the superintendent and her team. And we represent high schools at least, almost every high school in Boston. So we're seen as representative of the entire student population of the district. And when you talk about parents being invited into conversation, these are parents who have been in the work, have been in the work, who know about the work, who have some sort of indirect or direct connection to someone who knows about the work. But I think when I hear people make public comment about, like not being involved in the conversations whatsoever and sort of policies being sprung upon them without no notification or conversation whatsoever, I consider the way my brain, at least the sociological aspect of my brain, views that is that group of people being a part of the mass population. And I think the ultimate question comes down to, how do we work to actually outreach to not just the students and parents who know about the work and who have indirect or direct connections and who are sort of like familiar to us, but to those who don't know about the work, to those who we can educate about the work and also invite into our spaces to learn more about the work and work towards policies that are actually representative of what people are thinking. And I think that these people shouldn't be tokens. Students shouldn't be tokens on working groups or committees or whatever, and neither should parents. The idea of adding a parent, in especially like student voice, parent and student voice, should be as natural and forthcoming as drinking water. It should be second nature. It should come to us like that. After this school committee meeting, I'm going to stay up for another several hours to do homework and prepare for tests. And I'm not complaining, but that's simply to say that I'm not the only one. There are students who stay up till 4 or 5 in the morning doing homework and also out there fighting climate change and fighting racism and misogyny. And I think that, when you have parents and students busting their behinds to, take care of their daily tasks and responsibilities and also trying to get into this social justice work, I think that there should be no question or doubt whatsoever that they be invited into the spaces where we're having conversation to move that work forward. So for this particular point of parent and student engagement, I would very much like to see, if possible, some sort of working group or task force created to see how we can sort of formulate a strategy to make sure that we're actually moving forward in all of our work. Since we're always keeping in mind equity, also always making sure to bring in parent and student engagement as well, I think is really, really critical. And then, my next point is about the mental health of students, especially in this time of COVID. It is my personal belief that I don't believe that the topic of mental health is being discussed enough. I think that, just to get a little personal here, about a week or two ago, and I think I spoke to Madam Chair about this, but I had a panic attack. And I had 2 other friends who also had a panic attack. And, when we're talking about, I'm a senior, and I heard the superintendent saying earlier that I believe she was saying grades 10 through 12 are not really being engaged. And I think I actually have at least half of the answer as to why. It's because, when you're applying for college, when you're being given a whole bunch of assignments that's really quantity over quality when it should be vice versa. And you have all these societal stigmas, and you're out there participating in the social justice work to sort of move society forward, it becomes really draining. It becomes really daunting. And it comes to the point where, I'm going to sleep at 6 and I went to sleep at 5:30 this morning. I was up all night doing work, and then I had to wake up at 9:30 for my class at 10. And when you're running off of 4 hours of sleep, like, you know, you don't really feel like some students aren't like me in a sense, and that's completely fine. They go to sleep at 5:30. They don't want to wake up for class at 10 o'clock. They rather sleep through their first 1 or 2 classes. And I think that's where the decrease in student engagement comes into play. And I think it's really important that we dig deep and ask ourselves why, what's going on. So I would really, and to this particular point of mental health of students, and in some cases also on the topic of homework, I would really like to see some sort of presentation, and again, some sort of working group or task force formed around how we can better, I think this is a very long overdue conversation. I think it's been exacerbated and uncovered by COVID, but I would really like to see sort of, a conversation around what does the work look like that we're giving our students? Is it in fact quality over quantity? And how can we give our students meaningful work that still gives them the content material and practice that they need without stressing them and having them stay up till the wee hours of the morning just for them to do it all over again, while also having a whole bunch of responsibilities? And again, I'm not trying to complain because I love the work that I do. I love being on this committee. I love working with you all. I love working with BSAC, but it becomes very draining when I have, 3 to 4 hours of homework and then I got to do it again and again and again. And especially when some of that work really doesn't have to be done. I've heard some of my teachers have told me themselves, oh, I'm just giving you guys this so I have something to put in the grade book. What? And I have to do it. And that's a whole other topic in itself when you start thinking about, okay, quality versus quantity. Is it busy work or is it meaningful work? And that's something that I've always brought up. That's actually the very first question I asked myself when I got into education reform and into this educational justice work at the beginning of my sophomore year. And then sort of my last point that I want to bring up is teacher accountability. I've heard from students in my school. I've actually been able to hear some evidence in a way, and see some evidence of teachers on Zoom sort of abusing the Zoom world and disrespecting students. I have several friends in a class in my school, and this is just one example because I actually, after I heard about this incident, I went ahead, I did more research, I outreached to more students, see if they were facing more issues, and it turned out a lot of them were. But I have some friends in a class where a teacher that probably wouldn't have done it in school is being, and because Zoom is like, less supervision in a way for teachers, has sort of abused that and has been saying very racist and misogynistic remarks to these people. And I actually, a friend actually called me and I was actually able to hear the comment with my own ears. So I would really like to see some sort of conversation around how teachers are going to be held accountable in the Zoom world when it comes to sort of, what they're saying to students and how they're treating students in the Zoom space. And again, I think it'd be interesting if there was also a working group or task force formed around this as well. So those are my 3 points. And just as I really hope that you all caught that. I apologize if I was speaking a little too fast. I know it's late and I didn't want to take up too much time, but I do think that these points are very important. I think they all come from the student perspective. And as you all know, I'm here to represent students. I will not be letting these go. I'm very, very passionate and heartfelt about them because I'm pretty much experiencing them all myself, and BSAC feels very strongly as well. And then I would just leave off by saying, just to put out there on the record, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, I will be sort of meeting with my BSAC staff and you to hopefully by the next school committee meeting, and the superintendent as well, to hopefully by the next school committee meeting, start back up the BSAC reports that the student representative has been historically known to give I believe like once a month. So I would like to start that up since BSAC is now in the move and on the grind.
Great, thank you so much. I think the mental health piece is really huge, especially right now. I could not agree with you more. I know that at our retreat, the superintendent is going to talk about recovery, so I assume there'll be pieces around that in there. And the teacher accountability, I think like this presentation here, that's part of that evaluation and that question that Dr. Coleman and I think Ms. Robinson was the other person that brought that up. So we do need to look at that. So thank you for bringing up. And I mean, I'm not the superintendent, but I'll just say, I'm sure she would agree with me that meaningful work, not busy work, is very important. But I'll leave that to her because she's the superintendent. That's her role, and she can address that with you. So thank you. The only other new business that I want to say is for those people that are nervous about pronouncing my last name now that they have to say it all the time. Something very simple that I tell people: when you think of Davila, think of Davio's Cafe, and then you'll be fine. Davila, Davio's Cafe. It'll be super, super easy. And if you don't pronounce it, I'm okay. I don't take it personally, but as we said before, names matter. So I just want to share that. And with all of that, that concludes our business for this evening. And the next school committee meeting will take place on Wednesday, December 2nd, 5 p.m. on Zoom. And if there is nothing further, I would like to entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Is there any discussion or objection to this motion? Okay, Ms. Sullivan, can you please call the roll?
Dr. Coleman,
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Rivera,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Ms. Oliver Davila.
Yes.
It's unanimous. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night. We'll see you on December 2nd.
Have a great Thanksgiving.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Socially distanced.
Take care.
Good night.